if we were to build an enormous equilibrium tube, like I posted, we could, look for curvature in it.
Oh my God. When will you guys not learn that you will only be measuring the levelness of the structure that was man-made, not the levelness of the earth?
No, I mean, wouldn't the water have to curve? Or the liquid in the equilibrium tube?
Well, here's the thing. Are you going to build it on land?
I was thinking like a salt flat.
Well, okay, that might address some of my issues. Now, topography.
Yeah.
But then you're going to have to set something like that on a level foundation. So is it the levelness of the foundation you'll be measuring or the curvature of the earth?
It would be the level of the water, and I guess which your only issue
you're not
here.
The water, this rig sitting on the surface. The surface has to be level for it to level. So is it just going to sit on the flat fault and measure topography levelness, or is it going to be put on a foundation and then you're just leveling the foundation? Either way, topography doesn't prove or disprove curve. Difference in elevation, cosine and sine.
This is just an idea of how to isolate. I see what you're saying, but this is like an idea of how to isolate a curve over water in on land. You bring the liquid out of, we do it over water a lot, but if you do it in an equilibrium tube, a huge one over a few miles.
The problem with land is it has elevation problems known as topography. And just like if you're using a laser, you might just be measuring a cosine. Just like they say dips in the horizon, that could be a cosine. You could be at a higher elevation or on a hill looking downward towards the horizon. It's no different.
Well, I guess the issue, because the liquid's going to be in there, the issue is whether your marks, measurement marks going up each equilibrium tube are going to be accurate based on the topography, maybe lifting it. So
the rig isn't the issue for me because we know it's going to measure level. What it's measuring level of is the issue. What are you measuring? Is it topography, cosine, difference in elevation, or the foundation you built to set this large ass rig on? Because man-made shit is
measuring curvature.
Yeah, but
there's other factors, is what he's saying.
I see what he's saying.
It's not going to be curvature. It's just going to be topography. Land has topography. This is the reason real engineers look for curvature over water. There's no topography.
That's why I always said
you don't listen.
The idea is to do it over a salt flat.
I know, but I've literally been in the conversation with P-Core and Mike Cavanaugh and Bob and them about this, and they laugh it off. And there's a reason. I didn't get offended about it because other people were talking about it, and I just wonder what they thought about it because I have my own thoughts, which is it'll never work because you're measuring topography, and most of them agree as professional engineers. So everybody in the conversation was a professional engineer, and we say the problem is topography, cosine, elevation. So you can measure a difference in level, but one end could be on a hill and the other end in the valley. Are you with me?
Yeah.
So first you'd have to measure the land. Now, if you measure land and you say, well, the land's not curved, the only thing you've measured is topography. Land isn't the... I don't think you'll ever measure curvature over land, even if it was a sphere, because land is topography and elevation. So it's basically a mound. Are you with me? Dirt is a mound that rises up over think about it this way. The model is dirt is a mound that rises up over an ellipsoid of water. Rises up out, and it's on a constant rise.
Right.
So you're just measuring the spread and layout of the land or the topography. That's the premise.
Couldn't you cut it to, if it's something like a salt flat, you could cut it level, right?
Well, you could plow it level, yeah, and then you're just measuring the levelness of your grading ability.
Which over a few miles should be curving, right? According to the modern definition.
Not if you... No, because that's not the modern definitional level. If you want to say a straight line is curved, you have to use an ellipsoid model to say that. An ellipsoid model is theoretical, hypothetical. Okay. So in reality, no survey man says a straight line's curved. Those people that say that, they're full of shit. We don't use an ellipsoid model for survey, for the purpose of survey. Basically, this is a survey. And no, you shouldn't experience curvature on a surface you graded to level. That's just the very premise is just, I'm sorry, but I don't want to insult you.
No, I agree with you there. I just, it seems like in their model, or in their, the globe model, it seems like that would be a decent experiment. I don't know.
No, not really, because they know what topography is too. That's the layout of land, the distribution of soil as it protrudes on the elevation out of the ocean. Even on the flat plain, it'd just be a mound. You can look at it as the peak of the mountain. One continent is a big-ass mountain that happened to stick up out of the ocean.
So it's like Soundling's Bridge. We measured a curved bridge, therefore the Earth is flat. That's like pin the tail on the donkey, right?
Exactly. You measured a flat spot on the hill, therefore the Earth is flat. It'll get ate up. With anybody with common sense will just eat that shit up. But water, you can't deny. There's no curvature over water at 70%. Yes. This is the reason we test it, because the ellipsoid model is absolutely a gravitational model on how water wraps around an ellipsoid. And that's where the curvature should be, minus topography.
If you isolate that water outside of a lake in a giant pool, right, you should observe it the same way.
No.
Shouldn't the water still be affected by the gravity, even if it's higher up in altitude?
Listen to me. You're not. No. So you're not manipulating the water that's wrapped around the ellipsoid. You're taking a small portion of it on the land.
I didn't say you're manipulating. You're moving it and to a higher altitude.
Sure. Bro, we level a fucking pool too, right? You know that?
Yeah. And if it's huge, it should still.
And water sits level in the pool because the foundation it was set on is level.
Yeah, but if it's a ball, it should still curve around the ball, no matter how big the pool is.
No, it conforms to the shape of its container. So you got a level box built on a level foundation. Think about it, guy.
Oh, I know that, but the lakes are supposed to be curving, and that's contained, isn't it?
Well, that's why we use lasers to try and measure curvature over a large distance on a lake. Now you're getting there.
I know, man. I'm not a curver.
So measure the lake. Don't take water from the lake and try to stretch it out over land and say that's curve. Any surveyor is going to tell you that's topography. It's not curvature.
So you're telling me that topography affects the surface of water?
No, it affects water while it's sitting on the surface of Earth in any container.
By displacing it, but I'm talking about the surface of it.
What do you mean by displacement? You displaced it when you took it on the land.
No, I'm saying if there's a rock in a glass of water, it's just going to displace the water, but it's not going to cause a bump in the glass of water.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. Like, if you were to make a huge pool, a really, really, really big pool, you know what I mean? The water should still conform to the globe at some point.
I don't agree.
Okay.
That pool's going to be set on a level foundation.
Yeah, I mean the Earth is flat, but I'm just putting this out there as an experiment or a way to test curvature.
Are you missing it? That we've leveled the pool
No,
before
I see
we
what
built
I
it?
see where you're coming from now. I get it. Yep.
Okay.
Water finds its level. So it's
Yes, it finds its level and it adheres to the shape of its container also. Yes.
Yeah, that's the point. But like, it shouldn't on a globe.
You want as natural as an observation as you could possibly get, right?
Yeah. Yeah. You're right, Hank. Go ahead.
So, like, obviously that doesn't mean any old natural situation, right? You want it to be like ideal, right? So not a whole lot of waves, not a whole lot of chop, wind, right? Not a huge difference in temperature. Like, you're looking for certain conditions, and if you're making the conditions artificial, then people are, going to say, well, you caused the torsion balance to balance, right? That's our problem with the Cavendish experiment, or so-called experiment.
Who's the one that calls themselves interviewing people after they already got a role and then takes away their VC verified and gives them listening pass? Who does that crap?
Who did that?
I don't know. I'm about to look at the audit log, but I gave this dude Kabruker, I gave him BC verified a day ago, and somebody took it and gave him a listening pass after they drug him into an interview and made him debate. Who the hell is doing that?
Yeah, I don't like that stuff when the people say that they just want to listen. They're obviously telling you they're not ready. Yeah, that doesn't sound
right. Right. Well, BC interview's not supposed to be a damn debate anyway. Just supposed to be make sure they're not gonna get in here and sing the gay guy song and Rump Ranger song and say a bunch of racial slurs.
In the case you're speaking about at the moment, I think it was Justin. I saw that guy earlier in the VC check-in text, and he only had a broken mic, and now he has one more role.
He only had broken mic. So somebody took his role and gave him broken mic role.
Yeah, the only time I saw him before now, he had only broken mic.
Yeah, I gave that dude VC verified yesterday. I interviewed him.
Okay.
I talked to him in here too. We were talking to him last night in VC.
Maybe some misunderstandings, possibly.
It happens kind of often to be a misunderstanding. But yeah, I hear
I feel
you.
the same way about peanut butter in my house. Like, the kids don't know they're supposed to start all the way up at the bottom, right? I don't think it's a misunderstanding after like 5 times in a row. I keep trying to tell my kids, man, you got to really stir it up.
That's my logic, Hank. That's funny. But yeah, I agree. You got to stir the shit out of that stuff.
So are salt flats supposed to be curving? Or is it like a shelf drop off or something?
Well, salt flats are a pretty good example that I guess we can use for the specular reflection thing that we have used before. And if they were curving, we wouldn't see specular
They're
reflection on them.
they're considered flat or level, but that still doesn't address my problems. My problem with it is any measurement over land is a measurement of topography and the layout of land. I can't explain it any more remedial.
Right, but I'm measuring the water, not the land.
No,
The water in the
the
tube.
water. Yeah, well, the level of the water of the tube is going to reflect what?
It should conform to the gravity, right, of the Earth.
Not the gravity, no, because it's sitting on the surface. That surface is land.
So is the bottom of the ocean.
See, listen, what you think is water is formed and shaped by gravity in their model. No, it's made to elastically stick to an ellipsoid. But
Yeah, I mean, how would that change if you isolate it, though?
what are you going to make a 20-mile, 30-mile tube?
Yeah, that's the idea.
Do men have to construct this tube?
No, not with the technology we have. No.
Men,
I mean, maybe
men-
assemble it, but
See,
So
Sarah
who's
called
going to
push-
prove the
push
tube?
line, right?
Who's going to prove the tube itself is leveled?
yeah.
How are you going to measure? How are you going to measure the 30-mile
Let's push
tube
the
for
line.
levelness? It just
You have bubbles in the
There's
bottom
too
of
many-
it.
there's too many issues with it. I've heard guys say measure it with strings, measure it with hoses and water.
Yeah.
Do you know you're laying this hose out over a non-uniform surface? Do you understand what
Oh,
topography
you could build a
means?
frame for
Have
it.
you ever
No, like, you
manufactured
could-
anything?
Yes, you could build a frame
Have you
for it.
ever?
Photography
Well, yeah,
seems
that
to be
frame-
doing pretty good.
Does the
though.
frame have to rest on something? It's going
Yeah, I
to sit
know.
on
Yeah,
something.
you'd measure the
I don't
land, then you'd build the frame. Yeah,
We got better amateur photography
it's an idea.
ever.
It's an ideal. I'll give it that.
Beyond that, it was a segue back into live stream from the previous discussion. So.
Yeah, I've heard build pillars, run hoses. Let's make a 50-mile water level. It's not that simple. You got to understand what you're measuring. That's all there
There's
is
coves.
to it.
There's coves and little inlets, and capes and whatever else. I don't know. Like, I don't really know all the specific words because I'm a land lover, but there's all sorts of little inlets where you can measure over the water, right?
Yeah. Water is the best place to look for curvature. The ellipsoid is made up 70% water. There'd be no topography, and it would be the place there'd be the most apparent curvature, and nobody could say it's topography. It's the layout of land. It's elevation. You built your tube on a cosine, which is a hill, for people who do not know, either upward hill or a downward hill. A cosine is an on-level surface or grade. There's math for going up and math for coming down, but it's not a level surface, and even at a large distance. You can't take a laser and level it over land and say, hey, we measured curve because there's a 3-inch drop. Because you didn't measure curve. You only measured the topography of the land. there's a 3-mile shop in Detroit, right? I wouldn't use that for proof of flat Earth, even though the foundation is level for 3 fucking miles. You know why? It's man-made. We manufactured that foundation. It doesn't reflect the land under it.
So in other words, it's like taking a chessboard and laying it down on the ground and be like, ha! I knew it was flat.
Or curved
would be
because
it.
your pieces fall.
Yeah, but you're putting liquid in it, which should adhere to the sphere of the curve.
That
That's the
doesn't
point.
change anything. No,
You think? I mean,
that's where that's your faulty logic.
it's an assumption, but yeah, I don't know if I'd call it a faulty assumption.
It's an assumption that, well, yeah, you expect all of a sudden to magically have a uniform curve over land just because you put water on it, when the land, it has topography and the water is going to conform to the shape of the container.
Yeah,
or the land.
Yeah, it's gonna. Yeah, but I mean, the container of the lake shouldn't be a curve in the container of the lake still.
A lake and listen, a lake and your rig are two totally different, totally separate issues. You could logically look for curvature over vast lakes. Your rig, no. Just because it's sitting on land doesn't mean crap. I mean, you're saying that it should conform to the gravity, but what does it do in a container?
Oh, it never does. I know. That's the point.
Well,
All container.
listen, it's going to adhere to the shape of the container. If you build a 30-mile level container, come on, think about it.
I'm never expecting it to
It's gonna
curve. I'm
adhere.
just saying it should test for it.
Bro,
It's
I
not
mean,
what
it's
I'm
not an appeal to authority. Bob and these other engineers already, proposed it and talked about it. Like that's their field, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so if you built a 30-mile container that is perfectly straight and level, right, and you fill it with water, what's the water going to do? Conform to the level container.
According to reality, but according to the globe model, what should it do?
No, it should still do the same thing. Gravity isn't going to pull it on even. When you set a spirit level on the ground, does gravity pull the bubble, or does ground level, surface level do it? You think gravity pulls the bubble all around? You think because they say gravity wraps water around the globe that it should wrap it perfectly uniform around an perfectly uniform surface?
I feel like that's what I was taught.
Space.
That's what you're saying, and it's not logical.
I feel like that's what I was taught.
Well, that's why rivers flow downhill. Because we know from reality.
This isn't a river. This is a container.
No, it's a display that in reality gravity doesn't make water over land do what you're saying, or water would just flow any old fucking way. Always, actually.
Right, boys.
And it does.
Right,
Yeah, it doesn't.
Falls. We got that. Couple of lakes there between
The
our
ocean
borders.
is just one huge container.
Beautiful. Niagara Falls.
The ocean is one huge container, period. From coast to coast, no matter where you go, it's one container. It's all one level.
Listen, you know how much money it'd take to build a 30-mile container. Here's my premise. I'm not going to spend my money on something that's going to be unfruitful or unproductive. Say you were asking me to promote this, to pay for it, to be the financial backer. I'm going to ask you, what would we expect from it? What would the results expect
Nature
to prove?
does that, man. Nature does it.
Yeah, and what am I going to get? What's my return? And for me, it's no different than the hot air balloons. I'm not going to waste my money to put cameras on hot air balloons because we've already done it. and it didn't prove anything.
But
So
we have
there's
rivers that flow from south to north, and it's the Mackenzie River.
we
right,
do.
right into our, and that debunks it right there.
Well, hydraulic pressure. This is the problem. There's so many different ways to attack it that it wouldn't be fruitful.
Debunk shit because
It
where
would
it
be.
starts is higher elevation than where it goes. It's the elevation difference. It flows to the low point, period.
Yeah, but
And then you got the
listen.
Nile River.
What?
If you got a river, listen. If you got a river that flows downhill for 10 miles, it could go uphill for 5 miles, and that doesn't debunk anything. It's
Talking about a
conservation
level
of moment.
equilibrium. Talking about a level equilibrium tube, not a slope.
I know. In a level tube, water's going to sit level, and if
So,
it doesn't
if I were to
over land, that's
That'll just
because
show
the
your level
elevation.
in a flat plane, though. It would show your level
I
in a
mean-
flat plane across that kind of.
God's copy
Tool,
just
man.
covered it for you. If one end of it's sitting at a higher elevation than the other end, the only thing you effectively measured is elevation.
That's right.
How
Depending
more?
on where you begin, man. Yeah.
I'm already talking like I'm explaining it to a first grader. I don't even know how I'd explain it to a kindergartner.
Everyone knows water flows downhill. So if it's flowing in a direction, that means it's going downhill. Period.
But there's
Really didn't
No
explain
matter
it.
what fucking
But
direction.
the whole part of the globe is that's the whole argument, man. Is when you're fucking flowing down here, you're flowing uphill over the bulge of the curve of the presumed circumference of the Earth, man. Like at one point, you got to be fucking pushing uphill.
No,
And you're not.
no.
Well, under those circumstances, yes, you are. At one point to A to B, you are, and you have to. We're talking over 200 miles of river, man.
It's downhill the whole fucking way. I don't give a shit what anybody says. Water's flowing.
There's a hump somewhere.
Huh?
There's a hump somewhere in those fucking miles, man. There's a hump somewhere. But this Earth is not conformed to a perfect ball, as we know. Okay,
It's not
fine.
a ball, period.
Well, oh, I know
Yeah,
that.
he's not saying it's a ball. He's pointing out the holes in your logic.
There is no holes.
Yeah.
in the ball.
This complete.
No, not your logic, Godric.
Oh,
Well,
all right.
oh, I'm just saying, like, there's no way you can push over that amount of Earth and curvature. At one point, you're going up and then going down. That's all I'm saying.
Going up and going down.
Yeah, man. If you want to complete the curvature of that many miles of Earth between A to B on your curvature formula, you're going to push a river probably a mile uphill or maybe more. I mean,
Which
if
is-
you have enough force, if you have enough inertia, I mean, yeah, cool, man. Right on.
No, it's just good. When it hits the high point, it's going to spread out and form a lake. There ain't no fucking way it's going to keep going. That's ridiculous. That is fucking
we got-
ridiculous.
There's the Nile River.
Yeah, and it's downhill the whole fucking way
Yeah, where did it start?
in the mountains.
And yeah, well, started somewhere
Hey.
and had to push itself over the curvature of the curvature
How about-
between point A and point B. At one
There is
point, it was
no
uphill.
curvature.
And
There is
so
no
that's the
curvature.
whole point. That's the whole point.
There is
Listen,
no curvature.
the Mississippi River runs 240 miles.
Yeah, it's the
go.
Red River,
The-
man. Yeah.
Can I finish what I'm
North.
saying? So,
Yes, sir.
can I finish what I'm saying? Okay. So for the last 15 miles of its trip, it runs uphill. Do you know why? How can it do that? It's called conservation of momentum and hydraulic pressure.
I agree with that. For only so far.
Yeah, for only so far. But if you're running 300 miles, you could easily do 30 miles uphill. You could do 150 miles uphill, depending on how wide it is when it starts and how narrow it is when it ends. All these, when you narrow a wide river that's when you narrow, it's a high pressure system. When you narrow a river that's flowing fast for 150 miles, it gets more narrow. The pressure increases.
It starts at what elevation and it ends up at sea level.
It's like my arteries when I eat a steak.
At what point?
And water takes a path of least resistance. You know that, right?
Right.
Oh yeah, bro. Yeah, man. Not arguing that.
Water does not flow up fucking hill.
Wow.
Fuck.
To that globe bottle, man. For what they say, it's a pretty big river, man. At some point, it's got to fight the curvature of wherever they call we live on, man.
There is no curvature.
Oh, I know that.
Why are you even saying the word?
Because, man, that's the whole point, dude.
Fuck. To say the word curvature means fucking you're a glober. Quit it.
No, bro. It's just their argument.
That's not true. The other night I slipped up and said globe. I was really tired and they were like, Hank.
I'm not on that side of the argument. I just like an argument. Hey, did you just say it there, Hockey Puck?
Hey, you got to get him like this. Oh, hey, listen.
Hey, back, man. It's Hockey Puck,
Hey, some water.
I bet. Hey, my front tooth, man.
Buddy. Hey, buddy.
Hey, waterfalls.
You're lost.
Go up, not down. Hey, waterfalls.
I know that, bro. I know that, bro.
You betcha. You betcha, eh?
Hey, that's my man.
That there.
Right.
That there. That water, buddy.
Moronic. You know it, brothers.
Fuck.
I'm here to take you on a trip. Hey, man. How you doing, dude?
It's Dudley Do Right, eh?
No, this is what we're doing, eh? This is how we go. We take that flat hockey puck and we send it down the ice, right? And ice is always flat and level. Because we wouldn't build a rink over a hill.
Well, that's a damn boonie,
eh? Hey, fuck Dudley Do Right. Sweet Polly Purebred is where it's at.
Heck yeah. That's good.
His girlfriend, Sweet Polly Purebred.
Sweet Holy Purebred.
Here I come to take the day.
Hey, let's talk about
kind of racist.
I have no idea. I'm a Northern Canadian folk, and I have no idea what this fine friend said. But I love him. I love him. Hey.
Polly's in the mudblood, eh? He's a purebred, eh? You betcha tapioca and sugar and all that sweet stuff, eh?
I like that, man. Like Goldilocks, man. I pick which chair I want to sit on, man. Fuck.
I mean, Polly's is pure Canadian bacon, eh?
Fuck, your beer's weak. You know what you're talking about.
I mean, I seen her eating the moose last week, eh?
We got 15% in Texas.
You always fucking mess with me, man. You always mess with me, dude.
Hey, you had one too many beers, eh?
Oh, come on.
They just made all Utah beer 12.5%. You got a problem with that?
That's the best. That's almost Canadian.
It's 15 down here. I can get 4 Locos down here.
That's right. Oh, you guys.
We drink
I
Four
built
Locos
a.
and shot glasses.
I just fixed like 10 pressurized systems today. I didn't understand why gravity didn't have anything to do with it. I just wanted to like not fix them.
Oh yeah. Are you
Hey,
saying
man.
it's not gravity fed? Hey,
I
it's
know,
not
eh?
gravity fed, eh?
I'm like Tommy Chong on the refinery, and I'm like walking around fixing pressurized systems for a living. I'm like, hey,
You had to
man,
wear a pump for that,
maybe
eh?
you need to see around that. Maybe. Right. I saw a vessel today, man. It said no entry allowed, man. I want like, how much does your blood and fucking saliva boil in a zero vacuum, man? I could just climb one of those, and just test it. That would be bad, right? You'd probably die.
No, you would die instantly, not probably.
Well, we know that, right? Like that's the whole point, right? Like, fuck, you're out of your mind, man. You think that shit's real? They want to send us to space. I send you in one of my fucking pressure chambers that I built. Any day of the week. Any day of the week, you climb in there, show me space. Your space is gonna be in between your brain boiling within like fucking 6 seconds. But I'm talking too much. Okay, sorry.
0.6 seconds.
Oh, you know what I mean? I'll show you a vacuum chamber. Oh, those people, us people. The man, I don't know. People don't want to know, man. People don't want to know. They don't want to know.
Vacuum the blood right out of your body, huh?
Oh man, it's over. It's done. It's done. That's why I put big red tape around and I save people. They call that a confined space. Before you
break the plane. That's a big deal, man. Break the plane, pressurized system of a confined space. That's a big deal, man, in the workplace, industrial world. And I am probably within the elite of nothing but space station shit, man. You don't break the plane because you don't know what kind of atmosphere you're about to walk into. It's a real life situation. And to see these in my life, and to see these people on their television screen play it like a joke with their hairspray jumping around on their little cable. Am I banned yet?
No, you're still here.
Hey, fuck. Yeah, man. That's what I got.
You been banned before?
Yankee. Oh.
You didn't do nothing, did you?
Well, I got a little excited. Kind of strike some string. There's a guy who loves it.
I came close to getting banned once. I said the Mile High Club and Becky jumped all over me. There's children in here. There's children.
Oh, yeah. And beautiful people. There are people.
You got that right. There are children in here. 30 and 50-year-old ones.
They got Discovery Channel, don't they?
Don't they? Yeah, that sounded like an Eminem song. That was a good one.
Snap back to reality. Whoop, there goes gravity.
You know it. Just heard.
Sounds like he knows it.
What happened to that? Trying to talk about rivers. Yeah, I was. But that was the whole point. What happened to that dude? Bounce?
I think he may have been relieved of his speaking privileges. He kept arguing with Mike, and that's probably not the best.
Man, you got banned before me. Man, that's hard. That's hard. Oh, fuck.
I mean, Mike, he'll sit there, he'll chat with you, right? But if he knows what he's talking about, you just keep going, nuh-uh. It's a limited time conversation. No, I don't know what happened. I'm just guessing.
So I was talking about sure, but I'd like. There was something in that last
Cutting in and out.
stand.
Are
The band was,
you're quieter or something?
maybe I moved. Is that better?
A little bit. Maybe it's on me. I've probably got the noisy background. Way better.
Are you guys saying that what I just said in the chat wouldn't happen if you stepped inside a vacuum chamber and you evacuated the air?
No, we weren't talking about what you're talking about.
Okay, my bad. I just wanted to make sure.
No worries.
What? If you what?
Yeah, if you stood in a huge vacuum chamber and they evacuated the air, wouldn't you explode? Like it'd be just blood, gore, everywhere.
Big time, man.
Cool.
Blood would boil.
So what is this vacuum
Absolutely.
of space? What is this vacuum of space? So you have to put positive pressure for people to do spacewalks and all that
Science
kind of
fiction,
shit,
man.
right? Yeah, it's all science
fiction.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Continue, gentlemen. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, I don't know who this.
That is
I don't know
correct.
who this happy guy is, but he's
a great
good
guy.
in my book.
I like that.
Yeah, this new guy's
I'm
all
down
right,
with
man.
that.
It's science fiction. Yeah,
I'm
he's got it.
down with that. I'll take a swing for that.
What happens to
Yeah,
water?
correct.
What happens to water when you put it in a vacuum?
Well, it bubbles and like very lower temperatures than normal boiling
That's right. It boils.
atmospheric temperatures.
Boil that dust.
It
boil.
boils like regular temperature.
Yeah, it boils. That's what it does. And that's what your blood would do if a person was there. His blood would boil.
That is, it's terrible. Terrible fate.
Instant death.
Oh, completely. How do you I was thinking about that. I was riding my bus there, leaving that place that I call work, and I was like thinking to myself, I thought just that. Man, fuck, man. If a guy went in one of those chambers, and that's why I put big X's around him, then don't crawl in this motherfucker, because you know what? You're going to die. You're going to die. And that's why I put big X's on things with red tape. I mean, I laugh about it because I work there. I build these things, but it's real, right? You can't just close a man in there and then exhaust all the known atmosphere out of there. Like we purge tanks with nitrogen just to weld underneath crazy atmospheres, man. Like nitrogen, that's an oxygen deficient environment. You don't even get that as bad. They don't even make it that bad. It's brutal. You can't live.
They use nitrogen because it's an inert gas. It doesn't interfere with anything. They use it in chemistry, all kinds of things, because it doesn't interfere with the reaction.
For oxygen. It's an oxygen depriving because we take the
you're
purging a system.
Yeah, you purge the system, fill it with nitrogen.
Yeah,
it's an inert gas, and it doesn't interfere with the reaction at all.
It's worse than a vacuum because we don't work in vacuums. We work in an environment maybe purged with oxygen. or nitrogen, right?
Well,
Heavy nitrogen, so we can weld or grind within that atmosphere,
right.
right?
Got a nice big old ring around the moon tonight. Bet there's a big storm coming in the next few days.
Uh-oh.
2 or 3 days will be a storm.
Sure has been cold lately.
Oh man.
Yeah, here too. Today was the first day I was actually really sweating.
Happens
Well,
every time. Every time daytime comets show up. Every time. And there's been I think 4 or 6 show up already. 2 or 4 in Europe and 2 off the coast of Florida already this year. 2 daytime or 4 or 6 daytime comets. And when that happens, look out. It's a sign of it. It's look to the heavens for the signs. There you go. Something bad's going to happen, brother. Mark my words.
Well, the tail's on the tape, and it's going to happen whether it happens or not. And
I'm just saying.
be ready. I hear what you're saying, man. Yeah. Should be happening.
I mean, I live where there's mountains, and this time of the year, most of the snow is completely gone off the mountains. We got snow on these mountains all the way to the bottom. On the south slope side, not the north slope. The north slope, packed. The south slope, all the way to the base of the mountain, covered with snow. This time of year, normally, it's gone. It's totally gone.
Oh, now it's all
Grand solar minimum.
Yeah, that too. I'm just saying, there's something seriously wrong. Something's going on.
10 years, 15 years, 5 years? That's 5 years or what?
No.
But they've been telling us it's going to be global warming.
It's going to be global freezing.
You said global.
Man.
Same thing happened in 1819 or something, and there was a year without a summer. And they had daytime comets. We had so far 4 or 6 this year already. Better look out. We may not have a summer like we usually do. It's awfully cold. It's usually warm here.
No, this is just the beginning. It should peak around. You know how the sun comes around, you can feel it warming up, right? But it's really like August that's really the hottest. I don't know about y'all, but here in Texas. So I'm thinking like this is the beginning of the grand solar minimum. Like this is just the first effects of it. It's really going to be like 2028 before it gets like really bad, I think.
Man, you guys had some bad news down there.
What, in Texas?
You moved away. You guys moved away from coal-powered, fired things and went to solar, and it devastated your whole area, right? Because you moved
it was pretty bad for a few days there.
Terrible.
But, yeah, we used to be completely independent until the leftists, started passing all these laws and stuff.
I can't believe that. That Texas
it hurts.
Power.
Agenda.
It hurts.
They have an agenda.
Imagine that. Imagine that Texas ran out of power.
It's disgusting. It's unbelievable.
But it's not because we don't have power. It's political.
They
Imagine
have an
that.
I know that. But they put that against the people, right? They put the people up against that. That's the problem.
Yeah, well, they have an agenda. Believe me, and it's not good for you or me.
It's not good. If that happens in Texas, the big oil country of everything I've known, the biggest
Montana has way more oil than Texas.
Well, I mean, but historically known, Texas is the oil patch of the country.
Yeah,
The renewable resources.
as of
And
recently,
energy.
though,
And that's a lesson. That's a lesson. If that ever happened in Canada, we'd all die. We'd all fucking die.
as of recently, Montana has massive amounts they just found. I mean,
Yeah.
way more than Texas.
Yeah, that's just right below us.
Yep.
Is it not?
Yep.
Yeah. Texas is a huge oil reserve. It's that, and that is our
Huge.
liberal government. That is our world government. Putting people's lives at risk.
No.
Next is going to be Winnipeg. Wait till they close Winnipeg off. They did their test there back in the 60s.
I live in Winnipeg.
and the 50s.
What?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, they did their test back in the 60s. They did their airplane aerosol test and all that. I was in Winnipeg for 20-some years.
Winnipeg.
Winnipeg, straight up for the peg. Yeah, yeah.
Whereabouts? North, south, east, west?
The old 204, man. Henderson Highway, east side, south side, Transcona. That's where I roll. That's where I come from. Yeah, man. That hard. Elmwood.
St. Vital over here.
North Cattell. Yeah. St. Vitel's good. Yeah.
Lots of weed
We'll
growing there.
represent.
City too, though, yeah.
We're on the 204. We're a small
204.
people holding this beef.
They grow a lot of weed up there, don't they?
Well, not enough. I'm gonna fucking blast one just for that. Yeah. I had to move one province over, brother, just so I could grow 4 plants.
Oh, yeah.
That province, man, those guys are so anal. You can't even grow 1 plant there.
Nope. Yeah, it's pretty
No.
horseshit.
Yeah, that Palliser government. I don't even know what that guy. I don't even know why. Our prime minister. I'm ashamed. Fucking who fucking brought a fucking drama teacher into fucking power? That guy. He's the most biggest loser on the fucking world scale. What a fucking clown. That's my opinion. You can
He's
record
worse
that,
than-
sis.
He's worse than Biden.
Oh, he's disgusting, dude. Disgusting.
I don't see how he could be worse than Biden.
I don't know. He brought weed into Canada. He legalized our weed. That's the only fucking thing that did. He did do that. I'll give him that. But fuck, dude, I had weed anyway.
Whose bidding is Biden doing anyway? He's not doing our bidding.
Is he not?
That's
Sorry,
for
brothers.
You know, it's kind of sad, but I think that the Mexican president is probably better than Trudeau and Biden put together.
Oh my goodness, that is. Yeah, he probably is, right? Well, that's our correlation. We don't even know our correlation. I see jobs leave Canada, man, to Mexico, and like I was working in this place, this roofing company, and they made this roofing product, and they're like, "Oh, we're trading these guys from Mexico." Oh, okay. You know how many jobs are there, man? Fuck, we're done.
Smoke another cigarette. That'll get better.
Sure, bro. The pause button. Hey, who's the flat earther from the Winnipeg?
I'm thinking. I was listening to the live stream. It was like I'm pretty sure I can come up with a better freaking cough from all stages. Right? I can have all kinds of different coughs and laughs and shit. I mean, is this what this is going? What's happening now? I can cough. I can cough pretty well.
What is it?
And to be honest, I mean, my coughs, when I wake up in the morning, I'm an older guy, and so I feel like shit sometimes, and I cough. But I can fake a fucking cough like a bad motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? All right, so who's got the best cough? Anyway, we don't necessarily want to do that, but I was just listening.
Hello? Good.
Oh, bad motherfucker. Like nobody's business. That's all I'm saying.
Why is the Earth flat?
Oh, why is the Earth flat?
Because it is.
All right. Well, you're gonna have to ask. You're gonna have to ask God that because he the Creator made the Earth flat.
Take this one. Come on, bro.
Go ahead, Hank.
Check.
Because it's measurably observed, practically used as flat. Right? Do you witness any curvature? Have you ever seen the Earth curve?
Yes.
Oh, you lying!
Where?
Lying some bitch.
What? Really?
God,
this guy.
Guys,
one at a time.
Let Hank do this, please. Don't. Hank asked to take this on board.
Right.
So go ahead, Hank. Yeah, Hank. Hank's got.
Yeah. So where did you see this curvature?
In a video game.
Okay, that's honest, right? Okay, I can appreciate that. Did you ever see like the pictures of Earth from space, and you thought that was
Yes.
like real too? Right. That's
You know
that's
how
not
big
real.
the Earth is?
Actually, how big is it?
I don't know, but it's really big, and you can't see it. You can only see it if you're in space.
So you're telling me no one on Earth has ever seen the curvature?
I haven't been to space, so no.
Right,
not
but
me.
what you just said, the only way you could see it is if you go to space. So what you're saying is the opposite of that sentence, the negative of that sentence is that no one's ever seen curvature here on Earth, right?
Yes, people have been to space.
Our point exactly. No one's
many
ever seen the
people.
curvature here
Many
on
people have
Earth.
been to space.
Right, but do you have the ability to verify what they tell you when they go there?
Yeah. Pictures.
Yeah? You can go there and take pictures? Like a space photographer?
You can go there and take pictures.
Okay, well, can we go like tonight? Like me and you, buddy?
No, I'm not an astronaut. Not yet.
Oh, so you got to be in the club, right?
Not yet. Yeah, right now you have to be.
Right, so they're in a club where they can verify that they're telling the truth, but nobody on Earth can verify it because nobody on Earth can see the curvature. That's called a religion, bro. You got high priests telling you that you live on a spherical ball, right?
If I was a billionaire, I could see it.
Okay, well,
You could pay
that's the
people to
thing.
go.
That's another
If you're a
belief.
billionaire,
How many beliefs do you have? This sounds like a faith-based
I
proof, man.
was having a lot of money, a billionaire.
This is like a faith-based proof. You believe the words of strangers, and that's your proof.
I was having a
Someone
lot of
told me-
money, a belief.
You're trying to dodge, dude, that you have a faith-based belief in something.
You're
In the
telling
words of
me
strangers.
being a billionaire is a
Literal
belief.
strangers. Literal strangers. I don't have to believe the flat earth. I experience it.
No, you're telling me that just because you're rich, that's a belief. You tell me rich people don't exist. It's a belief.
No. A billionaire, if a billionaire says he went to space, you can only believe that.
Only right because right now only rich people can go to space.
List all the billionaires that went to space.
Not yet.
None.
Now it's not yet. Now it's future proof.
Elon Musk is going to be the first billionaire to go to space.
You might be surprised.
Elon Musk could already be in space, according to you. Like he could have already went on his own rocket, right?
Well, you might be surprised to figure. Like Universal Pictures actually put out, like an airplane flying around a globe in 1927 before anyone went to space. I mean, where did they get this idea of the globe? They used to make CGI pictures back in 1927. So I mean,
they look at the.
Let me drop this on you. What if
like a globe?
What if 500 people said they saw Jesus walk on water and that they had pictures? Would you believe that?
If it's not edited.
How would you be able to tell if it's edited?
I don't know.
What's the scientific test for video and photographs? So we can actually get some objective empirical evidence that the imagery depicts reality.
I don't know.
What can we do to test it? What can we do to test it?
There's probably something
Probably.
You can test it. There is.
Let's put all our eggs in that basket. Let's put all our eggs in the probably basket.
What?
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 Something is absolutely true based upon probably. That probably they be able to test it. You don't actually know, but actually they can't. In reality, right? You actually can't test photographs and images to see if they depict reality other than looking at the image, going to the place where the image is said, the image of, and then testing what it shows, right? I take a picture of a house on a beach, right? Then I go to the beach and there's no house there, right? Then that image is bullshit, right? Right?
What? I wasn't listening. What?
If I take a picture, right? If I show you a picture of a house, a beach house, and then you go to that actual beach and then you go there and you see no house there, is that image bullshit?
Yeah.
Okay. So if they take a picture of a ball Earth and then you come down to Earth and you measure and there's no curvature that can be measured, is that picture bullshit?
How can you measure the Earth?
You can measure it because the Earth is said to be 72% water, right? And pictures of the Earth, supposedly from space, show curving water, right?
Yeah.
That's what they show, right? Curving water. The water is curving. So we can come here on Earth and go to an ocean or a lake and see if the water is curving.
Not if you're on land.
Measure it.
If you're like really high up.
No, measure it. I'm talking about measure it, like with a laser. Like you know how we measure things with lasers, like a laser transit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if we do that and then we measure no curvature, is the picture bullshit?
I guess.
Yeah. And that's what's been done. The pictures are bullshit. The laser transit measurements of 25 miles have been done. The globe model predicts there's 440 feet of drop. So, like, put it this way. I have a laser. I put it on the side of a lake. I go 25 miles away to the other side of the lake. That laser should be 440 feet in the air. Well, guess what? The laser's not 440 feet in the air. It's 4 feet in the air. The same height as the laser on the other side of the lake. Same height as the source, the beam.
Kilometers?
I don't know. I'm not a scientist.
25 miles, 41 kilometers.
I'm not a scientist.
You don't have to be a scientist. Measuring doesn't involve a scientist. Carpenters measure things.
You can't.
Carpenters measure things, right? They're not scientists.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it doesn't take a scientist to measure the dimensions of something.
Why does it
only
matter?
Takes a tape measure.
Flat?
Oh, here we go. I'm going to jump off the edge. Why does it matter? I don't know. Ask them why it matters. Why do they have to put a globe on television every 60 seconds?
Then why does it matter that you have to prove?
You ask them why it matters to them. Listen, ask them why it matters to them. Why is there a globe on TV every 30 seconds? Why every time you turn on the news you see a globe? Every time. Who is fucking interrupting me? Hollywood, cut it out.
I just asked the same question so we could get an answer.
I really hear you, by the way. I don't know if I just got you turned down. No, I got you turned all the way up.
I turned myself down so people.
Oh, well, sorry. I could barely hear you. I just thought it was like someone like doing shit in the background or something, like playing with their wife. Or anyway, where was I? The point is, the images aren't testable. Then no claim about them is science. It's pseudoscience, right? Science involves the testing of claims through the scientific method or measurement or observation or something, right? You claim something, go on the real world to see if the claim is accurate. They claim something. They claim there's a ball of Earth, that they go up in space and take a picture of curving water, and then we come on Earth and then there is no curving water. Then that claim is absolute bullshit. Doesn't matter how many people say it. Doesn't matter if there's 50 million people that all agree. You can't undo something, right? Like, listen, you measure a table, right? You take a tape measure, and okay, you got a table, and you're like, okay, this is 48 by 36. Like my tape measure. It doesn't matter if there's 1,000 people that disagree with that measurement, right? The only thing that's going to prove that measurement wrong is for them to come with their own tape measure or your tape measure and show that that measurement's wrong. No amount of pictures or anything is going to change that.
In the future, they're going to have people, SpaceX is going to have
that's
people
a belief, right?
that go up. That, like,
and in the
send
future,
people
we'll have
up.
time travel, and guys will be girls, and we'll have
do you
diamonds for
realize-
teeth, and like.
SpaceX has been a company for 20 years, right? They're funded by a billionaire, a private company. 30 years
So people
before
think that
that,
there's going to be a rapture in the future
but
too, and that they're all going to
realize
heaven.
like 30 years before that, they
send you a
claimed
picture.
that people were on the moon, and SpaceX barely has sent anyone into low Earth orbit. 50 years since the moon missions, and they have.
You know, there was people.
They don't have
There
to
was people
reinvent
that
the
heard
wheel.
Mars
They just have
attack on the radio. Excuse me, brother. There was people that heard the Martians attacked on the radio, and they believed it because they heard it on the radio. You know that, right?
Who was the guy that was talking before?
Jimbo Sims, you just sent me that retarded
Oh,
picture.
yeah. Okay, that was you. Yeah, I sent
Oh,
you
why
that
did you
picture.
send me that?
What about it?
Why did you send me an orthographic view of how the sun looks? We don't see in orthographic views.
I don't know. I just saw the picture and I wanted to send it to you.
You
you
sent
think
me a
about it?
meme. There's nothing to think about because it doesn't represent what we actually see. It has nothing to do with anything.
What do you say?
I have an idea. Show me a 2-scale image of the sun and how it looks from Australia from an orthographic view. Show me that.
I don't know how to get
In
that.
your model, in the heliocentric model, show me that.
Don't make a model. What do you mean?
Oh, you can't actually show me that, right? But you're gonna show me some meme and say, "Look, you guys can't represent your Earth with the sun in a diagram. Neither can you." Because you would need a screen that is 40,000 pixels across, and the sun would be one freaking pixel. Yeah, dude, you can't even represent your model either, right? So
I'm not a
stop it.
scientist.
Nobody can do it because they say everything is so far apart, you can't even get it in your field of view.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I believe it because I have a concept in my mind. So, I'm going to prove the second coming of Jesus because it's going to happen in the future. And you'll see someday, yes, it'll happen. This is the argument you're making with people going to space at sometime in the future. You're just saying, just believe it. Wait, you're my future proof.
What happens if everybody believes that it's flat Earth? What happens then? If
Listen, everybody experiences a flat Earth. Nobody has to. People believe
I'm saying,
the
what
contrary of
happens
their
if
own
everybody
experience.
says it's real? What happens if everybody?
It is real.
I'm saying what happens. I'm saying what happens that
Nothing.
everybody says it's real. Then
People stop walking around in delusion. What? People go, oh, I can trust my own eyes and I can walk around and I can believe what I see instead of somebody telling me that outside of my perception, I really live on a ball that's bigger than I can see. That's the difference. You just live in like reality instead of living in a fantasy concept.
Because we don't have to pay for NASA.
Yeah, you can trash NASA.
That's a lot of money.
Maybe we could spend some of that money on like our roads or educational system.
Some of the homeless people or drug addicts or something like that.
In that picture, that's how the sun is, but it's opposite of Australia.
Listen, that's not how the sun is, okay? Because you don't see the sun like that. Okay, that's not even close. Okay? So if I took that orthographic view, this outside of the Earth astral projection, like you fantasize that you can actually do, and I put that in like what you would see in what would be called a projective or perspective representation, it wouldn't look like that. It wouldn't look anything like that. That wouldn't even be the scale because if you measure the height of the sun, it's 3,000 miles. And what's that sun? How high would that sun be? 200 miles up? Give me a break, dude. That is what is called a straw man argument. Okay? First of all, it's not even doesn't even represent what would even happen. Just garbage. I don't know where you got that meme from. Maybe Twitter or Facebook or something.
We know the sun goes in a circle in the sky.
Okay, so this circle.
It goes in a circle.
Takes an arc.
What?
An arc. The sun takes an arc. It rises and takes an arc, and then it sets. Show me video of the sun going in a circle.
Find it. I don't know if anybody's taking a video of the sun going in the circle.
Of course not, because it doesn't go in a circle, and mainstream science doesn't claim it goes in a circle. It takes an arc, right? It rises at some degree and then sets at some other degree, and it takes an arc in the sky. Goes up, reaches a peak elevation, and then comes back down. Like an arc, like a parabolic arc.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah, you're just throwing shit against. It still doesn't get you across the plane of the fact that there's no measurable curvature and no concept of the sky can do anything about that.
I don't know.
Okay, I have a table. We're going to do this again. It's 48 by 36. I measured it with a tape measure. The fucking lights are doing some funny ass shit over it. Does somehow that magically change the table into not 36 by 48? Because the lights are doing some stupid thing?
I don't know.
You do know. You do know it's ridiculous. You're not going to change the physical shape of an object because the lights do something and you don't understand how the lights work.
Okay.
See, this is the conflation of the heliocentric model with flat Earth. See, the heliocentric model deals in concepts about phenomenon and their interpretation of them versus the flat Earth when we deal with what is physically here and that we can actually measure.
Yeah, I feel like I'm tired of doing this.
Yeah, I know. It sucks to get. It sucks when your gotcha fails.
Yeah, I know.
Don't feel so butthurt, man. Stick around, hang out for a little bit, get you some gamer juice or whatever you drink, and why don't you hang in there for the long run, man?
I'm a gamer.
Get some popcorn too.
Yeah.
My gamer juice is water.
Yeah,
Get some snacks, popcorn.
Yeah,
okay, well just hang in there. Don't give up so easy, right?
I'm fat.
I got 1969 tickets to go to the moon that they sold me.
Literally hang, but
who's
just
taking
chill,
me there?
Relax.
Waiting for my tickets to be cashed. Oh, you know they sold tickets to go to the moon in 1969, right? Commercial tickets, right, for regular people, and you could buy them.
Did I go?
What do you think?
I don't know. Around 1969.
You think it still has to happen in the future? In 1969, there's people arguing that you'll see in the future that someone will go, and then in the 70s they said the same thing, and in the 80s they said the same thing, and in the 90s they said the same thing, in 2000s, and now it's 2020, right? And they're saying the same thing. Sometime in the future there'll be civilians in space.
Well, now we have SpaceX.
Oh, that's just some magic. Yeah, that's right. There'll be civilians in space because now we have better propaganda. I mean,
SpaceX isn't the government.
Yes, they are the government. So listen, Elon Musk testified before Congress and said they have 400 government employees working for them. So did Elon Musk, when he swore under oath that he would testify truthfully to Congress, did he commit perjury when he said that?
SpaceX is a private company.
Did you hear what I said? He testified before Congress that he had 400 government employees working for SpaceX.
Yeah, they work with NASA.
They work for SpaceX. They are government employees.
Of course, they would work with NASA.
You don't think the government controls what SpaceX does and that SpaceX can just do what they want?
No, because NASA owns them.
You just said that they're not the government, they're a private company. You just contradicted yourself.
Wait, shut up. Well, SpaceX, what did you say? Just went. What's up?
You can't go to space. You can't even go to space without the government's approval.
Yeah, that's why SpaceX
can't go to space without violating the second law of thermodynamics. Well, that's the real problem.
You can't even walk down the mask.
Can't even walk down the street without a mask.
Oh, you're fucking okay. You're an anti-masker.
anti-masker. I'm not anything.
No.
I don't know what they're called. Do you hate masks?
There's no scientific evidence masks prevent the spread of disease, and in fact, the scientific evidence is against it.
Wow.
Go on the American Journal of Medicine, right? You know, the AMA, American Medical Association, the Journal of the American Medical Association, and look up masks on their website, and right on their website, it'll say, masks do not prevent disease. There's no evidence that masks prevent disease. So,
isn't COVID
it's the American Medical Association saying it, not me. I don't like, I just go by what they say. And if you actually read what they say, right, the medical industry, the virologists and those people, and not the news, which are reporters and people that are retarded, right, people that got C's and shit and drank their way through college. If you read that, what the actual scientists print, they don't say masks work.
Why do you say what
only
they
reporters say masks work?
What NASA
because
says.
You can't differ. What? Pardon me.
Why don't you say what? Why do you listen to them but not NASA?
What are you talking about?
Are you listening?
You're going by what they
First
say.
of all, that's an all or nothing fallacy. First of all, that's an all or nothing logical fallacy.
You're going by what they say, but you're not.
What
going
does
by
NASA have to do with anything?
I'm saying NASA says the Earth is round, but you don't believe
NASA
them.
makes fantastic claims. That's the difference. Whether a mask works or not is not a fantastic claim, right? Saying you go to a place, right, where you drop shit and it does not fall, right? And that one side of your container that you're in, inside a near infinite vacuum, one side of it's 350 degrees and the other side's negative 350 degrees, and you're going 17,000 miles per hour. Yeah, that's a fantastic claim. That isn't just saying. Who is talking?
I don't know.
The next time whoever does that is getting banned.
Are you admin?
Are you the owner?
Yeah, I'm admin.
Can you promote me? Give me some tags.
No, I can promote you to Cogdis. Anyway,
I kind of like to be on the fence then.
So, Jimbo, have you looked at any curvature measurements?
No, I haven't really looked at it.
I think that's where you start, man. That's the first place to start.
Yeah, I started there with him. He just like ostrich on that one. He just stuck his hand way deep in the sand. He's a faith-based. He has a faith-based worldview. That his worldview is based upon faith and strangers. That they're looking out for him and they'll tell him the truth. Somehow he thinks claiming you're in a tin can going 17,000 miles is the same as saying masks don't work. Right, one is verifiable and the other one isn't.
Same with me, man. Like we all started there, you know. We had faith in the scientist or whatever, and all that. Never really looked into anything, and then. But yeah, that's all I can say, Jimbo. Is it just start with curvature measurements. You know, how much curvature drop should there be at 10 miles, 20 miles, 50 miles, and go that way.
I don't know how many people in here like actually do the measurement check, like checking the distance, how far they can see. Like
I've done it.
You've done it. Okay, so
I don't.
In Boston Harbor.
Okay,
30 miles. Saw a boat 30 miles away from 15 feet above sea level. Old model predicts the boat is 420 feet under the horizon, but it wasn't. I actually watched it. I didn't just watch it at 30 miles away. I watched it go from 6 miles to 30 miles away. I watched it sail off. It was tracked by out of Marblehead. They have a radar station. You can go on marinetraffic.com and figure out where the boat is and measure the distance.
I've been on marinetraffic.com, but if you want the satellite feed, you gotta pay.
Yeah, I don't need a satellite feed. I got radar. Why do I need a satellite feed?
Yeah, but you don't got that on the website.
What are you talking about? That's how it was tracked. Marblehead, tracked out of Marblehead radar station.
So did you try to track the distances and stuff online, or did you do it in real life?
Go to marinetraffic.com. It'll give you its latitude and longitude. It tells you the tracking station. Tells you the boat, the name of the boat. Right. And you can measure in like Google Maps or something like that and get the distance.
Yeah, but I mean, if you go to marinetracking.com, I believe you can see.
It said marinetraffic.com.
Yeah.
Marinetraffic.com.
I think we're talking about the same website, but I think you can see some boats just going from South America to South of Africa.
You can see boats 600 miles inland in Antarctica. I mean, that's neither here nor there. Those are the so-called GPS track boats, but they have boats which are tracked from radar stations which are on the coast.
I know
not
what you
tracked
mean.
by
I've seen
GPS.
that as well. Like those boats are going into Antarctica, like literally going into the fucking ground.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think the furthest one I've seen was 600 miles into Antarctica.
I was looking yesterday and I saw one going like all the way into the north.
Sailed through Antarctica, through the ice. You know, it's obviously a submarine or something going under the ice. Going under Lake Vostok. Anyway, the point is that, you know, many people in this Discord have done measurements and tests. I mean, it's actually not that hard to do. The globe is so far off, like anybody can do this. Like I did this with an iPhone in my naked eye. Like I could see this boat 30 miles away with my naked eye. I didn't need a device.
I don't know. I'd still like to find a rangefinder and try it out myself. Like I understand some people did it here.
But never, you couldn't. When you do a range, no rangefinder works for 30 miles. Maybe with a radar, a pencil radar beam, like a military grade radar system. That's about it. Like the Sea Sparrow missile.
I don't know. There should be some binoculars that can give you a range, right?
The way the rangefinders works is it shoots out infrared beam and then it measures the reflection, intensity of the reflection, speckle pattern. It uses uses something called dispersion and measures the distance, but that won't work at that distance. There's no no infrared rangefinder that works at 30 miles, not that I know of. And if it does, it would be military grade.
Okay, that's interesting. Then I won't use a red or infrared binocular to measure distance. But what would you suggest then to use as a measurement instrument?
Well, use infrared because it's transparent to water vapor, so you don't have it absorb the light.
Right.
Have you ever seen range finding binoculars for like hunting or sniping or anything like that?
No, I'm not even
so yeah, so they make them. They're like a few $1,000s. You just, you look at a deer, you push the button, and it shoots it basically illuminates the deer. It's an infrared illuminator based upon the speckle pattern. It'll tell you how far away it is. Speckle pattern being when the beam comes back, it's not coherent. There's a speckle pattern. You can tell, there's an algorithm that can tell from the size of the speckles.
So you're saying if you were standing on the beach or something and you would try to measure like a oil rig the distance with infrared ranger, it won't work.
Not invisible. I mean, you would need like serious hardware, nothing you can buy off the shelf. Yeah, you could make a device that could do it, but you're talking, $50,000 or $100,000. Look up infrared equipment, right? It's totally restricted, completely and totally restricted. You can get low power infrared equipment, but as soon as you start getting into the 5 watts or anything like that, forget it. It's all military controlled. You need government credentials in order to even order it.
That's interesting. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, go look it up because I was actually going to if we can do a test, right? We can take an infrared beacon, we'll stick it on top of something, right? We'll go 50 miles away and we'll try to capture it with infrared, infrared modified P900 or P1000. You can't even get the illuminator because you need government credentials. I think the 5 watts was the brightest one I could get. That's nowhere near enough.
Yeah, 5 watts chump change.
What do you think the military uses them for? Because when they do special ops, right, and they want to be picked up, they throw their infrared beacon down, and the enemy can't see the infrared beacon because it's infrared, but the helicopter coming to pick them up can. They basically have instead of using a flare like they used in the old days, they have a bright light source that the helicopter can see, so the helicopter can pick them up and fly them away. And they're not just giving these away to people, because that would be probably bad, because you could throw a beacon somewhere else and then the helicopter was land and then you smoke them.
I really want to get my hands on this equipment.
Yeah, I mean, just look it up. Just look for infrared beacons, infrared light sources, infrared high intensity lasers. You know, the lasers will say it's for like, because they can actually burn stuff, because infrared is actually heat. They'll say that it's like it's not safe or whatever. You need special permits or whatever. They always have excuses.
But do you know if you can get those equipment with like a gun?
Well, I'm just talking about in America. I don't know about your country. Like,
yeah, I'm also not from America. I was just going for America.
We have the International Trafficking in Arms Act. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that we can't, regular people can't have.
True, and it also depends on what country you're from, because it really gets some restrictions, especially when you go to Europe. There's a lot of restriction coming to guns and their attachments and hardware, such you're speaking of, like range finding.
I remember, I'm old enough to remember when cryptography was illegal. Bitcoin would be illegal back in the 80s. Like, completely illegal. Anything cryptographic was completely illegal back in the 80s.
Wait, can you define that? Like, I'm not really sure.
I mean, define that. Any cryptographic technology techniques were completely illegal for civilians to have. I'll give you an example. PGP, have you ever heard of that?
No.
PGP is a metric public-private key that was invented back in, I think, maybe the mid-90s. Oh, pretty good privacy. The guy came up with it. Secret Service swooped in and took all his stuff. Swooped in. Whoosh. Violation of the International Trafficking Arms Act. And then they had, one of the restrictions was you couldn't have one higher than, I think the restriction was 128-bit encryption. That was a restriction. You couldn't have any software or hardware that had higher than 128-bit encryption. And they eventually repealed that because in France and other countries, there was no laws. So basically, they were making American products non-competitive. You know, because it's always about money, right? So if you can go to France and buy 256-bit encryption on some device, and then the American version is only 128-bit encryption, then you're going to buy the 256-bit encryption. Cryptography is a military thing, dude. Like, it started in the military. Well, it didn't start in the military.
You know Tornet, right?
Yeah, Tor, yeah.
That's also set up by the CIA, right?
Yeah, DARPA. DARPA funded. Not CIA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects, something. The entire internet was set up. ARPANET, dude. DARPA? ARPANET. DARPA? ARPANET.
But like you're talking about DARPA.
The internet was originally called ARPANET.
Yeah,
the original internet was called ARPANET.
Isn't
it was
DARPA
set up for
also
DARPA,
about
the Defense Advanced Research Project. DARPA does everything. DARPA's got their little mitts and everything.
Yeah, I know they do everything.
Including
they're also manipulating the weather, right?
Including Discord. Hi, guys. Let's flat smack the DARPA guys because they're listening.
Yeah, if they were only listening to us right now, they would be laughing their asses off.
Yeah, they would be, because the first guy that came in here just a few minutes ago said the only way you can see the curvature is if you're in space. So I said everybody that's here on Earth can't see it. That's my point exactly. I'm pretty sure they left.
Yeah, I heard that when I first came in. Like, guy. What was his name? Jimbo Sims.
You know, I was like, man, that was too easy. He just lobbed that to me, and I just knocked it out of the park.
I just remember when the New World Order is gonna kick in, they're gonna come for all of us. They know our location.
Let them come.
I don't know about any New Order.
I'm kind of joking, but also I'm not.
The New World Order already happened. You're late to that party.
I don't know. I think they're trying to push it with COVID, but it's not
already
really working
happened.
out.
You listen. It's already happened. You're already like in it.
I don't know. Until they're gonna pass through this corona, what is it, passport to travel somewhere. Until they pass that through.
Texas governor already said no. We're not doing no stinking passport.
Well, if Texas ain't doing it, we're in the clear now. Fuck yeah, Texas. Hell yeah. But if it's gonna be like a federal act, then you're pretty much in the shit, right? Because then it outlaws.
No, because we're a republic.
Yeah, the federal government is not like can't just do whatever the hell they want. The federal government is created for specific purposes. Regulation of interstate commerce. If it isn't related to that, they're not supposed to do that.
You're not even American, right?
Nope, I'm a Texan.
Yeah.
Thought you knew that already.
I don't know what I am. I live in the place, the landmass known as America. How about that?
Yeah, I was mainly talking to Indio. Or what are you?
I live in America. I'm not Spanish, no.
Oh, so you are American.
I'm something. I try not to classify myself. You can call me American because I live in America. I'm certainly not a United States citizen, and I'm certainly not a Massachusetts citizen.
Have you guys ever heard about this guy called Jordan Maxwell?
Yes.
Of course. That's like standard literature for conspiracy theorist 101. Right?
Yeah, Jordan Maxwell. I'm not too big on him. He's been wrong too many times. Stuff he says is interesting, but it's a little more than that.
Exactly, he has some interesting points, but some of them just go to a mainstream. Like, I don't know how to explain, but he's just
wrong about a lot of stuff. He's just completely wrong. Like the things like the definition of birth and all that shit and registration. He's just wrong. Like what he's saying is wrong. If you look in a legal dictionary, like what he's saying is just completely incorrect. It's wrong. I mean, there's nothing else to say. He's just, yes, you could find that definition in probably some 1854 dictionary on nothing, right? It's like, the Schofield dictionary or something. I don't know, making something up, but it's, you look in any legal encyclopedia or case law or anything like that, all those definitions are wrong. They're just not correct. Saying a birth certificate means someone's at sea and they're being birthed and registration and all that stuff. It's almost right, but it's wrong.
Yeah, but
and the shit he says will lead people down the wrong way.
But did you hear what he said about birth certificates and it going back to like the global stock or something, like the global trading market?
Oh, incorrect. See, that's what I'm talking about. It's right and wrong. Like he's wrong, but part of it's right. So birth certificates originated with the East India Trading Company. East India Trading Company. So like they're people that they got from India. So they would kidnap people from India and all over these, these third world countries, and they would drag them to their sugar plantations and stuff. And then their children, they would register the births of their children, and this is how birth certificates kind of came about. Births and deaths were not recorded in the government; they were recorded in family Bibles. Right? The government didn't have vital records. This was created, like I said, with the East India Trading Company. Now, some people say I've heard rumors that like birth certificates actually originated with the Babylonians, but that's actually, I've found no actual evidence of that, no citations of that. It's just a claim that I've been unable to verify. The earliest verification I found of a birth certificate is East India Trading Company in Jamaica.
You know, it's funny because I'm from the Netherlands, and you know who used to own like the Indonesia company?
Yeah, the Netherlands.
The Netherlands, indeed. We used to own that shit, and that's also funny because like there's a lot of Freemasonry going on in the Netherlands, you know, like must have been part of that. At least in some way.
Everywhere.
Yeah, that's also a thing. Like, there's a lot of people that talk about Freemasonry. It's good, but I think it gets abused at a higher level.
I think it's like Hogwarts, right? There's good wizards and bad wizards, right? But they all work together, and they're serving something that isn't for the good of humanity. Good deeds and bad deeds. But overall, it's a negative.
That's true, but I think most of the good people get sucked up into the bad.
But all that being said, I'm only going to say this because I'll end up in the freaking legal rabbit hole, and I don't want to go down that shit for the 100th time on this server. I'll say this: birth certificates do have a legal significance, and they are a legal impediment to people that use them. Put it that way, and people that petition the government to register the birth of their child. These are legal impediments. These aren't just like little records that mean nothing. There's rights and duties that go along with them. You give up some rights and you take on some duties in exchange for protection of the state.
I've heard it said benefits and privileges.
Yes, exactly. Benefits and privileges. Exactly. It is actually benefits and privileges is more. Rights and duties would be a contract. Benefits and privileges would be more like the birth certificate, which is more like a trust document. It creates a trust relationship between, it makes the state the guardian, right? The state becomes the guardian of the child. It's like you're putting them in the care and protection of the state, right? Inadvertently, you don't really know you're doing this. Like, ignorance of the law is no defense. You're doing something and you can't really claim at a later date that I was ignorant of the legal ramifications of my actions. Oh, shit. Unless you were duped into it or pressured, like then you might have some argument. And all this is borne out because you only have to look at what they say when they take someone's kids. That's all you have to do. What is their moral right, their legal authority to take someone's children? The state claims to own the children. And how would the state come to own a child? There must be some act by the parent.
Contract.
Right? Because it isn't a natural right. It isn't a natural right for the state to own the child, so it must be some act. And what act could the parents possibly be doing? The only connection is the stupid birth certificate, so it has to be that. I mean, what else could it possibly be?
Well, there is the marriage certificate, right? Because Congress has the right to regulate commerce. And when you enter into contract with the state, right, and anything you produce, right, the labor of your loins, right, could be viewed as ownership because anything Congress creates, they have the right to regulate. Well, they created the marriage certificate, so it could be that too.
Yeah, it could be the marriage certificate, and how they get around the marriage certificate part is because there was a statute passed in England about bastards. This is where this doctrine is called the doctrine of parens portrayed, like the father of the country, so that the king is responsible for, infirm, the bastards, the lunatics, people like that, right? That when they're born, they're the king's kind of like they're under the king's care and protection automatically because he said so, because he wrote it down. So when we almost every state has adopted the common law. I mean, if you look in like the beginning of any of the statute laws, the first thing it says is these are supposed to be interpreted in light of the common law, right? So common law is the foundation, and that just gets absorbed like right into everything. So when you if you're not married, then the kid's a bastard, right? And the kid's a bastard, then they say, well, we have the parens patriae doctrine. And in the marriage certificate, you're going along with the parens patriae doctrine. So, I mean, this is, if anyone wants to look this up, it's PRENS PATRAIE, called the Doctrine of Parens Patriae. The literal translation is Father of the Country. Yeah, this is a crazy rabbit hole, a slavery rabbit hole, really.
Like
how you're enslaved without you even knowing it. Yeah, I mean, but if you lose your rights, like if you're so dumb that you give the rights away to your own child, something that's like literally a part of your body, like what do you got? You got nothing. You can't even protect your kin, dude. What are you? Just a slave.
I didn't know any better. I was 19, but now my kid is about to turn 18. So does that go away?
Yeah.
Just to vaccinate them.
The only way out really is to stop using it. That's really the only way. The only way to get out of their little system is not to participate in it. They don't let you out. Like, basically, you can't enjoy the system and enjoy the benefits, right, without bearing the burdens. So if you don't want to enjoy bear the burdens, then you can't enjoy the benefits. That would be unjust enrichment, right? So you can't do that.
So how do you get out without owning the land? I'm sorry, bro.
That's a good question. That's a good question, man. That's a question I ask myself all the time. How do you get out without actually owning your lands? Like, what do they call it? There's a name for it when you own the land outright and you don't you have free dominion of the land. Yeah, there's a allodial title, but that's actually a given thing too. You want it higher than that. There's a title higher than that when you. I can't remember the name of it. It's like some common law name where you own the land, like
Duke.
Something like it's something like free dominion. Free dominion of the land of a piece of land means you can dispose of it as you want. Nobody can tell you what to do with it. But nobody can technically own the land. You can only control it. And when it comes to real estate, things get complicated because, there's they made a lot of laws and there's a lot of fraud there. So, when there's fraud, there's got to be lots of laws.
Hey, Indio, I was wondering if you thought Waco, Texas was a group of people trying to break away or something.
You mean the Branch Davidians?
Yeah.
Waco
that was just I don't know what they were trying to do, but they were that. What happened to them was completely illegal. I can tell you that right now.
That was that cult where they assaulted them with guns and rifles and cast them out, kind of put on fire.
The warrant they used. Yeah, let me say this, and this isn't just my opinion. The warrant they used, they didn't do anything illegal in the activities that. Apparently, the judge was retarded. The judge just basically rubber stamped the warrant without reading it, because the FBI, the ATF agents wrote they did this, they did that, and they did these other things. The things that they wrote down weren't actually illegal. That's the funny part. But they convinced the judge. The judge apparently didn't do their homework, or the magistrate, and they convinced the judge that they did these things and these are illegal things. Because the judge relied on the ATF agents to tell him the truth that these are illegal things, instead of actually looking at the statute and seeing if they were illegal. The judge basically signed. Let's think about it like this. Think about the cop goes to the judge. Yes, we have a report of so and so crossing the street,
filming in public.
Yeah, filming in public or something. Then the judge signs a warrant. Yes, arrest them for trespassing, a crime that has nothing to do with the actual act. That's what they did. He crimes that weren't actually they were crimes, but that wasn't the actual act complained of in the complaint, right? Because you got to have a complaint, what the people did, and then the statutes that were violated, on the other side, and those actions have to match what the statutes say. So imagine I tied my shoes and it said, that's tying your shoes is a violation of the machine gun, not having possession of a machine gun. That's pretty much what they did. They did something like that.
Okay.
They said that they have lower receivers, right? But they were semi-automatic lower receivers, which aren't illegal, right? But they told the judge that they were illegal because they can automatically fire, which was actually false. They just lied to the judge.
They were trying to be their own system.
I'll actually give you a write-up on it. I'll give you a write-up on it, dude. It's not just like my opinion. Some law professors actually wrote a thing on it. It's not just me, man. I don't come up with all my ideas.
I mean, it just seems like they were trying to be their own system. They were trying to like break away society or something. I think that's why.
Yeah, there's a lot of little compounds like that. There's a lot of little things like that.
I want to point out that I was a kid when this happened, right? And that was the year that Cartoon Network came on. And when it first came on, it seemed like it was like really thrown together, like really fast. Like they didn't have any like original content, I think. They just played like a bunch of old reruns and stuff. So I kind of wonder if, that was like a distraction for the youngsters.
And good job on the server, Indio. It's awesome.
Oh,
thanks. The what? Server Indio.
Well, the unwarranted warrant, Waco search warrant, and the decline of the Fourth Amendment. The warrant was so bad. It's just, I don't know if I can find the whole thing.
So what, did something happen to the judge? Like, did he get disbarred or?
Of course not. Of course, you know how that goes. Even though, because listen, the only way that anything could have happened to him, right, is that the people that were injured by the execution of the warrant would have had to sue him, and they're all dead. Right? They're all dead. The other ones ended up in jail for other stuff, right? Resisting arrest, right? Like, people don't know you can resist an unlawful arrest. So the warrant is unlawful, and the law is that you can resist an unlawful arrest even to the point of using deadly force. And that case is called John Black Elk versus the United States, where he killed a U.S. Marshal for trying to arrest him unlawfully. The U.S. Marshal was just like flexing. Like, I'm a U.S. Marshal. I can just arrest you because I feel like it. Dude, John Black Elk killed him. So, so you can resist an unlawful arrest to the point of using deadly force if that's what it takes. You can only use as much force as necessary to resist them.
I don't know, deadly force.
We don't recommend that. We don't recommend.
I don't recommend it because you're not going to win the street.
You're not going to want to do that ever. I think the best chance you got is to fight it in court. That's just my opinion. That's not advice.
Listen, I agree 100%. Unless your life isn't like you're going to die, right? If it's just one cop, you alone in the woods, and you're going to die, kill him. But if it's like, cannot run the radio, and they're going to kill you just to teach everybody else a lesson. Don't kill one of our blue gang, right? We don't care what he did was unlawful or not. They did this to Jerry Kane. Like, they totally, cop tried to unlawfully arrest him. They ended up killing the cop. It didn't matter him being unlawfully arrested because when the cops found him, they executed him. So,
it's pretty good that cops usually have body cams these days.
You're welcome. Yeah, there's a lot of citizens back in the day pushing for body cams for the police because if they have nothing to hide, what do they need it? And then not that long ago, not even a month ago, some lady came in here and told me that I didn't have the right to the freedom of press, right? And then she quickly backpedaled. But when I said the cops have body cams, she kind of insinuated that that was a bad thing. Like, why would that be a bad thing for cops to have body cams?
Well,
only if you're like for corrupt policing, right?
If you're asking about the bad thing about it is, like, there's a lot of people that go up to cops these days and just try to make the cops make mistakes, and they just go next to
nobody can make you make a mistake. Nobody can make you make a mistake, man. Like, people can't make you ruin them, right? If they hit the brakes, right, and you were in them, who was in control of the car?
True.
Now, it's one thing if it's like someone set up like an ice patch or like an oil slick, and I guess it's not always that black and white. Is what I'm trying to say. There's nuance.
The good ones are always the ones that are on your side, right?
Okay, I got a version that ain't paywalled here. I knew it was around. This is a version. Hamline Journal of Public Law and Policy, Volume 18, Number 1, Fall 1996. These are both law professors. It goes into like what was wrong with it. They accused them of violating the National Firearms Act, but what they did was actually not a violation of the National Firearms Act, and that the warrant should have never been getting because what they did wasn't in violation of that.
Wasn't there a dead cop, and then they said after the cop died that they set their own building on fire, and that what the official narrative from the media was?
Oh, they did a lot of weird stuff. They tried to say that the people were being molested and the children inside were being molested, and that turned out to be a big story, right? The whole thing turned out to be a story, a complete fabrication. They wanted to go, for whatever reason, the public officials got hair across their ass about them people, and they were going in there, and they were going to concoct whatever reason they could to go in there.
That's crazy.
They were creating their own system.
Isn't arms trade?
Listen, but there's a lot of these little communities aren't new. Why pick on this one? There's a bunch of these little compound communities all over America. Why pick on them?
Good point. Yeah, I don't know that one. When they towards the end started saying he's abusing he's doing things to children, that kind of told me that it was bogus.
There's something with that. I did have a source for that proved all of that stuff was just a complete fabrication. Is that the ATF tried to play the Department of Social Services of Texas, and they didn't have a reason to go in there. So they kept kind of concoct these reasons, right? So one reason would be, we're allowed to go in there to check on the child's welfare because the state owns those children. So we're right back. We just went full circle right back to the beginning, right? But we can go in there and check on the welfare of those children without a warrant because they're our children. This is what the state claims. If there's children in your house or alleged to be children in your house, they have a right to go in there and check on the welfare of their children, on those children, without a warrant, without anything.
The feds can do whatever they want, No
the feds were trying to use the state, and they were both trying to circumvent a normal process, but they were trying to loophole, right? We're gonna try and get in there without a warrant by using some legal mechanism that you don't need a warrant for. They could have done others. Cops do this all the time.
We're still talking about Waco, right?
I'll tell you let me tell you a personal story. I was in court one time, right? And the cops had a complaint of something, and they were walking through the alley between two houses, right? And this is what the cops said to the judge. Now, a reason to go into somebody's house is what's called exigent circumstances. So somebody in a medical condition is an exigent circumstances. So what the cops told the judge on why they smashed this dude's window and dragged him out of the house was they thought that he was having a medical problem because he was lying in bed and not moving. It was 3:30 in the morning. What do people usually do in bed at 3:30 in the morning? Sleeping, right?
And
because in the process of them doing this, right, they found marijuana. Whatever reason possessed them to do this, they came up with this concocted reason that they can go in because they didn't have any legal justification. So they created created a legal justification. This judge shot that shit down so fast it wasn't even funny. Case got dismissed, whatever. This ticker judgment, he was not happy. But you know what happened to the cops? Absolutely nothing, right? And nothing happened. And they got I think they got 2 of the people to like actually pay a fine or something. And they were like they weren't like, they found marijuana, but they were like growing marijuana plants, like little sticks, like buds. They weren't even like a full marijuana plant that had budded. Like, this is just garbage that happens. This happened like 25 years ago, by the way. So, I mean, longer. This is just stuff they do, man.
So bad. Like, the legal shit that they do, like, okay, I understand that they're allowed to fish and they're allowed to, you know, ask you questions. And if you're stupid enough to, like, talk to a cop, right, and you can willfully give over your rights, but it's the fact that, you know, we're forced into, like, these slave camps, schools, these indoctrination centers, right, and we're not taught, you know, these things, like, don't ever talk to a cop, always plead the 6th, and I didn't say the 5th, I said the 6th, which means I want to talk to a lawyer.
Yo, I like how you like said the name like 3 different times.
There's more euphemisms for schools than that.
What are they called? Meat grinders?
You're lucky for me here, like in the state of California, it's actually legal to grow marijuana.
I mean, it's legal to grow it here. I'm talking years ago, though, before it was legal anywhere.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, it's illegal to grow it in Texas.
You know, it's kind of weird because if you pick a red state, you get to have all your guns, and if you pick a blue state, you get to have all your pot. I'm libertarian. I think you should be free enough to smoke pot out of a shotgun as long as you don't hurt anybody.
Look, if you're smoking pot and you have a shotgun, that's almost guaranteed you're not going to hurt anybody. You're not going to even be able to remember where you put your shells. Like, where are my shells, man? I'm too stoned. I lost my shotgun. I mean, I think you'd want stoned people to be in possession of firearms more than, you know, drunk people.
Oh, yeah. It's illegal in Texas. If you have a drink, you cannot be in possession of a firearm. Like one sip, like one drink in your hand.
Oh, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah, that's a law that I'm actually down for. Right? I'll be designated shotgun and driver. So, India, what do you think of someone like me who hasn't completely given up on government? Because I see people getting violated by the cops and they sue and they win. So I still have like a little bit of hope. I'm not completely black-pilled yet. Do you think that I'm just young or what? What do you think?
Do I think you're just young? Government.
I still have hope for
you know, I sit here and trying to think like what's like, can I think of some good part? But the fundamental principle for the government, especially like in a republic or a democracy, is that you're only competent enough to pick somebody else to make your decisions for you, but you're incompetent to make them for yourself. I mean, I think that's like, that to me is just like an idiotic foundation. Right? Because they're like, oh, we need laws because nobody can control themselves. Can't make decisions for yourselves. Everybody needs to be told what to do for the collective good of society. Okay? So pick the guy that goes up and tells you what to do.
You know,
I thought I was incompetent. Like, why do I get to pick the guy? I'm incompetent. Remember? Like, it doesn't even make sense. The whole act is a contradiction.
You know, we should start our own society like the Freemasons. Just build up from nothing, you know, start at the government level, or the local level, and build up to the government. You know? Just overrule them.
Then you would be just like them.
like them, but better.
I wouldn't be like them at all. I would make sure
Exactly.
that everybody's following natural law.
Precisely.
But I mean,
wouldn't be
you
like
can
a special
follow them
group of
in
people.
like controlling. Like you can like do it like they did.
Why are you trying to control? That's what the Bible says. It says you can't mess with free will, bro.
Yeah,
Why do we have to form groups at all? Like, seriously, why are we forming groups at all? Like, why is that? The only group should be people's families.
To control. So it comes down to control.
Yeah. Like, we don't need groups, right? Like, if you want to build a bridge, obviously you can't do it yourself. You form groups for that, right? That's the purpose of corporations. That was the intent, that they were formed so that people could build bridges and, like, public projects. That
Yeah, but this cat
benefit
is over here
everybody.
talking about controlling people.
Yeah, well,
Well, the
know,
Vatican does.
get a wife.
You know how many people believe in the Vatican?
Look, here's the deal. Not everybody can control themselves, right? So there has to be...
I agree that. Then they shouldn't be voting.
Well, if you're saying not everybody can control
Okay.
themselves, why don't you control them to do better?
Look, I'm just looking for logical consistency. If people can't take care of themselves, then the people that can't take care of themselves shouldn't be voting. They shouldn't be competent to do that either. How do you get to pick your guardian, right? If you're too incompetent to manage your own affairs, then how do you get picking your guardian is your own affairs? Like, what are you incompetent for only one? You're only competent for one purpose? That's such a contradiction. It doesn't make any sense.
Are prisoners allowed to vote?
Of course not. They might vote themselves out of jail.
You got a good point.
Yeah, there's no easy solution, man. It's human beings, right? There's going to be no easy solution. I mean, our republic isn't that bad. It could be a lot worse. But laziness and apathy and ignorance has allowed the wolves are in the hen house.
Forget about
The
envy
foxes in
either.
the hen house.
Our system is getting worse.
It is.
People that are supposed to be controlling the system are getting worse. And I'm not talking about the officials, the people that like us, like just the regular people that are supposed to be voting the right people in and out. Like they're not doing their job. They're not holding government officials accountable. When a government official does something wrong, they don't try to get them out of office or do something about it. They go, oh, government's corrupt. Oh well, let's go on another day.
They're able to.
You need.
I don't know. They're able to control the masses. They can use the media, and social programming. Is that how they mostly?
Okay, well, let me ask you a question. Now, if there was some government official, like say the clerk of court, and they did something unlawful, would you know how to bring them to justice?
No.
No. Yeah, no, that's the answer, right? We don't know personally how to bring them to justice. We'd go to the district attorney who works with that guy and say, I want to complain about that guy. You bring him to justice, right? And then you're relying on that person. Another corrupt government official who you can't throw out because you don't know how to bring him to justice, right? Right? So the people that control the justice system, we don't know how to bring them to justice, so we can't do anything, right? There are ways to bring them to justice. I personally know how, but they actually control. They're gatekeepers, so it's hard to get in there and make shit happen.
Right.
There's ways to do it, but it takes effort and money. Like they have a good lock on the door. You can get in the door, but I mean, you're talking about it's a struggle, and it would not be easy.
The problem is there's a special group of people that have a monopoly on violence, when the whole point of government is to, protect people's rights. Right? So
Yeah, the monopoly on it's supposed to be a monopoly on violence to protect people's rights, not a monopoly on violence to protect the monopoly on violence.
Right. And the thing is, the girl, she made the argument, for cops, and I was like, look, I am on the cop side, right? Believe it or not. I'm trying to weed out the bad cops, because a good cop's worst enemy is a bad cop earning all the hate, right? Can anyone see the logic in that? That's pretty logical, right? So, she's thinking that I'm anti-cop, a cop basher or whatever. But if the cops were all good and there was very few little bad ones, how come they can't weed out the bad ones themselves? Why do the bad ones always get paid vacations and transferred like Catholic priests in the 70s in California?
That seems pretty bulletproof to me, Chief.
How'd you know to call me Chief?
I just know.
Okay.
Well, there's a lot of misconceptions about, I guess, law enforcement, such as people tend to believe that the police or their state police are the highest law enforcement officers, but it's actually the sheriffs. Sheriffs are elected officials, whereas state police and municipal police, they don't have any, like, what they call sovereign immunity or anything like that. Like, they have a limited immunity. Qualified immunity, we call it that.
I call it blanket impunity at this point.
Well, it's just people just don't know, like, they don't understand, and this is the public school system. This was like 200 years ago. Like, the people that lived 200 years, the mess we're in, this would not be happening. Believe me. All the government officials, they'd all be locked up. They'd all be in jail. They'd be in stocks in the public square. Like, seriously. They knew how, like, at the American Revolution, Blackstone's Commentaries on the Common Law of England was the #1 selling book. Those dudes knew how to enforce their rights. And they did. They held people accountable. And we don't do that anymore. We try to get other people to hold other people accountable when we can't hold those people accountable. Like, it's crazy.
I think the problem is half the country thinks we live in a democracy.
Yeah. That's part of the problem too. They don't even understand the basic structure. Like, what do they teach you in civics? Do they even have that class anymore?
I don't think they do.
They teach you the structure of the federal government, which has no bearing on your day-to-day life, right? Instead, they should be teaching you the structure of, local government, right? The county government, the municipal governments, the state government, something that's local that you can actually effectuate. So they just teach you gibberish. It doesn't, they teach you the nationalistic, it's more like brainwashing, nationalistic propaganda.
I think most governments or most countries tell their students how their government works in each country, dependingly.
Well, didn't you say you're in the Netherlands?
Yes.
Yeah, you're in a totalitarian dictatorship.
Say again?
You are in a totalitarian dictatorship.
I agree. Yes.
Yes. We're just talking to Roger from what he describes, like what you guys have to do. You're in a totalitarian dictatorship. by far.
Well,
You're way down that road.
Well, it's pretty funny because most of our politics are like leftists if you compare it to America. So our government is also leftish. It's all kind of left.
I'm just talking about individual freedom. Like if you want to like move from one place to the other, Roger was telling me you can't just move somewhere. You can't
It's
just go,
quite
"Hey, I'm
hard
gonna
over
get-"
here. It's
Yeah,
quite hard.
I mean, that's crazy. That is insane to me. Like
You need
today,
to-
like
yeah,
right
you-
now, I could get in a car and just like move to Florida. Like no one could stop me. I could move to New York, move to wherever I want. I don't have to tell anybody. I don't have to ask permission.
Not if you're a convict. If you're a convict, you can't go nowhere.
In America,
well-
you can.
Not as a convict.
It's basically
Yeah, even if you're a convict, that don't matter.
No, as a
As long as
convict,
you're
you
not
can
on-
only stay at your own state or something, right?
No. If you're on probation, you can't leave the state unless you ask permission.
Oh yeah, it's probation, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you have
But
to be
a lot
like
of
you're
people
still
are
under
probation.
Yeah, but once that ends, right? Once you've paid your time, you've done your penance, then you can go wherever you want.
Yeah, but if you accidentally not do that, then you break the law some way, they're still gonna get you. They're still gonna test you for another year or something.
What someone would do if they were on probation, they would tell the probation office, "Hey, I'm on probation. I want to move to Florida. Where are you moving to?" Then they would call the probation department down there. They would transfer all your probation stuff, and you would have to meet the requirements of probation down there. They actually do that stuff, so it's not really.
Are you sure it works like that? Because I had a friend
I
that's
know-
on probation, and he
people
said
that
he
have actually
couldn't
done
leave
it.
the state or something.
Well, he's ignorant. It could be, but depends on what the crime is too.
Yeah, okay. I never got really into that.
The
so I
flight
can't
risk,
say.
it plays into it too.
Could it also depend on the state?
Yeah, it depends. Yeah, of course. There's all sorts of factors. Depends on the judge that ultimately has to approve it, right? So ultimately, it's going to go before a judge, and he's going to thumbs up or thumbs down it. And if he says no, then it's no.
I guess Florida is fucked then.
A lot of times they just want to get rid of you anyway. So go commit crimes in some other state. Go away.
Isn't that a thing in America that they make a lot of profit off like people in jail and stuff?
Oh yeah, it's huge industry. Huge industry.
Probably the biggest.
Yeah, it's got to be right up there with the arms manufacturing industry. It's up there.
Yeah, you better
Because in
join the
Texas,
army as
you've
a
got
convict.
privately owned prisons. And the best way to fill a prison is with a bunch of potheads, right? Because they're docile for the most part.
Doesn't CIA enlist potheads as hackers or something?
I don't know about CIA. I know that they push drugs to fund their black ops. Waltz of the Flowers.
Say, shit, if this gonna be that kind of party, I'm gonna stick my dick in the mashed potatoes.
Hello?
Hello. What's up?
Don't say fucked in the chat. You get banned.
Yo, Bird Lawyer, if you're wanting to talk to somebody about Flat Earth, I'm sure there's somebody in here. You just gotta say hello.
Yeah, okay. Yo, what's up, people? Is everybody down for a discussion?
Is there really nobody on right now? Holy cow. Okay, give me a sec.
There's a lot of people in here.
Alright, give me one sec. Alright, I'll be right back. Just stay here just for a minute.
All right.
Keep it going on.
What's up, dude?
Yeah, that's weird. I guess there's just not many people online right now.
No, that's okay, dude. I'll be
But
around.
usually, yeah, if you were here midday tomorrow, then there'd definitely be people willing to have a discussion with you about it.
Oh shit.
For sure.
Well, maybe not midday, but maybe a little bit after midday. Well, are you talking like Eastern time zone? Because I'm on
Oh, no,
the
hey,
glorious Pacific time zone.
Sundays are just a little bit slower, man.
I
Tomorrow,
guess
pretty
so.
much
Yeah.
anytime, but typically around midday is when it's like busiest, I guess. But
Gotcha.
or you could just chill in here until somebody starts talking. Sometimes I do, but yeah, I'm gonna hop back up to the VC check-in.
Dope.
TMNT, are you there? Who's there? Anybody?
I'm here. I'm always here.
Okay, bro. What's up, dude? What do you want to talk about?
I don't know. You sparked up the conversation, dude.
Well, do you really believe in gravity?
Yeah, I believe in gravity.
But why?
Because it exists.
What part
do you believe? Why do you believe in? Why do you believe in dogs?
I don't believe in dogs.
Damn,
I pet a dog. What do you mean?
Dogs?
No, dogs are not a belief system. They're right here in front of me. They live. It's an axiom. They're a fucking apparent reality.
Well, I'm not meaning like a belief system.
That's a false equivalency. No, see, that's what I'm saying. Listen, dogs, do we know dogs are real, or do we believe in gravity? See, one requires belief because you can't demonstrate it scientifically, and the other one is an observable reality. They're not equal. It's a false equivalency. So,
well, I mean, gravity is an observable reality.
No, gravity. Listen, we can observe the effects of it, but you can't correlate the cause with the effect through experimentation. And either way you want to say it, Newtonian physics, every particle attracts every particle. You can't prove that with an experiment. Or Einsteinian, space-time warps, dilation happens. Well, you can't show me space-time. You can't warp it. So you can't demonstrate gravity. Gravity, you say it's observable. But what it is you observe effect and then you say gravity. But you don't correlate it.
Sure, we can observe the facts around gravity and make determine. Like, I'm not saying that.
Did you hear what I said? You just said round gravity. What is round gravity? Define it.
Well, so we can observe the effects that gravity has on the world, and we can make determinations.
We can observe observations of phenomena. Yes.
Yes.
But through that, we can't just assert a cause. So here's the thing: we don't deny the phenomena that you observe. We deny the asserted cause. And here's the other thing. Even if you won on a gravity debate, which you won't because it's just an endless freaking debate wherein you'll never scientifically prove gravity, you'll just keep saying this happens and this is why. They say so. Well, they can say whatever they want. If they can't back it with experimentation, it can be thrown out without proof. If it's not backed by proof, we can throw it out without proof. We don't have to replace it. We're not offering you a replacement theory. And even if you proved it, you wouldn't have debunked a flat Earth, and you wouldn't have proved the globe. So why should we argue about gravity for hours?
Okay, well, so I don't know where that was going, but I just want to say that we can observe the things that gravity creates. Why
you
we
don't
can't?
know where it was going. I just told you.
Wait, can I finish, dude?
No, because I learned this in school, bro. Everybody learned everything you're gonna say in school. What are you dumb enough?
Finish.
Do you think we didn't learn this in school? Answer the question.
Okay, sure. You might have learned this in school, but if we're not going to have a productive discussion, you have to let me finish a sentence.
No, I don't, because I already covered it. It's not going to prove a flat Earth. It's not going to disprove a flat Earth. It's not going to prove a globe, and it's not going to disprove a globe. And then you said, I don't know where this is going. Where it's going is gravity's a non sequitur. We're flat Earth. Can you prove a globe?
Okay,
does gravity prove your globe?
Okay, well, no, gravity doesn't prove my globe. I actually agree with that point. I was having a discussion with Witchcraft about gravity in specific.
I know you were
talking about gravity.
But this is a flat Earth server. We're tired of the gravity conversation. It doesn't disprove the flat Earth. So, what do you think about the shape of the Earth?
Oh, I think it's a globe.
Why?
Good morning,
Because
gents.
we've taken pictures of it.
Pictures. Can we test pictures? Can we science a picture? Can we repeat them?
What do you mean? Can we science a picture?
Science. You know what the scientific method is, right?
Yeah, I don't know why we're applying scientific method to pictures. We can.
Well,
just
you
look
want
at the pictures.
No, you want to use this picture as a concrete scientific proof of the shape of the reality of the world I live in. So I'm going to science it. I can't verify it. I can't test it, and I can't repeat it. So what I have to accept is somebody's word that, yeah, they went up to a place I can't verify, I can't go to, can't observe. I can look up at it, but I can't go there and see it is what they say it is. And I just have to accept this. So that's a faith system. It's a belief.
Oh, hold on. So there's
Most things are.
Wait, there's a lot of bad points there. I'll
There's not bad points there.
I'll try
That's
to
not. Your picture's not a scientific proof of a globe.
Electrons aren't proven.
Can I please
Muons,
finish?
protons, anything,
So-
any of that shit.
Okay, so when we're talking about a repeatable event, I mean, you can repeat these events just because you don't have
What
the
event?
personal. Well,
No, we can't. Listen.
Pete, what event?
Wait, can I finish, please? Please, can I finish?
No, you started on faulty reasoning. Your response is based on faulty logic, and it has to be addressed right at the beginning.
Well,
we can't. We can't go there. We can't go there, and that does matter, because the science for our reality is unfalsifiable, so it's no longer science. Basically, you're appealing to emotion to get somebody to accept a non-scientific proof and live in the same belief system you do.
So, what I'm trying to say is that we can repeat taking these pictures, right?
Then go take it.
Well, I personally can't do that because I don't have the means to do that. But
so that means you can't use
That's
it.
the point.
Wait,
that was
that's
the whole
not-
point. Is
that's not the whole point.
Can you verify? Can you personally verify? That's the point.
I
that
don't
I'm
need to
making.
personally verify every.
Yes, you do.
can-
To accept it, listen. You just said fact. So here's the problem. Here's the problem. If you can't verify it, it's not a fact. It's a belief system.
That's not what it is. That's not.
It is a belief.
When we're talking about,
You have a picture and you believe it to be proof of a concrete reality. It's
Well,
not. That's not even logical.
So when we're talking about science, right? We don't.
Okay.
Need to, wait,
Listen.
hold on. Wait. Okay.
No, I want to make my point. I want to drive it home. I got pictures of Bigfoot. Is Bigfoot real?
Oh my God, dude. Okay.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
No, Bigfoot isn't real. But can I finish?
Why not? We got pictures of him.
What? Can I finish a sentence?
Hundreds of pictures from multiple sources.
Some claim to have hair. There's hair. There's a footprint. There's scat.
No, you can't finish your sentence. You can keep repeating it, and you can keep trying to until you answer the questions. No, you want to keep on the same point. My picture is a good proof of reality for this reason. There is no reason.
Wait.
If you accept that, then say it.
Like a one-sided, like.
Listen, don't tell me what a
by a
productive
railroad
sentence is. Productive sentences are based on facts.
Sentence.
Saying
that we're not having a productive.
Listen, dude. I'll just mute you.
Based on production.
I will just mute you. This is not a productive conversation. You're asserting a picture to be a fact of reality. It's not. First off, pictures are distortions of reality. They're not accurate representations of reality. Second off, the images you see aren't pictures. There's no cameras floating around in space.
Right.
And you can't verify anybody took it from space.
So, a few things there.
Why do Oh my God! Why do you think NASA calls them images?
Because
Why do you think it says not for
they might be
educational
composite images a lot of times because
What's a composite image made out of?
Fake.
Do you think there? Hold up. No, not a number of images, data strips, telemetry data. Because, like I said, there's no cameras floating up there taking a bunch of little pictures. If there was, there would be no reason and no need to composite anything.
Well, and if I can just add something here, just for a bit of clarity.
Wait,
Bird lawyer.
you can go watch a live stream of a camera floating in the atmosphere right now. What are you talking about?
Link, please. And validity of the camera.
Yeah,
it's
sure.
images. It's from an
Nice
FTP
story.
site.
Yeah, right.
I just want to make one point quickly to Bird Lawyer.
You can see.
You know,
you can
when
see Sandra Bullock floating in space. Sorry, go ahead.
you know when a magician gets up on stage and he's about to do a magic trick, and then someone knows how that magic trick's done. Now, if the person in the crowd starts saying, "Hey, you're going to now pull a bird out of your sleeve," and the rabbit's actually stored inside your hat, and the magician says, "No, wait, let me just finish my trick," and the whole time we're trying to tell you we know how the trick is done. We're giving you the explanations for how that trick is done. And you're saying, wait, let me finish my trick. Then you guys can tell me that it was exactly the way that we know it's going to happen anyway. It's exactly the same concept when BattleMod's trying to explain something to you. He's effectively addressing your point at the end of your point. You haven't even got there yet, but he's already crushed that single point of your argument.
Yes, there's no presentation that you have of any type of anything that you're talking about. Not gravity, not
That's
balls.
not how discussions work. You can't I
Discussions of
understand.
reality work with presentation. Yes, that is how they work, especially when we're talking about
No. So I'm trying to have a discussion with you.
We're talking about physics and reality of the planet.
Okay,
Yeah,
yes.
measurements and physical reality. Yes. Are you scared of that?
So
You want to stay in Narnia?
I'm not scared of that.
Do you want to stay in Narnia where we gotta imagine shit?
Can we have a discussion, right?
Can we have a discussion on
a back and
shit,
forth
real
instead
stuff?
of every time I try to talk, I get railroaded?
Well, let me not get railroaded by you. Let's have a discussion on reality, tangible things you can present. Go ahead.
Okay, so if we look at the totality of evidence that's available, we can see
What's evidence? Stop saying words and show us. Produce.
Appeal to majority.
Not an appeal to majority. We can.
Yeah, it is an appeal to majority. You said totality. Listen, if one picture's not good enough,
the totality of evidence, not the totality of people.
Physical, tangible things.
Listen, it's a blind blanket comment.
Okay, so
you can't just say the corpus of evidence. I win. You can't just say that.
I'm
you
not
have to
saying that. Wait, you have to let me finish.
It is
That's why I'm having a problem here because you're not letting me finish.
I'm
no
presentation.
That's not why you're having a problem.
Okay.
It's because you want to keep starting. You want to keep starting off with.
You want to discuss these ideas? Or you just want to
ideals. No, I already covered that. We don't want to discuss ideals, facts, and evidences, demonstrable reality.
Okay, so
if you're going to say evidence, be specific about the evidence.
We can have a discussion of the evidence.
So if you're going to say evidence, be specific about what evidence.
Right now, we have evidence that people are. Right now we have evidence that people are orbiting the Earth.
No, you have.
No, you don't.
Listen,
it's television images.
You have no evidence that people are orbiting the Earth.
If somebody's orbiting the Earth, can you get two objects right now on Earth, one little bitty one to orbit the next one, please? Present that.
Listen, I want to say this real loud and clear. You have assertions that people are orbiting the Earth. You have no evidence to back that up.
Okay, so to address Demok's point, that's not how gravity works. Just because two objects are of different masses doesn't mean that one will start orbiting the other.
Cool story.
Oh, yeah, right. So let's talk about the evidence for the live stream.
So
you have you have people that assert they're taking a live stream from orbit. Now, what evidence do you have that that's true?
Well, the live stream provides.
No, you can't use the live stream to prove the live stream is from space. What evidence do you have that the assertion they're orbiting and live streaming is true?
I don't quite know what you're asking for at that point.
What I'm asking for is that the assertion they're orbiting and the live stream you see are both in reality orbiting the Earth and being taken from space.
Yep.
What evidence do you have that that's true?
Okay.
Don't say the live stream again, because that's not evidence that it's
like this ultra skeptic.
That's what you're trying to prove.
Evidence that we're given at all, and unless that it's like.
That's not evidence, dude. It's an assertion.
Well, I'm giving you evidence, and you're dismissing it on the fact that I don't know that evidence.
It's not evidence. I didn't dismiss evidence on any fact. I merely clarified that what you said was evidence isn't evidence.
How is it not evidence?
It's assertion. I say, look at my live stream. Excuse me, I'm talking. This is how this works. I say, I'm in space orbiting. Look at my live stream. Do you accept my live stream as evidence that I'm orbiting from space? Without proof. Without proof. You accept the live stream as proof that, I'm there. When you know, listen,
from a fairly reputable source. It's not.
It's not about reputation. That doesn't make science or evidence any more reputable or unrefutable. It doesn't make it any more confirmed or less confirmed. A reputation does not confirm science.
You know what an appeal to authority is?
Okay, so first of all,
do you know?
Wait, hold on. An appeal to authority is not always fallacious. You can have an appeal to authority that's just fine. So I don't know why you're bringing that up.
No, an appeal to authority is always fallacious. It doesn't.
Not always fallacious.
It doesn't confirm. Yes. Appeal to authority does not confirm your science is correct.
No, that so
there's only one.
Appeal to authority is fallacious when the authority is not an authority on the matter. So let's say you are.
No, that's not true.
That is 100% true. So
no, it's not true.
Let's say I have it on good authority that Battle Mod likes to kick puppies, right? And then I go to like a NASA scientist and I ask them, "Hey, does Battle Mod like to kick puppies?" And then the NASA scientist says, "Yes, Battle Mod likes to kick puppies." That is a fallacious appeal to authority because that NASA scientist has no idea if you actually kick puppies or not.
Listen,
so let me read it out.
That's a fallacious appeal to authority.
Listen, I want to tell you what an appeal to authority is. It's an informal fallacy based on weak induction. You induce because they have authority. They're the authority on this subject. They must be right. That's not true. It's never true.
Okay, so
listen, the authority on the subject can be wrong too.
Yes,
live streams can be edited and altered.
Okay, so
can photographs.
Yeah.
So you can't just accept this stuff.
So
without being able to prove its authenticity.
So you can still appeal to an authority and say, "This is what this authority is saying on this. Let us use that like evidence that they're providing." Right.
So again, do you
hold up, dude? Hold up, bro. Listen, it's a fallacy because a formal debate is based on facts, not what an authority says.
So this is a fact. This is a fact.
No, it's not a fact just because an authority says it. You can't say this authority says this. Listen, formal debates are reliable on proof. Anything that isn't directly a proof is a fallacy.
So this is the problem that I have with you, because when I give you evidence towards a fact, like I'm saying,
you didn't give evidence.
I did. I just provided of people.
Listen, in a formal debate, I have a right to challenge what you consider evidence.
But that is
if you don't like it, no.
That is
In a
that is
form of
literally the definition of evidence.
evidence is ignorance. Listen, I'll appeal to authority. I'm an authority on ignorance. The evidence of your ignorance is the fact that you use fallacy nonstop. Okay, this is a form of the debate. If you don't want people to chance, listen. You keep saying you gave evidence. I don't see any citation for one evidence, not one scientific experiment, or not one thing that backs up your assertion.
Okay, hold
Assertions
on.
made. Oh
Okay,
my
so
God, dude!
You don't have to. You don't just have to have like.
Shut up.
Okay.
What part of shut up don't you understand? Listen, if you don't want people debating whether or not your evidence is evidence, don't get in a debate. Just because you assert it's evidence doesn't make it true.
Just because you're saying it's not evidence doesn't make it not evidence.
What the fuck? Are you stupid?
No.
I think you are.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry that
I
you think
listen. I gave a specific reason why your evidence was not evidence. I didn't say, no, it's just not evidence. I gave a valid reason why, and you haven't rebutted that reason.
I asked
You
that.
haven't. Bitch, if you interrupt me again, I'll ban you.
Well, I'm just
when I'm talking, motherfucker. When I'm talking, is not the proper time to start your sentence. You constantly interrupt people, and then you wonder why we won't let you fucking finish a sentence. You get what you give.
Are you kidding
Rebuttal. No, I'm not, motherfucker. So, rebuttal my address of your evidence. Don't just assert it is evidence.
Again, please.
Can you concede you were wrong about the appeal of authority?
No, because a fallacious appeal to authority is
So
when
insisting
you're
that a
appealing
claim
to
is true.
Hold on.
simply because
Wait.
of valid
Can you
authority
please
is
mute, Mon, can you please mute him? He was.
No. So I'm going to read it again. Insisting that a claim is true simply because a valid authority or expert on the issue said it was true, without any other supporting evidence offered. Okay? So you were wrong.
Okay. So appealing to an authority is not fallacious if
It
you.
is.
It
is.
Yes, it is. If you can't prevent anything.
Okay, I was gonna say I was gonna unmute him so he could just say, "No, you're wrong again." But then somebody else unmuted him.
sorry, I did.
He said, "No, you're wrong."
Mm-hmm.
Rebuttal. Rebuttal.
So yeah, I do have a rebuttal to that. So
not you. I'm not talking to you. Shut up.
Well,
it seems you're just here to trigger people. You want an emotional response? I'll give it to you. So just shut up. Listen, read the citation on the appeal to authority. Accept it and concede, or don't. Either way, shut up on the topic and move on to the next one.
Okay. Well, I will say that that's not a fallacious. What I'm doing is not a fallacious appeal.
I don't want to hear it. That's not what I said. I said read the citation that defines what an appeal to an authority is. Appeal to authority is defined in a specific manner. You can't redefine it just to say you're not doing it.
Yeah, and I'm seeing that, right? And I'm saying that I'm not doing that.
You're not doing what? You're not saying because the authority does it that it's 100% correct?
Well, no, I'm not making that. I'm not making that appeal to authority, right? I'm providing you.
Correct.
I'm providing you evidence. You asked for evidence.
You haven't. Listen. You haven't. You want to give the evidence? Excuse me. You want to give the evidence? Give me a citation to the authorities. Experimentation on whatever you say they're right on. You want to appeal to the authority? Give me a citation for that authority saying we're wrong.
So that was a lot of buzzwords that didn't actually mean anything. So I'm going to provide you
a demonstration of the experiment.
Oh my fucking god! Is this kid for real? What are you in 5th grade, man?
Yeah, he doesn't know what a debate is. He's just
Wait,
claiming
you're
and
not
declaring.
actually having a debate
Can I
with me.
just
You're
ask him
just
real
like
quick?
talking in circles.
Let me get you. No, Blue. We're not talking in circles. Listen to this. Can you show water conforming to a ball?
Why does that have to do with the globe Earth?
Yes or no?
Wow.
Wait, what does that have to
Well,
do with globe Earth?
a globe Earth is water adhering to an ellipsoid.
Well, do you understand that like the scale is completely different, right?
You understand
What-
70% water
What
and 20.
scale? Listen, what scale got to do with it? Gravity, bro. Gravity works at all scales on all
Wait, I
vectors.
thought you said you didn't want to talk about gravity. Are we getting into gravity now?
What? Why should scale matter in your model? That's my question. You got gravity. It works on all vectors at all levels.
So,
It's
Your
like-
imaginary gravity is what he's saying.
hold on, wait. So,
No. What my question is in your model, does gravity not work on a microscopic level? Because you said scale as if it cancels shit out.
okay, yeah. So let me answer this. If I could not be interrupted, can I just have that? Can I just like diatribe a little bit?
No.
That's
Okay.
Somebody interrupt him.
Okay, so
if you're starting with a fallacious argument, then we will.
I'm not starting with a fallacious argument. So when
We'll start with the presentation of reality.
Okay. Well, so if we were not on the Earth right now, if we were like out in the middle of space, and you gave me water and a globe, I could make that water.
Well, if Dr. Seuss read you a bedtime story, you'd be really sleepy. But guess what? Show us anything that you think gravity does or anything you think a sphere can do. We'd love to see it.
Okay, so this is what I'm talking about when we're talking about scale, right? So we can't really have water.
We're talking about Narnia. You're making shit up.
Hold on,
Show
let me
us.
finish. Wait,
Show
please
us
let
your
me finish.
scale.
Please
Show
let
us
me
how you
finish.
weighed
Wait,
the scale.
please let me finish.
Hell, I want him to go to space and show me this funny floating medium he's talking about.
When I become a
Go to the
trillionaire, I'll do that
space
for
and
you.
show us how the
But
physics
until
work
that point,
in a
Well,
vacuum.
listen. You answered one thing you can't prove with another thing you can't prove, and you call that evidence. See where our frustration comes from?
okay. So can I
You
wait?
just said you can't go to space. So
Wait,
what you said, if I was in space, listen to me. I want you to understand your logic. You said, I can't go to space, but if I was in space, I could show you water adhering to a small ball, because you're saying scale. And we all know in your model it wouldn't matter the scale if you were in space, but how would you know that if you never went to space and you can't get there?
Well, it does. So it does matter because we're talking about proximity. When we're talking about
How would you know this, though?
Wait, because that's how gravity works. Can I just finish what I'm trying to say?
Well, there's a point behind my question. How would you know this? You've never been there. You've just accepted everything.
I know I never been there, but we can observe how gravity works on Earth, and we can use that to model how gravity would work in other locations.
You do not observe gravity on Earth to make water stick to a sphere. So that's
not what
my
I'm saying.
point. You've never went to space. You've only accepted this.
So you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
What he's saying.
No.
He's saying you've never observed gravity in a fucking anywhere, anyhow. So what do you keep talking about?
That's not what I
Why are you
said. We
talking
do
about
observe
space?
gravity.
You haven't observed a vacuum of any fucking
How does
space.
gravity work?
Hold up, guys. Listen, I want to point out something. You laughed when I said you get what you give, but I actually tried to rebuttal that, and you cut me off 10 times.
Yeah, but you've been constantly cutting me off in this conversation. Every single time I try to finish a sentence, you try to cut me off.
It's always but. Listen, if you let others speak, they might be respectful enough to let you speak. That's
You
just
have
how-
not been respectful to me at all. What are you talking about?
You just cut me off again. There's a reason I haven't been respectful to you. I'm responding to the way you're acting.
Wait, can we do this then? I
haven't got to finish a fucking sentence since I started talking to your young punk ass.
Wait, you've done the same thing to me. Can I set like can I try to set like
I already covered that. Wait, no, I already covered that. I'm responding to the way you're acting. You in the very beginning, you made a premise. I tried to rebuttal it, and you cut me off 10 times. You haven't stopped since the entirety of the conversation. Is it your parents didn't teach you how to have a normal fucking conversation,
No,
or
my parents taught me fine.
you've just never had one? Which one?
So can we set
Which one? I want to answer. Which one? Whether or not you stay here depends on the answer.
No, that it's not an either or question. I've had normal conversations with normal people, and my parents raised me just fine. But I just want to
No, just denying everything out
I'm
of
not
your
denying
behind is not having a conversation. You are talking about things you do not know. What is your expertise in physics?
I don't have any major expertise.
Yeah,
in physics.
you made the positive claims that we do not understand how gravity works. You explain how gravity works.
That's what I've been trying to do this entire time.
Yeah, explain it now.
Wait, hold on, please. I just want to set some ground rules for this discussion, if that's possible, right? I will.
No, it's not possible. You said if. You said if. It's not possible. You're not the moderator. We got rules here. You haven't followed them. You didn't follow our rules. Now you want to make new rules. Since I'm the moderator, I'm offended. What say ye?
Okay. So if I can just go. I'm sorry for over talking any of you. I hope we can start anew from this point on, and we can have a civil discussion. So
Hey,
I want to address.
can we ask you? Could you just get something straight before, like you continue if you want to start anew?
Okay,
Because a
you
lot of people
overtalked me,
come-
but
a lot-
go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
let me just cut you off before I let you go. Because a
go
lot
ahead.
of people come in here assuming that we just haven't thought of like the basic things about gravity or all of the model that we probably know way better than you do. So if you explain it with a patronizing kind of attitude, as if you're educating us on something that we haven't heard before or a theory that we haven't completely debunked, you're already starting on the wrong path, and that's
Well,
gonna make us laugh more than anything eventually. But I want to ask you: do you want to know if you're not on a spinning ball? Would you want to know? Would you want to know?
Would I want to know? Yeah, sure. I would
you
want.
would.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
Then consider,
Hold on.
I'm just saying, consider.
Wait.
You would want to
Hold
know,
on.
right?
Can I finish? You asked me a question.
Wait.
Right?
Okay, could finish.
Okay. So
Go ahead.
I would want to know if I was living on a flat Earth, but I don't think that actually exists. Now
Right, I understand. I understand. I'm just asking you
Now,
a couple
wait,
questions,
hold on.
and I'll let you roll.
Doesn't it
I'll let you
exist?
roll. You're saying but and all that negates everything you said beforehand. You would want to know. The other question I want to ask you before I let you roll is if that is the case, and you're able to find that out. We're not trying to convince you of anything. Don't assume that. We're not convincing you of anything. We're just opening the door for you to find out for yourself. We would not respect you if you were convinced by something we say or believe. We're anti-belief. We do not believe anything. We are trying to figure out where we live. We no longer believe we live in a spinning ball because that's the belief. Your base reality
And what do
is
you
that
believe?
it's not. No, that's the point. Is that your
Hold on,
base
listen.
reality? Your base reality is a stationary plane. That's what everybody experiences, always has, always will. That's what it will always seem like. So you're trying to convince us that our reality is not what it seems like. That's the claim. You're making the claim, and because you believe it, and it's not what it seems like, you're the believer. We're not believing in anything. It's not
so
about flat or round.
You're making a.
It's about
So you're
we
making.
gave up a belief. We gave up a belief. We didn't take on a new one, and that's the
So
way
you're
treating
making.
it.
So
I'm just
so
giving
what
you
you.
a steering. By the way,
Okay.
I'll let you roll. Let me just ask one more question. Now, if it is the case that you finally figure out sometime that you're actually not on a spinning ball, then just consider everything you're about to say and how stupid it might sound if you found out you were wrong.
Okay. So moving on past that point, what you just
You
did.
just hand wave
is-
it, right?
Wait. hold
didn't
on.
listen.
Hold on. Wait, dude.
just
Come on.
handled
Wait,
it.
wait. Come on, dude.
You're
Like,
so annoying, man.
I let him.
Yeah,
I let him
but you didn't
I let him
listen.
go over all
You
of that.
didn't listen.
He
Wait,
wants
wait.
to
No,
say
I
all
let
the
him go
things that
over
he's
all of that.
Let
So
him say all the
let me-
things that he's going to realize one day are totally ridiculous.
Okay.
Go ahead. Say them all.
Okay. Yeah. So what you're doing is you're making an appeal to intuition. You're saying because we observe something in a particular way, or because we see something, our immediate immediate reaction that we have to that thing must be correct. I
No,
think
you misunderstood. You totally misunderstood the point.
Wait, I thought
You
we were
can
going to let
claim
each other
something,
finish.
but-
Hold on,
Okay,
wait.
but see,
First
you want to
question,
make that
please.
claim
I
and
thought we
have
were
it
going to let each other
stand.
finish.
Well, if you're going to
Wait, I thought we were going to let each other finish with these discussions.
Okay, go ahead, and then I'm
Okay,
going to
yeah.
I'll add the question.
So I don't
Just
think
to let
that
you know,
I don't think
intuition
that is a
not
good
observation.
Okay, so I don't think that's a good way to conduct yourself just by seeing something and
So
saying
you're attacking me and
wait,
the
hold on.
argument?
Wait, dude, come on. Let's be like I let you finish, let me finish, okay? So I don't think that's a good way to conduct yourself just by seeing something and saying, "Oh, that must be correct. We can't think of anything past that point." I am using the evidence provided to me by scientists, by other people, by numerous generations of these people have come down and said, "This is how the world works." I've looked at that evidence myself. I've been to a physics class. Hold on, wait. I've been to a physics class. I've seen the evidence for myself. It is proven to me that this is it's proven to me that this is the way the world works, and I am here to impart my knowledge as much as I can with
I got
you
one
guys,
question for you.
so we can have that
I got
discussion.
one question for you, physics boy.
Now the discussion.
Hold on. One second.
That we haven't,
Hold on.
we haven't gone through all the things that you just listed.
Let me ask you one question real quick. He said physics and he said all the weird shit, right? Okay, so in nature, I put you in a jungle. You wake up. Where the fuck do you physically see balls at?
I don't understand the question.
If he looks between his legs,
You're in the jungle,
listen.
motherfucker.
No, the whole idea.
Where do you
is
see
that
balls?
If you
Okay,
what he's trying to say is that if you were never told anything about being on a spinning, you would rightly assume that you're on a stationary plane, just like it seems, right? Like if you're a grown man on this earth, you've never told that. You would at first you would say that's ridiculous. People are hanging upside down in Australia. What do you mean we're flying around the sun at millions of miles per hour and going all these different directions? I don't feel any of that. Doesn't seem like that at all. It would take a lot of convincing, right? And that's what you're talking about with the science teaching us, supposedly, that our reality is actually the opposite of what it seems. And we've been convinced as a group now, but now that the information's been analyzed over and over, everything you're going to say, we've been over it a million times, bro. None of us wanted to give up the belief in a spinning ball. None of us did. So you just keep that in mind as you continue.
So I understand that, but you also just fell back on the same thing. You're appealing to some intuition, and that intuition must be correct, right? You're saying if you looked out onto the earth, you saw a flat plane, but that's not how we discover things. That's not how we learn in the world.
So how
that's
do
Just
what you
because
would assume.
something
That's what
is
your base
intuitively
assumption-
correct,
How do you
just
discover
because something is
what is
intuitively correct does not mean it is correct.
Discover how an earth is
That's
made.
true. That's no.
In what
You're
lab?
right that it's not necessarily the case. I agree with that. So but it is your base assumption. It would be your base assumption based on your observation that that's what it is. You have to agree to that, right?
No, that's not
so
true at all.
you think that intuition's a fallacy. You think that, see, that's what
Wait,
happens.
that
when
is
you-
yes.
That's what part of the brainwashing that happens here. That it gets us to think that our intuition is always false. That's where you're
If
at,
a
bro.
train comes
I'm not saying that.
Yes, you are. You're saying intuition's a fallacy.
Wait, no, I'm
Appeal
not
to
saying that intuition
as if
is
it's a
always
fallacy.
wrong. No. I'm not saying that intuition is always wrong. I'm saying using intuition as your base level knowledge source is not proper. Is a not proper way to conduct
I understand
scientific
exactly
research.
what I said. No, it's not about scientific research. I didn't say it was scientific research. I said if you were never told any of these supposed scientific researchers' theory about spinning, your base reality, you would only assume that you're on a stationary plane. Whether it's right or not, you have to agree that that's what you would assume.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. If I was not taught anything,
that's your base reality,
Okay.
right.
Hold on.
That's
If I
all
was
I'm
not
saying.
taught any, wait. If I was
All
not
I'm
taught,
saying.
wait. If I was not taught
Got it.
anything, hold on. If I was not taught anything, yes, that would be my base intuition. But I'm not. I'm saying that is not a correct place to begin our scientific research, right?
It
It's
is.
not at the base intuition
It's
level.
about the base of the argument, bro. You stated what I was saying about your base intuition as something that you wouldn't start with, but then you just agreed that is what you would start with before you were told any of these scientific theories. You stated it as if I was, using it improperly to point that out to you. But that's all I was trying to do was point that out to you, and you agreed. Yeah, that's true. That's all I'm
Wait,
saying. I'm
but
not making
that's-
any scientific claim. That's not a scientific claim, bro. You're treating it as such. I'm saying that your base reality, which you disagree to, you would assume that you're not spinning, right?
So
And it doesn't have to
I'm
be a
assuming.
belief.
I'm
So
assuming that
wouldn't
we're
be a belief,
basing.
though. That would just be your observations of
You
your
can
Okay.
control and manipulate
your reality.
science.
So I'm
Figure out
assuming
cause
that
and
we're
effect.
working on off a discussion of science and how science works in the world. Is that correct?
We're discussing how science has been debunked in ways that threatens real science with pseudoscience.
Okay,
that's the
so
problem.
that's
If
not
you
what I'm.
value
That's not
science-
what I'm asking.
Listen, if you value science,
we are.
Wouldn't another question that's not about science or any of that, just an honest question. If science was threatened by a pseudoscience that was claiming all these things that weren't true and calling themselves science and tainting the name of science, which we all think is sacred, we all value science. That's what this is all about. It's about protecting science.
We
Not
need a
about,
standard.
not about not believing in it. So those assumptions
Right.
that you're coming in with, that you're going to educate us with some kind of science that we haven't thought of yet,
Accountability.
it's just the
is what
wrong
we
the
want.
wrong direction for you to go. Is all I'm suggesting.
Okay, so a lot of things here. This
Accountability,
seems
Bird
really
Warrior.
close. This seems really close to JQing at this point. That there's people that are out there like trying to corrupt science. First of all, second of all,
You're seeing
I
it
want
as we
to.
believe
I
in a
want to. I want to make a
conspiracy. It's not-
distinction.
we have
I
no
want to
beliefs.
wait.
It's not about believing in a
Wait.
conspiracy.
I want to. I want to make this
You're
distinction.
framing
Well,
it that
Newton
way.
is one of
Please,
them.
please, let
One
me
of
finish.
them
Let
who
me finish,
corrupts
please.
science.
Come on, wait. I just have 2 points. to get
Einstein
through, all right?
also.
Hold on,
You're
hold on.
all
Wait,
about- wait.
wait.
You came
Let me
here
finish.
to
Wait,
win
wait.
an
Wait,
Go ahead.
more so
wait.
than
New,
learn if
no,
you're
wait. New
wrong.
perspective,
Finish
please.
quicker.
I let you have your time. Please let me have my time, right? So
Please,
one,
continue.
I'm beginning, right? One,
Artsy
this is
nice.
getting dangerously close to like a JQ kind of conspiracy theory, right? Yes, that I'm trying to repeat what I said from the beginning. That's getting dangerously close to that. Second, I want to make a distinction. We're having a scientific discussion, right? We're not having a layman's
not.
discussion. What?
No, you're not.
Okay, hold on.
Well,
we're
how
trying to have a
often did you
discussion
use
of
the
the
word
science.
belief? How often did you use the word belief?
Okay, so when I say believe,
When you
in
talk
something,
about science, you don't talk about beliefs. Do you know that?
I understand that, but when I use
Let me
believe,
just-
I'm
you
kind of
continue.
use it
Let's
in
just
a
wait.
colloquial sense, right?
Back up.
Neither.
Let's not worry about the semantics. Let me just say, if you're going to,
I'm racist against birds.
I'd like you to just know that when
I'm
we
bird
think of
racist.
science, what we consider science is that science that follows the scientific method. Do you know what the scientific method is?
Yeah, sure. I know what the scientific
Okay,
method.
what are the three constituent parts of a scientific method?
It's having a repeatable and I can't do it off the top of my head, but it's
Wrong.
like a repeatable experiment.
Sure. He says sure.
Well,
and
you
then
have to
cannot-
see. So I see what you're going
Let's just,
for here.
knowing the scientific method on both of our ends would be the only proper way to continue with the scientific discussion. Want me
Sure.
to go ahead and recite it for you?
Yeah, sure.
You
If you
want
want
me to tell you what the scientific
Go
method
ahead.
is, so you can teach me?
If you want to do that, yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, well, you start with the natural phenomenon. You observe a natural phenomenon. Okay, right? Do you know that that's the first step? You want to write this down?
Yeah, sure. I
Write it
Okay,
down.
you observe a
Laura.
natural phenomenon.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I agreed with you there.
And so that would be the first step. And then you're going to create a hypothesis about what it is you observe, right?
Yes.
And then you're going to have a control, which is the thing that you're testing, you're going to have a variable, right? Which is the thing you're testing. And then you're going to have a control to compare that variable to. It's a hypothesis test, right?
Well, so
it's a cause and
control.
effect. It's a cause and effect relationship you're trying to establish.
So a control is like a baseline. Not every single experiment has to specifically have to have a
It's
control.
like when you boil water, you can control the temperature.
Yeah.
The temperature is the independent variable.
Exactly.
Oh.
If you could control, you have to
Okay.
be able
Wait.
to control the independent variable so that you
So
know.
wait. So a control is different than an independent variable.
Well, they're opposite. The control is so that you compare the independent variable to the control variable.
Yeah.
No. Okay. So we don't use the control for variables. Control is a base level.
You have a dependent.
A control is a base level variable.
One person talk at a time, please.
Okay, so a control is a base level thing that that you didn't manipulate the variables in, right? And that's what you compare your results to. But not every experiment has to have a control.
No, it usually does have to have some type of thing like that. Yes.
It usually does, but it doesn't always have to.
Hey,
There's
Connie.
a lot of arguments about what the actual scientific method is.
Connie.
Go through with people, and a lot of times
Connie,
they think that
how have you been, Connie?
we were talking.
I don't know who he's talking to.
Connie the Birdman.
Oh.
What?
Well, anyway, so the whole point,
Mr.
what we're gonna,
Bird Lawyer.
What does
I'm
that
bird
mean?
racist. It means I'm bird racist. What's up? What's popping?
What?
Anyway, Bird, let me just say this is a discussion we've been having for about 5 years now. And there's been a lot of talk about the independent variable as far as gravity goes. And even on your side, since you're new to this discussion, you probably don't even know that on your side, they admit that there is no test that proves gravity. They cannot manipulate gravity. So there's no way to prove gravity, right? They can't manipulate,
So
right? So they can't use mass to prove gravity. There is, even in the Cavendish, we've gone through it a million times with ballers, and they always end up losing the argument because they are thinking this experiment proves gravity, right? And then they're shown, and in fact, all of the people that have any respect on the baller side now admit that there is no experimental experiment that shows gravity. In fact, they even say gravity is not a force. They can only say that gravity acts like a force, right?
So
and density acts like a force too. So it works out for us.
Okay,
That's
well,
the
so
point.
so density is derived from gravitational forces. First of all,
That's your.
Second wait, hold on, please, hold on, come on, please, let me finish. Wait, please, let me finish. Please, let me finish. Please, let me finish. Wait.
Okay, so you're wrong, first of all, but go ahead.
No, he's not finishing. You can finish. He done irritated me.
Well, the thing is that you want to state, if you're still listening, that if you want to state these list of facts that you already know and are convinced of are real, and we've been through them a million times. And if you say that density is caused by gravity, then there has to be a cause and effect relationship that follows a scientific method to show that that's the case. And then, the fallacious reasoning that somehow things would just float up in the air without gravity is really ridiculous on the surface when you really think about it, because they're denser than the air still. Anything denser than the air goes down, anything less dense than the air goes up. There is no bias up or down if there's both up and down.
Right. I just want to point out Archimedes' principle on density and buoyancy pre-existed gravity. So when he was stating it, it wasn't attributed to gravity. And if you look at specific gravity, relative density is 100% everything that dictates specific gravity.
Okay, so just because an idea predates another idea doesn't mean that it's not reliant on that later idea.
No, we're not talking about ideals. We're talking about scientific concepts. Let's be specific, and it does. So Archimedes, it does, because just like he said, you'd have to show a cause and effect relationship between density and gravity to apply that to Archimedes' principle. Without that, Archimedes' principle stands alone and is not. Archimedes' principle is not, has not, and never will be part of the gravitational theory.
I'm not saying that it's part of a gravitational theory. I'm saying that.
I'm telling you, it's just like weight. You can say gravity causes weight, and I'm going to ask you to prove it through experimentation.
Okay. So.
Prove gravity causes density. I'll wait. Oh, you did. You said density is reliant on gravity. It's not.
Well, I said sorry, buoyant. I meant buoyancy, right?
Neither one of them. You can't prove either one of them are dependent on gravity.
Okay. So
you can't even prove gravity exists.
He can't even show density.
Okay. So
or
I
gravity.
want to discuss gravity. Yes, we can't test gravity, right? But gravity is a theory, right? It's a scientific theory.
No shit. Listen.
We have.
I want to argue that too because, listen, a requirement as a scientific theory is that it be backed by experimentation. Gravity's not backed by experimentation, so no, it's not a scientific theory. It's a colloquial definition of a theory. Or can you give me a citation for the scientific theory of gravity?
Sure. I mean, I can like link you the Wikipedia article for gravitation.
No, I've read Wikipedia. It does not present gravity as a scientific theory.
Wikipedia is not an academic source, also.
Well,
yeah.
So Wikipedia links to academic sources that you can read.
It does, but it's not an academic source. If you use Wikipedia in college, you'll fail. Cite that as a source, you just failed your paper. Yes.
So you really think we haven't heard this all before?
Wait,
right?
so I agree
if there's any scientific validation to gravity, then we would give it to you, but there is none. So
Okay,
I don't know why
you
you're
wouldn't give it to me because you're
wiggling
not a
around.
good faith actor
I
that's
wasn't
trying to come
done
at this.
talking. I wasn't done talking.
finished.
I wasn't
That's
done talking,
crazy,
man.
dude.
You have this weird thing that you start your sentence when I wasn't done, right? So if there is any scientific validation to gravity, right, then we would have known about it. But there is none. So you can claim it all you want, right? But there is none.
I mean,
Yeah, so we can.
I have a college education. I have a bachelor's of science in engineering with a major in mechanical. If there was validation,
you're still shit.
So sure, I
if
have an
if there was scientific validation, I would have learned that in school.
Yeah, so
hey Bird, you know that things are denser than the air.
Wait,
That's
hold
why
on.
they go
I
down,
thought,
right?
I thought we weren't over talking.
Pigs? Oh no, pigs
Okay,
fly.
I'm just asking a question. Do you know that things that are denser than the air go down because they're more dense, right?
No, it's not because they're more dense, right?
Okay, then you're wrong because that's what you're going to admit to that.
Well,
you can
okay,
say
so-
gravity causes density, but density is the reason it goes down. Relative density. Just look up specific.
Oh, yes, relative density. I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah. I agree with that. Sure.
That's all it is.
Well, yeah,
So
sure.
think of it like a layer.
Another way to say relative density is specific gravity. So, gravity's relying on density. It's not the other way around. Yes, specific gravity. That's where you're talking about gravity, specific to the medium, and the relative density, of the object in the medium.
Yeah, so I think we're.
Let me just tell you, bro. What seems to have occurred is that.
Hold up. I want to point out one more thing. Specific gravity is a scientific theory, and it is backed by experimentation. Archimedes principle, Archimedes density tower, is an experiment that demonstrates specific gravity relative to the density of the object in the medium and the medium.
Okay. So
when you pick up your leg, do you feel just the weight of your leg, or do you feel a force pulling your leg back down? Do you feel the force?
Sorry. What?
Do you feel a force pulling your leg down when you pick it up, or do you just feel the weight of your leg?
So the problem. With
I know the
we're-
concept. I'm just asking you a direct
Yes.
question. Do you feel a force pulling your leg down?
Well, that's the problem, right? That these forces aren't.
Gravity's not a force by its colloquial theory.
I know it's not a force. Hold on, let me finish. I know it's not a force. When we're
Stop saying
talking
these
about
forces.
attraction of Newtonian physics, which is fine to use when we're talking on small scales, like a human to a celestial body, right? When we're talking about the weight, where these forces are originating from are isn't the celestial body itself. It's from the person,
How do you show?
right?
I know the concept, but I was asking
No.
you a direct question. Do you feel a force when you pick up your leg? Do you feel a force pulling it down?
Well, technically, yes, I do feel a force.
No, I'm not saying technically. I'm asking you a direct question. Do you feel a force
Okay,
pulling your leg down?
You're trying to make like an intuition argument.
I'm not even
saying
making a
that
point
it's-
about it. I'm just asking you a direct question so I can get to my point.
Okay, but this
do you feel the force?
I understand what you're trying to
And
do,
you
right?
see
You're
how
trying to
resistant
use
you
this-
are to even answer that?
But
Why
see,
should you
this
be
is-
resistant
you're
as if
trying
I've
to- I
got
understand
gotcha?
what you're trying
That's
to
just
do.
a simple question.
I'm preempting.
I'm not trying to do anything. You're trying to win the argument rather than have a logical discussion. You're more worried about winning the argument.
You want me to you want to hear it? I don't feel a force, but
oh my God! Well, no way, because nobody else does either. Of course not. That's not the point. But you're making it a bigger point automatically because you know where I'm getting at.
just because there
you
is
think
no force
you think
does
people
not mean that
hang
there
up.
is not a force. You are
I'm not
making
trying to say that. You're
an
implying that I'm saying that because you know what it means.
You know, I kind of get where this is coming from. because You just gotta throw all the logic out of the window. You know, you just gotta throw it all out of the window.
Anytime logical answers come up, you're like, wait a minute, I'm
Hold up, guys.
Logic, they might catch me.
Hold up, guys. Let's not walk past that Golden Globey comment. Just because there is no force doesn't mean there is no force. Let's not walk past that.
That's not what I said.
Force is something else.
You said just because it doesn't feel a force doesn't mean there isn't a
for
force.
not actually saying what I said. I'm just saying.
Well, it was that because you don't
feel
feel
like
a
there's
force.
doesn't mean that there isn't a force.
Have you ever
What I'm
heard of
saying-
Coulomb's law?
Third time now.
Do you hear the double speak?
You have used.
Listen, I'm gonna make an audio clip of that from the YouTube live stream, and I'm gonna play that shit on a loop.
Sure.
You're
Again, you're
Let me ask
for
you
the
this.
third time
Hey,
now
Bird,
perspective.
I'm gonna make you use.
I'll use
And I'm
my
saying that is
analogy.
incorrect.
I'm
If you
gonna
went to
make
a
you
doctor-
YouTube famous.
It feels like there is no force. Doesn't mean that there isn't a force.
I'm not
I know.
saying it does.
Hey,
I'm not saying
say
it
it.
does.
Hey, say it 3 times in
Why
a
do you
row.
bring that up?
So I. Hey,
But why
say
You
it.
didn't let me get to my point.
Say it 3 times in a row.
Right. So
Christ,
I can,
man.
hey, listen, look at the sky's blue outside. That has no relevance on what we're talking about right now.
Well, I haven't gotten to the next part of the question because you feel the weight of your leg when you pick it up, right? Because it has mass, right? That's what you feel when you pick up.
Oh man, I feel like.
For there to be a force,
Can you define mass for me, please?
not only mass that pulls your leg down, but a force on top of that, right? Which is the
I'm ready to go
acceleration.
quantum eraser on this conversation. Define every word you use. Define force. Define mass.
I don't think we need to do that. I think that.
We can choose from 5 different definitions of mass, and they all contradict what's being stated by both sides.
I just want to know, Bert, do you know that in the equation that has gravity in it, it cancels itself out? Did you know that? We just look at the equation. That's the way it works. Because it's not there, there's an acceleration, right? Acceleration is just the thing.
There's no acceleration.
Constant.
An acceleration
There's a rate
towards the
at which, there's a rate
center
at
of
which
something
things fall.
Acceleration.
There's a rate at which things fall, but it's not a force. It's because things fall at that constant rate. This just happens to be another constant within the world that is something that
Things could be
find their
climbing.
equilibrium at, right? And it can go up too at a certain rate, depending on the density of the mass as well as the medium within which it's
Right.
You
right?
do realize
That's all
you
it
do
is.
realize that variable changes, that gravity variable changes depending on
Yeah,
your
and there's
position, right?
yeah,
Hold on.
and well, it also the density of the air within at the medium, and it also changes. And then there's also
Wait, so
terminal velocity.
9.81 meters
Terminal
per second
velocity.
squared. Wait, so
Right.
9.8
To where?
meters per
Where's it
second
going
squared
to?
is at it. Well, it's headed in a downward.
Where's gravity going to? Where's it coming
Gravity
from?
doesn't have a direction. Gravity doesn't have.
It doesn't have a direction. Where's it?
Okay.
It doesn't have a direction. So
No,
the thing you're saying gives direction doesn't have a direction.
No, I'm saying that gravity doesn't work. Gravity works in every single direction.
So it doesn't pull towards
have
the
a
center of
specific
the object like a
direction that
Tootsie
it
Pop?
works.
Like a
So
Hey, Bert, I got-
gravity,
hey, Bert, I gotta-
doesn't-
guys-
gravity doesn't work like
I know, we know about gravity. We know what they say gravity does, but it doesn't work, bro.
Well, what?
It's just the velocity. It's just the
Are you
number.
like Todd Howard now? It doesn't work.
all it is.
It just doesn't
Have you
work.
seen gravity?
No,
form
it
anything
doesn't
in
work the way
here?
they're saying. You're saying you don't feel a force at all pulling your leg down, but you think people are hanging upside down in Australia compared to you.
Well, it's not hanging upside down, right? Because
Well,
when we're
relative
talking
to you-
when we're
relative
talking
to you
about
it is.
when we're talking about
Relative it
celestial
is.
bodies
I
and
understand.
their gravity, gravity
celestial body
attracts
argument, dude.
gravity
I understand
attracts
the
things
argument.
to its central point. So people
that's the
on the other
belief.
side of the
That's
earth
the
would
belief.
be
There's a
attracted to its center.
vector.
That's the belief.
What you call down in
not a belief,
vector in
that's-
USA is totally opposite in Australia.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
On a
Yeah.
ball, there is
The
no
toilet
down.
forces
gravity's
down
not
another
holding-
way in
That's what
Australia.
you're willing to say.
Hold on a second.
And that cannot
Gravity's holding
be.
everything
Why
from
can't-
every direction.
Why can't two vectors
There's
cancel
no
each other
down
out?
there.
Well, because dude, you're okay. Listen, I gotta go, but you've been in an ocean, right? You felt the force of a wave on your back, right? Guys, maybe.
The ocean is a commotion.
Bird.
It's just
And
all
Okay,
Ocean.
so wait.
I'm not.
Okay,
No, you're
so-
trying to figure out where I'm getting to before you answer again. Just answer.
No,
I'm
I'm
not
just
getting
saying.
to anywhere.
What
You felt
what is
the
the
force of a
relevance
wave.
of saying that there's a force of a
Well, why
wave?
is it you're afraid to answer direct questions? As if I'm.
No,
gonna
I'm just
prove
saying.
to you
Okay,
something.
what is the purpose of that?
So you feel that, right? I'm just saying that that all the oceans are curling into a ball.
He does
Again,
Gravity,
you're
right?
making it. You're again. This is the
You don't
the
even
fourth time now
comprehend. He
that
just
you've
holds
made
the
an
gravity.
argument from
Gravity
with-
cancels itself
Not an
out,
argument,
and you
it's just a
keep
question.
talking. Hold on. He was already explained that
Don't
gravity
hold
cancels
on.
itself
I want to hear his perspective.
So I'm glad that we're poisoning the well just by asking like
poisoning
the
the
most
well?
ridiculous
I'm
questions.
asking, why am I poisoning the well? You don't even know what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah,
Just let me
this
talk
is
quick,
why
I gotta
this.
go.
Oh, so wait.
Just
Let
real
me
quick,
let
I'm
me
just
talk
saying-
about
I'm
why
just
you're
gonna say this.
poisoning the well.
You believe-
because
you believe
you're
that- you
making
believe that
you're trying to
ocean
make
water-
me look
you
ridiculous
believe that
by
there's-
saying that their forces
You're afraid of
must
looking
have
ridiculous, aren't you?
some sort of like pushing force or like some sort of actor acting upon them.
It would be a great force that would pull the ball of water together, right? Wouldn't you think? It'd be great. It'd be an
What
amazing.
ball of water? What are you talking about?
The ball of water that you think you live on.
I don't live on a ball of water. I live on a ball
Pretty
of
much,
earth.
mostly
what are you
ball.
talking about?
Mostly water.
Wait,
They
the
say-
surface
It's
area.
a lot of water.
Wait. The
It's a lot of
surface
water
area is
indeed.
water, but if you go
71%
under
30% land mass,
70%.
70% water, they say, right? 70%?
Wait, by surface area.
71%.
Wait, surface area. You do realize the difference
Yeah,
between
retard.
surface
Do you know
area
what fucking water is
and
on the
massive.
surface of a
All right,
ball?
let's not talk. Okay, you know what? You got a long ways to go. I have to go, but the last thing that I'll add, I'll just leave you with this, okay? And I know that you're either gonna decide to just keep believing what you're believing and not be interested in anything more than winning the argument. You might just go there, but you might actually just like at some point actually try to figure this out on your own and prove it to yourself. Prove it to yourself that you live on a ball. And we couldn't. None of us could. Okay, you'd be way more. You'd be way better off if you just stopped and didn't worry about winning the argument. But there's only one answer, and I want to know. I know what your answer is, but just answer the honest question. The answer is either
What's
A
the
or
fucking
B.
question?
The reason you don't feel like you're spinning, Bird, is because either A, you're not spinning, or B, fill in the blank. What's the reason you don't feel like you're spinning? When you're supposedly going several different directions at millions of miles per hour, over millions of miles in a corkscrew around the sun. Why is it that you don't feel it? And I want to hear the plane example because we'll laugh if you say you don't feel yourself in a plane or a train because it's not even close to comparable and don't pretend that it is.
Okay. Yes, that's actually 100% true. You can laugh at me all you want, but frame of reference is incredibly important to momentum.
Do you know what Occam's razor is? You ever heard of that?
Just okay. So Occam's razor.
Have you ever heard of
wait,
Occam's
wait,
razor?
no. So Occam's razor doesn't mean that you must believe that conclusion. You realize that, right?
You don't. That's not about belief.
Wait, can you explain that further?
Okay, so all right, so just because Occam's razor is sometimes true doesn't mean it's applicable to every single scenario. You can't
Did I
just
say that?
invoke Occam's razor.
Did I say that? I didn't say that.
Okay,
didn't
but
invoke
why are
anything.
you bringing
I just
up
asked you if
Occam's
you
razor
ask
then?
you if
if
you
you're
know
not
what it
going to
means.
use it?
All I ask is for. See, you're always trying
Why
to imply
are you
that
bringing?
I'm trying.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
so
know
you're
what
always
Occam's
taking the
razor is.
implication.
Why are you bringing it
Argument
up?
is more important because if you want to, the only thing I'm going to leave you with is that Occam's razor either could or couldn't apply to that answer that you just gave. Either A, you're not spinning, and that's the reason you don't feel like you're
Just
spinning.
because Occam's razor is a razor that you can apply to a logical situation doesn't mean that it's correct in every single solution.
I'm saying
Why are you invoking Occam's razor?
I'm saying you're at a disadvantage because the last thing I want to do is win this argument, and that's all you can think about. All I'm telling you.
But why are you bringing up Occam's
I have
razor?
to hang up. Because
Then
I'm
hang
about to
up,
explain it to you.
leave.
I'm explaining
I
it
don't
to
care.
you. The reason I
Leave.
brought up that I'm leaving on this note, you're mad, you're triggered because I'm about to say either Occam's razor applies or it
You
doesn't
bring up the
apply.
most random shit.
No,
That's why I'm
just
angry.
finish and I'm going to hang
Like
up.
if I
I'm just leaving you with this. I'm leaving you with this. I'm not about arguing. I'm not trying to win the argument. You're obsessed with winning the argument. That's not my. Okay, so you're talking about cutting people off, and I can't even say one sentence before I hang up. All I'm saying is
that is so. Oh my
I'm
god!
saying one sentence.
You realize
I'm saying
that
one
every
sentence.
single
Now you don't
person
even
in
want to
this
let
call,
me get it out.
every single person in this call has talked over me at some point.
I'm
You
not even
realize
trying
that,
to
right?
argue about whether you were interrupting or I'm not. I wasn't trying to get into that argument either. Okay, you're always about trying to win something, some argument. All I'm saying is your quest is to figure out if Occam's razor applies to the answer to that question. I'm not saying it does, but you could find out if it does. That's all I'm saying. Good luck.
Did you just leave?
Why would you even apply Occam's razor in this regard? Okay. Oh my god, that was so fucking brain. I don't even know why you would do that. Okay, whatever. Who's next?
Who's next? This isn't a contest, Bert Lawyer. It isn't a contest, right? We are not here to convince you of anything.
No, this is blood sports now. Let's fucking do it.
Wow, you're annoying, man. Really. I was still talking.
That is like the height of irony, Roger. I love it, dude.
Bro, do you know the radius of this globe?
No, not off the top of my head.
Right. So you come here to defend your model. Don't even know Jack. Ridiculous, right? So the radius.
Okay, how many calories are in whole milk?
The radius, right? The radius. Do you know it? Can you search it up for me?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll
Go
search
ahead.
it up for you.
Go ahead.
Radius of Earth. You want it in kilometers?
Miles is fine, right? You.
I like kilometers. I'm a standard deviation.
Okay, kilometers also fine.
6,375 kilometers.
Okay.
357.
The curvature drop rate. Can you find that for me?
God, curvature drop rate. Drop rate. 7.98 inches per mile.
Right, or 88 centimeters per kilometer squared. Right? You forgot the squared. We're not on the slope.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
Well, I mean, 8 inches per mile. Okay, whatever. Go ahead.
Squared, right? Squared.
Yeah.
Okay.
Per mile squared. Yeah.
Okay. So, what would that be over 10 miles?
I don't know, dude. What's
You
that?
don't know.
Like? That's like over 10 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Curvature drop. Right. Earth. 10 miles. That's 66 feet.
66 feet. So who measured this? Who measured 66 feet over 10 miles?
Doesn't the Earth also spins like 66?
1,600, yeah, around the sun. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So-
So about 0.01 miles. Yeah.
No, but you're seeing the 666, right?
I was talking about curvature drop rate over distance. Who
baby.
measured this, Bird Lawyer?
I'm just going over statistics, man. I'm just going over numbers. I'm not so much a
I don't know
scientific guy.
who calculated this.
No, measured it.
I think it was
I
a
wanna-
Jesuit.
I want to know who measured it. Who measured 66 feet over
I don't
10
know,
miles drop?
dude.
Right. Nobody
me.
has, bro.
It must have been somebody from the Vatican.
Bro,
Well,
no,
I mean,
nobody
we can
has.
use. So,
can I
like,
direct you to the live stream now?
Wait, are we
What live
live
stream?
right now?
Yeah,
this
we're on
is
the live stream right now.
Stream to YouTube, ND Live.
Wait, hi mom, I'm live.
So,
Yo, shout out to your boys, dude.
can you see what I just posted, Bird Lawyer?
What about it?
Where's the horizon in this picture? So let me start. Let
Wait,
me
the horizon.
start.
You
Let
just
me
posted the
start. Let
horizon.
me start over. Let me start over. So if the Earth was a sphere with the radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to the Earth curvature cannot be more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. Do you agree?
Okay, so you do realize that there's like dips and
Do you agree?
dips in the Earth.
I'm
right?
not
So
asking what I realize. I'm asking you.
Even if you're looking over like a flat surface.
Wow,
like,
you
say, the
can't
water,
even answer a question, right?
So even
Do
if you're
you
looking over
agree?
the surface of the water, these things are not going to be uniform and even. You can't look over a surface and say, "Oh, this is dipped this amount of feet, and we shouldn't be able to see this."
Of
amount.
course, it is
You're
a
going to
physical
see-
ball,
You're
bro.
going to see some
So
refraction
you're explaining.
through
You're
the
explaining
water.
again why
You're
we
going to
shouldn't.
see. You're going to see some like level of like. There's even distortion in the picture that you
yeah,
posted.
no.
Look at.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done, right? Because whenever I ask him a simple fucking question, he needs to go into some kind of tangent, right? I'm talking about this picture now. Bird Lawyer, please follow me now, right? I'm not asking
Yeah, I'm saying that this picture is distorted in some
so
sense.
when
So to use it as some
I'm
sort
not-
of like you need to this over this number of miles, it's this many feet is incorrect because
it
there's
is correct
distortion in
because
those
it is your
pictures.
ball. It is your ball, right?
But
The
there's
ball has to-
distortion in the pictures. You've taken a. There's even distortion in the picture that you've
it's
taken.
not it's about the horizon because you will not listen, right? This is
Well, even the horizon is
topic.
going to be
This
distorted.
Wow, I'm still talking, right? I'm still talking. Next time you do this, I'm gonna ban your ass because I'm really getting tired of this, right?
All right, dude.
So it's about the horizon, right? Because the globe model dictates that it has physicality, right? So the horizon in your model is the leading edge of the sphere where stuff should get blocked behind, right? Boats and buildings should get blocked behind the leading edge of the sphere. Still not done, right? Still not done.
Sure. Well,
okay?
I'm just saying sure.
So
Go ahead.
still not done, okay?
So yeah, just saying
Still
sure.
not done.
Still
I
saying
will
sure.
tell you when I'm done.
Sure.
Okay?
Sure.
So the leading edge of the sphere, right? Your globe model dictates that the horizon is the leading edge of the sphere, which cannot be more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet, right? So this picture is taken from a 1 foot observer height. The horizon cannot be further than 1.225 miles, yet we are seeing it further. I'm not done. I'm not done, right?
Sure.
We are seeing it at, we can safely say we are seeing it at 9.4 miles away. So this falsifies the radius of the globe model.
Wait, why would you
Okay.
only be able to see 1.22 miles?
Because that is what your model dictates, right?
Wait,
It is
how
a
does
ball.
it dictate that?
It is a ball which
But
dictates.
How does it dictate that?
Sorry?
How does it dictate that again?
It's geometry. It's a ball, right, with a radius. And I ask you about the curvature drop rate, 66 feet over 10 miles, right? You
Yeah.
conceded to this. So
Wait,
when you're at 1 feet,
you know how tall these oil derricks are, right?
it is about the horizon, the leading edge of a sphere, bro.
No, but so you do
So you
realize
do
how
not-
tall these derricks are, right?
So you
They're
do
like
not
hundreds
get
of
the
feet
argument.
tall.
Yeah, you do not get the argument, right? The
I
horizon,
think it's 100 feet tall.
it isn't. But so the horizon is your leading edge of a sphere, right? A leading edge
Wait,
of
what is this called? Platform habitat?
right.
Platform.
I can show you the video. Let me show you the video because
Yeah, it's 90 feet tall.
Wait. If we're gonna talk about video, what video do you gotta show?
I have the original video where this picture is taken from.
And
Wait,
what
but
does
no,
this
they-
video
they-
show?
Okay, so what you're saying is you wouldn't be able to see anything past 1.22 miles.
No.
That's it. That's it.
No, what I'm saying is that the horizon, listen, the horizon is your leading edge of a sphere in your globe model, and it is 10 times further than the globe model depicts, right? It is 10 times further than the globe model would.
I don't even know what you're trying to say here. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Okay, so I would advise you to look into what your globe model says. What is the horizon? Where should it be at 1.225 miles? At 1 foot observer height. It cannot be further than 1.225 miles because this is what the globe states.
I feel like you're misinterpreting what
No.
leading horizon is.
No. So tell me, what is a horizon? Tell me.
Well,
You know?
horizon is I guess a horizon would be the furthest possible distance that you could see. No.
So you don't
like on
agree
the-
with
on
it.
the land.
You don't agree with it being
I don't know,
a
dude.
physical line, right? The leading edge of a sphere. You don't agree with that?
What? Hold on.
Hey Roger, can you maybe add me as a friend so we
Roger.
can talk about some science here?
Yeah. Sure, but I'm not busy.
So
with
the
it.
line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. I guess that's
Appears
the
to meet the
horizon.
ground. Yes.
Yeah.
That would be a horizon, but in your globe model, it is a physical location.
How far can you see? Oh, I don't want fucking images. How far can you see? Earth curves 8 inches per mile. As a result, on the flat surface with your eyes 5 feet or so off the ground, the farthest edge that you can see is about 3 miles away.
Right. So, and with the black swan argument, the radius has been debunked, right? Because clearly,
but that's things on the surface. Wait, no, that's things on the surface. So that is only things that exist on the surface, right? So if I was
So where are you now? Where are you
if
now?
I was an observer and I was standing at a coastline looking out, if something was on the water's surface, I could not see it if it was 3 miles away. But these oil derricks are 9 feet tall, so
Yeah.
of course you can
No.
see them.
So you're again you're again not getting the argument about the horizon, right? The horizon cannot be further in your model than 1.225 miles times the square
That's
root
not
of
true.
the
Wait,
observer.
that's
That
not
is
true.
tr- You just read it.
Wait, no, it said 3 miles.
1.225
1.22.
miles. So you're not listening, right? This is your whole
so
problem.
just because you can't see the horizon, just because you can't see where these platforms start, doesn't mean you can't see these platforms.
It is
you can still
about
see
the
these.
horizon.
You can still see these I don't care about the horizon. These
So you
these
don't wanna-
these
so you're
these
denying
oil
your own
derricks are
model?
behind the horizon.
Excuse me?
These oil derricks are behind the horizon. You can
Where's the
see it from the
horizon?
picture.
Where is the horizon in this picture? Where is it? In front? Is it in
It's
between? Or
under.
is it behind?
It's behind. It's in front of these oil derricks.
No,
What are you
it's
talking about?
behind the second oil rig. Are you blind?
No, that is just that is haze
Are
distortion.
you blind?
Wait, no, that's haze distortion. You're wrong.
You're
there.
saying we're blind, but what are we actually looking at? Like, do you got a link or something?
I don't even know what we're looking at. This is such a bad image.
I just
like this
posted
is such a
the
shitty
video,
image.
guys. I just posted the video.
Where?
You can look at the video.
This
in
looks
the
like
live stream.
distortion haze. Like this looks like nothing. Like
shut up, Bert. I want to see where the video is.
all of this looks
where's the video
in front
at?
of it.
It's in the live stream voice text, guys. It is taken from a video, right? Because Globus will deny it and tell him, oh, it's fake. No, it's this guy went to a beach with his P900. He stood on the beach. He laid down on the beach 1 foot high and he zoomed in on these oil rigs, clearly showing the horizon behind the second oil rig, right? Where the sky seems to meet the ground. That is what the horizon is.
But there's distortion in the picture.
It is about the horizon, bro.
But
no, it's not the horizon. There's distortion in the picture. You can't just say, look at the horizon. There's distortion in this picture. Of
Bert.
course, you're not going to be able to see it correctly.
Bert, can I ask one question? I just want to know, Roker, are you saying we're looking further or less than further than the horizons?
Yeah, sorry, I need to hop out 1 sec.
God damn it.
That's right, I can take over. So what's the question?
I was just wondering if the horizon was like further than it was pretend to be, or it was like less further.
So have you read through the argument and that picture?
Okay, so this picture isn't even correct. This is a
hang on a second.
distorted picture.
I'm speaking to this other guy. Can you just hold on for a second? Did you read through the argument? Who am I speaking to? TMNT?
That's me.
Ninja Turtles?
Yeah. Teenage Mutant. Why the
That's
fuck
you.
does everyone... Yeah, but I'm looking at the 9.41 mile Earth curvature platform habitat something.
Yeah. So read that top half of that picture actually has the argument, and then the bottom half is the picture that you correlate both with. So once you read the argument, then you'll get what the argument's about.
Okay, but you do realize that these pictures contain distortion, right? So they're not accurate. They're not accurate.
The horizon is not distorted, and that's what the pictures are about.
No, the horizon is incredibly distorted.
How is it distorted? It looks like a straight line as it always does. What's distorted about it?
Okay, so you see how in the picture you see wait.
Yeah.
You see how in the picture all of the lines that you're looking at are distorted lines. That means that there's a certain level of distortion near the horizon because he's on a fucking body of water, which causes distortion in pictures. Yes,
the horizon,
it is.
How though?
Yes.
It looks perfect. It looks like a perfect straight line as it always does.
Oh,
so
God.
in comparison to what it normally does,
Every
how
single
is it
time,
distorted?
every single time, a
But you're not
flat
explaining
earther
how it's
doesn't
distorted.
understand
You're not
anything,
explaining
They
it.
just
You're
they
actually
just
not
go
explaining
back to
it, though.
intuition.
No, I'm understanding exactly what you're saying, but you're not making sense because you're not
It's
actually explaining why.
mind-boggling.
Yeah, you keep saying it's mind-boggling, but it's not going anywhere.
Because
Your
it
argument's
is.
not actually.
Fucking mind-boggling, dude.
What you're not
um,
explaining why it's distorted. Like, what about it is distorted? What about
Yeah,
a
I
straight
just
line?
muted it because he's being dishonest.
I know
He's being such a dishonest. He only wants to win an argument. He doesn't want to learn. He doesn't want to listen. Right? He didn't even understand the argument about
He
the
didn't.
horizon.
And he's actually not explaining to me what about it. Like, say you compare it to a normal picture of what he thinks is an undistorted horizon. Comparing it to this picture, what would be the difference? The horizon is still a straight line as it always has been and always will be. There is no distortion whatsoever. Maybe he doesn't understand what distortion is or means. But I mean, I'm not surprised. He doesn't seem to be very honest, as you mentioned, Roger.
Yeah, he jumped.
Yeah, it's all good.
So I almost lost my cool there because this guy, oh my god.
Yeah, I know. It's all good though. Yeah, he's like you said. You called him out. He's just being dishonest. And then right there, when I was trying to corner him on what was distorted, he just kept. He was just, flat Earth is every time flat Earth. I'm like, just answer the question, dude. It's so easy to expose them, though. So, are you still there, Ninja Turtles?
Yeah.
Have you read the argument at all, my friend? Have you had the time, or
Couldn't really find it.
you couldn't find it? Oh, hang on. So Roger posted it at 45 minutes past the hour.
What channel and what time?
Sorry, live stream voice text. So it's 45 minutes past the hour. 6:45 p.m. for me, where I am.
I'm scrolling up a bit, but I don't seem to find it.
Really? 45. Have you checked? It's 45 minutes past the hour. Live stream voice text. It's right there. Roger is the poster.
Is it Earth is not a sphere, but by ball?
That's the one. You found it. Bingo. Have a read through the argument and see, see what you think of it.
Well, it's interesting that the second platform is further away and it's dropping, and like the first.
Yeah, you know what perspective is?
Isn't dropping.
You know what perspective is? Shit gets smaller when it goes away.
Yeah, but that's just a red herring because the argument of the
Horizon, you're right.
Platforms. Where's the Horizon?
That's why I was trying to get. Sorry, I was trying to get Ninja Turtles to actually read through it. I don't know if he has yet. So
yeah,
that's what I mean. You got to read through it, and then start talking about it. Don't just look at the picture.
Recognize your voice. What's up, Globe?
Sorry. Oh, what's going on, Elvo?
Not much.
Right. Yeah, I don't speak very often these days, so that's maybe why you didn't recognize me.
So did you read the argument, or you just saw the picture?
What's the argument? I didn't read
it's
the
right
argument.
there. Read it. It's right there.
Yeah, please read it.
Hey, what's the argument? Just tell me.
No, it's better if you read it because then you can actually comprehend it. Because you may misunderstand what I'm saying, and then we're talking past each other, and then we end up talking about the oil rigs, and if you read it, then have a look at the picture, then we can discuss.
Anyone still there?
Yeah, we're still here.
I just dipped out. What's the argument?
Okay, so you don't want to read it. Okay, all right, fine. I'll read it for you if you like.
Thank you.
So it's logical syllogism, modus tollens to be precise. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So we've got, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, that being P, the P part of the modus tollens, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which would be Q. So,
Wait, are you just trying to calculate the radius of the Earth or something?
Yeah. So essentially, if given the radius that we're supposedly given by whoever it may be that says that they measured it, which is 3959 miles, then every horizon distance must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of your observer height. So factoring in the particular observer height of this observation, which is 1 foot, right? The horizon must be no more than 1.22 miles. Must be no more than that. So we have a look at the picture there, and where do we determine the horizon is? It's clearly beyond the second platform, and that second platform.
How much is the first one above the normal standard?
What's that? Sorry.
How much is the first platform? Your platform above the first one?
The first platform is at 6.21 miles. Is that what you're asking?
Yes. So that should be correct, right? About 6 miles. That's like normal standards, right?
No. So this platform is at 6.21 miles. The observer height for this observation was 1 foot. So the horizon can be no further than 1.22 miles. So, but it's beyond the second platform, which is at 9.41 miles. So we're looking at a horizon that's beyond 10 miles when it should be no more than 1.22 miles.
So it's almost
that's
double.
the argument. Well, it's more than double.
Yeah,
It should be 1.22, and it's beyond 9 times. Yeah, it's 10 times what it should be.
So
that's the
you're
argument.
saying that picture is already showing that double the amount is possible to view from distance.
It's showing that the radius that we're given is incorrect because the horizon is way further than 1.22 miles. So that destroys the whole globe model because it's based on that R value, the radius value that's supposedly measured. So, and this picture right then and there destroys it. And this is a still image coming from an actual video. The video has been also linked in the voice text.
God, I just wish that Roger had a response to this. I like Roger. He's coming from another standard.
It's Roger, but okay. What's your question?
I was wondering who was he talking about.
Roger. Yeah. So like from the picture, it's like a double standard than what we're used
10
to
times further.
from math.
10 times further, bro.
It's even more than 10. 10 times.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, then if you agree to that, then I'm really questioning what I'm asking here.
And what are you asking?
I don't know, I thought you were from the other side.
From what?
He thought you were a glober.
No, I'm not a glober.
I've had too many beers. It's probably better to me to just shut the fuck up.
Probably not a bad idea.
I'm just watching that movie. Get Corn 1 or something. It's pretty good.
Yeah, somebody else named Elf here. Oh, EILF. Oh, nice. Elf. Yeah. ELF. Hey, you got control of your mic.
Elf, are you there, brother or sister? How dare you leave us hanging like this? Scared him.
So the problem with this picture for the globe is that the horizon will be, I mean, the radius of the Earth will be 264,000 miles. TMT or die.
That's
TMNT.
Big ass radio.
Yep. Passed out.
Roger, I think you got some background noise there, my friend.
Hey, Roger.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm doing some chores.
You're good.
I don't know who's posting these sounds, but it's pretty fucking funny. I might. Do we got some Australian people out there?
No, none of those. They leave upside down.
Yeah. Guess we only got shitty Americans right now.
Ooh,
Shots fired.
major shots fired.
Nah, I guess they're all asleep right now.
Actually, yeah, most of them are. El Boricua is actually Puerto Rico. And then we have Roga, which is in the Netherlands.
No shit. It's the same place where I come from.
Yeah.
Yeah, I already heard that from your accent.
Goedemorgen, Gil. Als kids.
Alles goed, hoor.
Goud dit.
We have a couple of Dutch mods. And so.
Kill, man. Het is net de VOC. Overheerst alles, man.
Chris is in the house and he's from New Jersey. You better watch what you say, Mr. Turtle.
I don't know. I'm here until I get banned, and it's just fucked. I'll try to abide by the rules. Just don't keep them to me. Ja, Roger. Ben je er nog of niet?
I'm here. Keep it in English, please.
Zet godverdomme even die friend request aan, zodat ik je kan messagen.
I did.
Very nice. Very nice.
Fatality. Bomb has been planted.
Guys, I'm gonna head out. Good one.
Hey, I just watched Capricorn 1. It's really a shitty ending.
Delano wanna beat the mate, tomato wait.
Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the brick. Suck my. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the brick. Suck my.
I'ma tell y'all motherfuckers that the earth is flat. It ain't no motherfucking ball. How the fuck you believe that? NASA ain't some bitches, they ain't go to the moon. Near the grass and you a bitch just like Winnie the Pooh. Bill not a science guy, bitch, fuck you too. The earth flatter than the water at the top of a pool. The earth stationary, bitch, that mean it don't move. In the flat earth wins, the globalists lose. NASA in the Hebrew means lie and deceiver. I'm trying to tell the truth to you brainwash people. Do you feel like you're moving? Do you see a fucking curve? But when you touch fire, don't that shit burn cause you feel it. All you globalists some bitches, we just telling you the truth. Flat earthers, we the realest. And we get laughed at cause we ain't stupid like you niggas. The government pimps and y'all suck their penis. The sun not at 3 million miles away. Get the fuck out of here, I see that bitch every day. It's inside the fucking firmament, the way it's in the Bible. You hate me, I don't give a fuck, you my rival. Rainbows prove it's a dome, bitch. Sundogs prove it's a dome, bitch. The sun and the moon in the dome, bitch. In this water, a motherfucking dome, bitch. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the brick. Suck my. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the brick. Suck my. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the brick. Suck my. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the brick. Suck my. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the brick. Suck my. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the brick.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb people believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is Photoshop because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. And assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, shore. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I'm taking. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living like on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
Don't believe the papers. Don't believe the news. 'Cause all that they serve you are opinionated views. Don't switch on my TV. 'Cause all they do is lie. And I don't need no programming telling me what to buy. But I believe. I believe the truth will set you free. I believe the truth will set you free. Don't believe in aliens. I don't believe in God. I don't believe in war. What are the reasons why they're for? Don't believe celebrities pretending to be what they ain't. Make poverty history, they say, posing the saints. But I believe, I believe the truth will set you free. I believe the truth will set you free. I believe the truth will set you free. Don't believe the justice system will give you what you deserve. It's all around bad judges and Lucifer they serve. Don't believe banks are honest. It fleets you to the bone. When there's nothing left to get, they'll even take you home. But I believe the truth will set you free. I believe the truth will set you free. I believe the truth will set you free. I believe the truth will set you free.
This next little number goes out to Scott Kelly. We're glad you made it back alive, buddy. What? Oh yeah. This one's for you, Scott Kelly. Here we go. Scott Kelly's a fucking liar. His
ODD TV. Payday Monsanto. Let's get it, homie.
We sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. I came here to kick some ass just like Roddy Piper. These motherfuckers that walk among us, they got me hyper. But don't be chewing that bubble gum, it's got aspartame. It's a chemical directly targeted at your brain. Just like the fluoride that they put in the water supply. And all the geoengineering we got in the sky. I'm trying to tell you and I hope that you're hearing me clearly. This ain't no bullshit speculation, conspiracy theory. They live and they're controlling every move you make. From the apartment that you live in to the juice you drink. They give you television to help you ignore this prison while feeding you genetically modified organisms. They want us like the Walking Dead, just obey and consume. Don't worry about anything, keep awaiting your doom. To all my warriors out there, this is indeed my call. It's time to put a fucking end to this elite cabal. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
When they try to prove their spinning ball Earth, it's remarkable. All their arguments are absolutely fucking farcical. It's clearly been shown your problems aren't resolvable. Your theory has been blown into tiny little particles. The pharmacological drugs they got the masses on precludes them from putting their rowdy Roddy Piper glasses on. And even when they do, they're unable to gaze too straight. Cause for most of them it's way too late for them to see past their conditioning. They will not be listening to anything outside their paradigm imprisonment. They are ensconced in a nonsensical certitude, brainwashed by devils to revel in their servitude. It's idiocracy, pure hypocrisy. Waking these dummies up, it used to mean a lot to me. But nowadays I wanna tip their canoes, and as they drown, tell them this is what you get when you snooze.
They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
Either put on these glasses or start eating that trash can.
what's real. Take the red pill and face our enslavement. But don't nobody wanna say shit. Without y'all, man, I can't do a thing and I hate it. Yo, there's gotta be a way we can change this and expose those who remain nameless. Illuminati agents, assailants with knowledge handed down from the days of the ancients. Got us living like vagrants under surveillance while we're working for these minimum wages. Then go back to our cages where we're late making payments on a regular basis and just watch entertainment where they could just rub the shit all in our faces. I'm so sick I can't take this, so I'm looking for ways to escape from the matrix. It seems death is the only option, but that doesn't mean I'm pulling out my shotgun. My body's locked up, but my mind is sovereign. I feel a little better being free of the doctrine, but the truth is a gift and a curse, something that I'm always dealing with and it hurts. Can't sleep at night and it gets on my nerves. Sometimes I wish I could live in reverse. Go back to being a kid again, eating cinnamon toast crunch, not knowing much about the world we're living in. Everything was so promising, hopes and dreams were just blossoming. Conspiracy watch wasn't on the curriculum. Instead of sitting and wishing that some of these things could be different and always paying attention, vigilant citizen. I know you believe you're autonomous, but that's simply preposterous. I'm telling you that freedom just isn't genuine.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweigh the dangers which are cited to justify it.
In this present crisis, government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem.
And everybody gets mad at me for looking for the truth. It's so sad to see, but that's just the way that it has to be. ODD, TV, blasphemy. I guess your brain doesn't have the capacity to understand that freedom is a fallacy. You rather stay in the herd mentality and keep going in your false reality. Humanity is going in the wrong direction. Insanity we have down to perfection. No consciousness and a lost perception. Are we ever even gonna start reflecting? Probably not, but that's okay. We can keep living life like a masquerade. Keep living like slaves till we pass away, and our kids are the ones that'll have to pay. We'll keep on going right down the drain till we're hollow drones. We walk around like some zombies and can't get off our phones. It's got me feeling like I'm the only one all alone, and wishing there was a new place that I can call my home. But since there isn't, I'm still right here and I'm dealing with it. Getting high just to get by, cause I'm not feeling this shit. Those in charge of what's going on never will admit it. It's time we rise up and reveal the wicked.
Soldiers, don't give yourselves to brutes. Men who despise you, enslave you, who regiment your lives, tell you what to do, what to think, and what to feel, who drill you, diet you, treat you like cattle, use you as cannon fodder. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men, machine men with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines, you are not cattle, you are men. You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate, the unloved and the unnatural. Soldiers, don't fight for slavery, fight for liberty. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men, but in all men, in you. You, the people, have the power to create machines, the power to create happiness. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Then in the name of democracy, let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world. World that will give men a chance to work, that will give youth a future and old age a security. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise.
You don't really understand sometimes what a terrible burden it is to know some of the things that I know. And try to wake people up and impart this knowledge to them. And find out that they just have walls built in front of them. They want to be slaves.
Now I risk sounding like a conspiracy theorist, but it's no longer a theory. What I'm about to say is fact. The secret organizations of the world power elite are no longer secret. They have planned and are now leading us into a one-world communist government.
take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. For instance, NASA is the world's largest magic show. 9/11 was a planned demolition and Sandy Hook was a scam. Come on, man, are you tripping? Constant programming being crammed in your vision. Just take a step back and examine this prison. Turn on the news and they're trying to blind you. All they ever do is tell you lies and divide you. There's nowhere you can even hide, they'll find you. Illuminati, all-seeing eye right behind you. It's about time you find out we're being lied to. They're attempting to control the mind that's inside you. Hide you from the power that designed you. Does anybody have a problem with this? Well, I do. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. They're lying to us about everything. How can this be? I know I'm not crazy, and yet I'm questioning my sanity. I see what the Illuminati's doing to humanity. The truth is stranger than fiction. We're living in a fantasy. What I'm witnessing is unreal. It's a one-way battle for us cattle going uphill. If we don't stand and fight now, then no one will. Our children will never know freedom. It's a done deal. The future's not looking so promising. It's the poor who go to war while the rich keep on profiting. It's us that they're slaughtering and money that they're honoring. And soon it's gonna be the new world order that they're offering. It's mind-boggling how so many don't seem aware. And if they are, it's like they really just don't even care. Our world is broken and I'm hoping it can be repaired. But we'll have to fight for it, so just be prepared. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof.
Forget the politicians. Politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking.
Opinions inform all of your views. Everything we think we know is actually opposite of the truth. But what do you do when reality's fraudulent? The whole system is rigged, it's an illusion of choice. You can keep screaming and yelling, end up losing your voice. What's the point? What's the point? That's what I ask sometimes. Roll a joint, smoke that joint, and then I smash some rhymes. I'm still a slave, but that boy overdose is hard to control. How far will he go? Much further than you possibly know. ODD TV, I've been doing this. I have to get deep because half of you are asleep, the other half are just sheep. Wakey, wakey, wake the fuck up, man. I'm really sick of this. They rub the truth all up in our faces and it's ridiculous. They always keep the odds stacked against us and we can't seem to win. After seeing all the things I've seen, I'll never sleep again.
Everything is alright. Slave till the day you die. World full of boogeymen. I'll never sleep again. Rules that you must obey. Can't seem to get away. It's making my head spin. I'll never sleep again.
by the hexagon. Nothing but witchcraft and black magic spells in your lexicon. Search till the day you're dead and gone. There's gotta be some way out of here. Looking up at the sky, just watching chemical clouds appear. They got these toxic heavy metals filling up your body. You're a zombie, unaware that you serve the Illuminati. Man, how's your head feel after taking that red pill? When you learn the truth, it's scary. You can barely stand still. The Matrix is a computer-generated dreamland. Most certainly you're a worker bee for the queen, man. They lie to us about outer space and the earth is flat. They're killing us with the food they sell us. What's worse than that? You may wake up, but that doesn't mean the world's gonna change. It can stress you out, make you depressed, or fill you up with rage. We're in a cage, the whole world is nothing but a stage. And we're almost there, so be prepared for the coming age.
Everything is a lie. Slave till the day you die. World full of boogeymen. I'll never sleep again. Rules that you must obey. Can't seem to get away. It's making my head spin. I'll never sleep again.
Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again.
Everything is a lie.
Everything, man.
Slave till the day you die.
There's no escaping it.
World full of boogeymen.
They live.
I'll never sleep again.
I'm an insomniac.
Rules that you must obey.
Obey, obey, obey.
Can't seem to get away.
No, I can't get away.
It's making my head spin.
It's not the world spinning.
I'll never sleep again.
Never, ever, ever.
Chemicals in the sky.
What the hell are they spraying, man?
Nobody wonders why.
Those are just clouds, bro.
Organelles in my skin.
This can't be happening.
I'll never sleep again.
I can't do it.
Things are not what they seem.
Everything is opposite.
Wish it was all a dream.
I'm wide awake, though.
When will this madness end?
It's not looking good.
I'll never sleep again.
It's just not possible. This is the resistance and I'm not giving in. Breaking the paradigm everybody's living in. No more spinning on a ball, that shit was just pretend. And I'm not gonna say it is just for the sake of fitting in. The truth is different to people because illusions vary. The truth is hidden, the truth is missing, the truth is buried. The truth is beautiful, truth is ugly, the truth is scary. That's why telling the truth is revolutionary. The truth is something that these people just will not provide. That's why they gotta keep sheeple completely occupied. Now our food and our fruits and veggies are modified. And that's what happens when common sense is just not applied. They govern your mind, that's why it's called governmental. Everything that comes out of their mouth is utter dribble. And we just sit here every day, it's always uneventful. That's why I'm out here causing ruckus, man, that's what I'm into. Forever I'm defiant, remaining non-compliant. No, I'm not staying quiet, never remaining silent. Doing everything that I can just to create a riot. I want the truth and I'll do whatever it takes to find it. there's bloodlines, and they seem to think theirs is supreme. Democrats and Republicans are sharing the scene. It's no different than the WWE. Everybody's an actor and the world is a stage. We're just some slaves, never knowing the world is a cage. They got us worrying about chasing fortune and fame. They train us to ignore these things, and it's more than just strange. But I won't do this anymore, man, I'm taking control. If you don't do it for yourself, no one's saving your soul. It's better that you make it whole than they're making a hole. Ripping it, tearing it, twisting and taking it slow. I've never been the type of guy that would tolerate ghouls. They try to take us and brainwash us in all of their schools. They're lying to us every day while we're watching the news. But I refuse to lose, and no, I won't follow the rules. Forever I'm defiant, remaining non-compliant. No, I'm not staying quiet, never remaining silent. Doing everything that I can just to create a riot. I want the truth and I'll do whatever it takes to find it.
truth, it's time to pierce the sky.
Really understand sometimes what a terrible burden it is to know some of the things that I know. And try to wake people up and impart this knowledge to them. And find out that they just have walls built in front of them. They want to be slaves.
Now, I risk sounding like a conspiracy theorist, but it's no longer a theory. What I'm about to say is fact. The secret organizations of the world power elite are no longer secret. They have planned and are now leading us into a one-world communist government.
ODD TV. Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. For instance, NASA is the world's largest magic show. 9/11 was a planned demolition and Sandy Hook was a scam. Come on, man, are you tripping? Constant programming being crammed in your vision. Just take a step back and examine this prison. Turn on the news and they're trying to blind you. All they ever do is tell you lies and divide you. There's nowhere you can even hide, they'll find you. Illuminati all-seeing eye right behind you. It's about time you find out we're being lied to. They're attempting to control the mind that's inside you. Hide you from the power that designed you. Does anybody have a problem with this? Well, I do. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. They're lying to us about everything. How can this be? I know I'm not crazy, and yet I'm questioning my sanity. I see what the Illuminati's doing to humanity. The truth is stranger than fiction. We're living in a fantasy. What I'm witnessing is unreal. It's a one-way battle for us cattle going uphill. If we don't stand and fight now, then no one will. Our children will never know freedom. It's a done deal. The future's not looking so promising. It's the poor who go to war while the rich keep on profiting. It's us that they're slaughtering and money that they're honoring. And soon it's gonna be the new world order that they're offering. It's mind-boggling how so many don't seem aware. And if they are, it's like they really just don't even care. Our world is broken and I'm hoping it can be repaired. But we'll have to fight for it, so just be prepared. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof.
Forget the politicians. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners, and they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened. Listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball. But it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is around, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
You think you're original? You ain't original. You were programmed to be you. You're a slave and you don't even know it. The shit you think of ain't even your thoughts. Let's step out the box for a minute. Yo, how do we know if God exists? How do we know it's positive? Are you the definition of an angel or the opposite? If you lost your wallet and I found it, I would not commit to stealing it. But if the tables turn, then you would pocket it. See, I've been me for so long, but I still don't know who Hobson is. How come I'm the one my teachers used to have a problem with? I show my music to different labels, they ain't too fond of it. But in the underground, I seem to get so many compliments. Say my name and it's like people get afraid and shook. But if you take a look, you'll see I'm nothing like an angry crook. I'm learning hands-on, you busy with your face and books. I'm here to benefit the world, so heaven's where we're safely put. I'm not a devil, not speaking in tongues. I just want to touch your heart, I try to reach it in songs. I'm from where a child's future's on the streets with the bums. Because it's hard to become something so unique where I'm from. When the sun's down, nocturnal rainbow soaring, the air so high. It may seem so that I can't see, but the darkness provides the light for me. I don't wanna be lonely, and the moon is my only homie. If there's a higher power, then show me. Instead of nocturnal rainbows. Obama's president, so what's it represent? Just because the niggas half black don't mean he's ever sent. You're clueless to evidence, and all the minds he's messing with. His charming smile hasn't got my ass about this death for shit. Frontin' like he's truly Jesus, and all you fools believe it. The change he's making isn't good, that's just how you conceived it. It's like we all broker than ever. It's due to reasons dealing with self-beneficial plans and the movement he's with. Illuminati, or whatever the fuck they go by. They're the reason weird shit happens, and we don't know why. Why did Michael Jackson start his tour then have to go die? How did rap music go from really good to so dry? Real artists get shelved and whack ones get famous. To leave masses brainless, a smart mind is dangerous. In their eyes, there probably ain't no real shit in your playlist. You just a product of what the government has created. When the sun's down, nocturnal rainbow soaring, the air so high. It may seem so that I can't see, but the darkness provides the light for me. I don't wanna be lonely, and the moon is my only homie. If there's a higher power, then show me. Instead of nocturnal rainbows. Yo, we're all smart, and we know what's bad and good for us. But yet when you got offered some marijuana, you took a puff. Your brain's a fucking powerhouse. But what, that wasn't good enough? It's people like you who talk that shoulda, coulda, woulda stuff. You probably threw your life away, cause you would rather get high with no license to car. So you bum rides to get by, saying I should've did this, or I shouldn't have hung with this guy. I'm broke as fuck, my rent's high. I should've realized. I ain't being cruel with these situations that I address. I more than likely could be someone you admire, yes. But it's because the blood, sweat, and all the time that I invest. We play the same game, difference is you never try your best. You don't have a skill, you set yourself up for a higher mess. I work around the clock, you slack off for lots of time to rest. Keep bullshitting till your life is gone, cause living's naturally hell, you have to work to put a smile on. Down, nocturnal rainbow soaring, the air so high. It may seem so that I can't see, but the darkness provides the light for me. I don't wanna be lonely, and the moon is my only homie. If there's a higher power, then show me. Instead of nocturnal rainbow. When the sun's down, nocturnal rainbow soaring, the air so high. It may seem so that I can't see, but the darkness provides the light for me. I don't wanna be lonely, and the moon is my only homie. If there's a higher power, then show me. Instead of nocturnal rainbow. Nocturnal rainbow soaring, the air so high. Nocturnal rainbow soaring, the air so high. Nocturnal rainbow soaring, the air so high. Nocturnal rainbow soaring, the air so high.
Thomas Edison! Was it Nikola Tesla?
Step up, you'll be shocked when I spit and start static. I'll rip your style and add it to my long list of patterns. While you were busy digging ditches and burning bridges, I'm pumping out inventions, stacking riches. So go back to your pigeons. You're a geek, plagued by OCD. You never had sex, but you sure got screwed by me. I crushed you, Tesla. There's just no putting it gently. I don't alternate my flow. I diss you directly.
I see a universe of infinite energy, but no potential for threat from this enemy. So you can call me Tesla, Nikola, impeccably dressed. Giving lessons in electrical nemesis. This will be on the test, so confess to your thefts and let the whole
seen and I have read. Your best invention was a way to steal cred.
The truth hurts, you broke and washed up. Don't give a smidgen about your visions. If they can't make a buck, I conduct business. Understood, things you never could. So dope that I even make New Jersey look good. I'm on the record, I invented. You got duped there, I said it. Now bet you $50,000 that you'll never forget it. Without me, here's a taste of what this battle would be. No lights, no camera, no sound. See?
You fool, you think that you can touch me with this? You couldn't handle my gifts with your greedy little mind. What's inside mine was ahead of its own time. You did not steal from me, you stole me from mankind. It's a wireless transmission of truth, and it's a shocking real story of a banker with you. And if the people knew you stopped me from making power free, they would curse the Con Edison with every utility.
Oh, move there! You just saw!
Hey. Mic check. Can I get a mic check, please?
I can hear you.
Thank you.
Hello. 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 Hi, my name is. Alright. For anyone who's listening to this and doesn't know the shape of the Earth, I have to tell you, just go back to your own perception, go back to your own senses, go back to your own understanding of reality. If it wasn't for, people telling you that you are living on a spinning ball, would you ever even consider that the earth beneath your feet is moving? Would you ever consider that you are living on some space testicle? I wouldn't say so, and I wouldn't think so. I would say that your everyday life experience tells you that you're living on an extended level plane. You're not living on anything that is moving, because when it moves, when in the case of an earthquake, we can actually feel that. So it's not because of that, but they tell me something outlandish, and when enough people agree with that, and when it's coming from some sort of authority, like a teacher or some high priest, you're gonna, be inclined to accept it, and you can say, hey, okay, that's true, and it's gonna make you feel better because you now know something that All right, just one thing about crypto and cryptocurrency and Bitcoin and all of that. It makes you even more dependent upon a third party or an authority or a government, because for any transaction you need electricity, you need computing power, you need computers, cell phones, and all of that, and you also need the internet, right? So all of those things make you more dependent and takes away your freedom. I mean, if you have even the dollar, right? If you have some cash, you don't have to tell anybody how you're spending it. You don't need anybody else except to have those dollars in your hand. You give it to someone and nobody ever notices that you have bought something or not. But when it comes to crypto, it's all logged. It's all written, and everybody can, understand how the transaction happened, when it happened, how much money was was uh, you know exchanged, and all of that. So it's making things worse. I mean, I'm not a proponent of dollar or any sort of paper currency, but crypto is definitely not the answer. Um, uh, and not only that, you have to depend upon all sorts of miners and all of these people, third parties all over the place with crypto, and yeah, it has this so-called advantage that there is not, it's scarce. There's not going to be an unlimited amount of it, like the way it is with the dollar and printing money left, right, and center by the Federal Reserve. But well, at the end of the day, if somebody gains 51% of the computing power, they can ascribe all of that, all of those transactions and all of the Bitcoin in circulation to one person. And that's it. 51% of the computing power. And who do you think has the most amount, or has the most control over the computing power industry? It's the authorities. It's the people in charge. So it's the same people that you're trying to get rid of. You think banks and banksters and J.P. Morgan and all of these great names don't have enough money already to buy all of the computing power, or 51% of the computing power? Of course they can. Of course they can. Write anything they want into the system, because at the end of the day, it's a democratic system, and democracy is not a good thing, because 51% of the population can vote to kill the rest of the 49. So that's how it happens. And the same thing you see with democracy. People can't just buy their votes, right? These millionaires and billionaires can buy the population's votes, because they just offer them something, and they're gonna obey. A little bit of money here and there, people are gonna change their votes. At the end of the day, it's the people who count the votes. At the end of the day, it's the people who are ascribing the value of Bitcoin. You don't really know how the market works. All you see is a number on a website or an app, and that's going to tell you what the money or what this commodity or cryptocurrency is worth. So watch out for that.
y'all?
Bonjour, bonsoir.
Hey, oh.
Kid Crack, we're waiting.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the other people to come in, brother.
There she is.
Alright, sweet.
Yeah, hi.
What is the Scarecrow and that doing? I'm gonna drag all their asses. Oh, I just disconnected them. Shit, unlucky. I'm like there trying to move people. I press disconnect. I'm like, fuck it.
They'll be fine.
She's gonna be like, hello? Hello?
Mate, I'm just literally, like, watch this. I'm refilling up. Should I just leave 2 people in there and make them think that I hate them? Like, I'm just gonna leave Carr in there on his own. He's a big boy, isn't he?
He just moved.
Yeah, I just moved him. Fuck it. I really don't care, mate. I'm moving everyone that is Effie. I didn't move everyone.
Okay, do it up, bro.
What is the world? What is the
Ew, what the fuck?
I'm just messing around.
Why'd you do that?
I can do what I want.
Ew.
What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the feeling's been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living.
Wait, which spot?
Choose to accept it. Now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions.
I think you have to unmute the button.
Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last and
That it?
Is she no, it wasn't it. She's telling me she hasn't had the bot. She's had the bot muted this whole time.
What? Yeah.
If you had you've had the bot muted.
Yeah, you didn't miss much.
Muted.
Who made that song? Was that any of you guys?
Yeah, some moderator. One of our moderators. We've got loads, bro.
What did
Wait
you
there.
say? Stop mumbling, please. I can't even understand.
I said it's from one of our moderators.
Hey.
It's your guys with the jank because I can hear my voice back when I speak properly.
He's speaking Irish. Forgive him.
Mate, there's nothing wrong with my microphone, you bunch of twats.
Whoa.
He's an Irish Mexican. That's why he sounds like that.
An Irish Mexican. That is a.
That's
that's a combo. That's cool.
I'm alright with that.
He's actually my brother.
Half brother.
Wow.
Yeah.
If you hear Gem C, he's fully Mexican. That's why he's got the Mexican sound to him.
Didn't ask. And why did you cough into the mic?
That's a good question, but we'll never find the answer.
That's a
He's
good question.
actually
But on a flat Earth.
Coughing works on a flat Earth. Yes.
Yeah,
It works on the.
To be honest with you, no, it wouldn't work on the globe Earth because you live next to a vacuum that's 10 to the 17 negative torque, right? So existing next to that privation, that vacuum, which is 10 to the 17 negative
Can you
torque,
speak
you
clearer, please?
right? You're
wouldn't be
back.
able to breathe air in and cough. That wouldn't work on the
Right,
go.
wait there. Gemsy, does my microphone clearly not make sense?
No, I can hear
Very
you
clear.
perfectly.
Yeah, so she talks about me speaking correctly one more time with her monotone, disgusting accent, right?
Ooh.
And that's not all Americans. That's not all Americans. That's just you, love. If you concern troll one more time, I will ban you. Okay?
That's a little rude.
No, okay? This isn't a democracy, okay?
I wasn't
Right.
paying attention at all. Yeah,
that's what. Yeah.
He's just messing with you.
Oh, I'm really not. I know the type of trolling that she's doing. Right, you're fucking gone, love. See you later, dickhead.
Did you just call me love?
Yes, love. Welcome to England.
Bye, love. See you later.
Alright, you gonna stop, or am I gonna have to ban you?
I thought you said
You're
you
gonna
didn't
have
ban.
to ban me.
I thought you said you
He
didn't.
he said he doesn't ban, but he tells people he's gonna ban them. So that's what he's doing.
Fair enough.
Yeah, are you gonna stop doing it, love? Or not?
No,
Come on.
I'm not.
What were you doing, Raw? What were you doing? I wasn't paying attention. What are you doing?
We
honestly
just
don't even know.
talking about Flat Earth.
Right, do you want to listen to a different song? Raw, have you got it unpaused? I actually like you, Raw. Like, stop saying I'm speaking unclearly. Just
What?
because you... Stop saying I'm speaking unclearly, because you...
Because you are speaking unclearly.
I'm really not, honestly. That's just something to do with your setup, your headset, something to do with your level of understanding of the English language. That's not my problem. And I shouldn't have to hear about it. Do you understand?
It's a language barrier.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can understand him because, like,
Yeah, and at this
Okay.
point she's being racist, right?
But-
you know?
no, now we're just going into
How dare she?
How fucking bloody dare she? Darling, do you prefer a gay when he's got an accent like an Irish gay or something? Is that what it is?
What?
Do you prefer it when a gay's got an Irish accent? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
You do? Okay, darling.
Was
All
that
right.
your impersonation, Raw? That was so bad.
Oh,
Sure.
don't believe me.
Anyway, bring you back to Flat Earth.
No, I'm probably gonna go to bed soon because I have to.
Wait there, Bray. Wait there,
Wait
Bray.
there. Wait there. Don't go to
Yeah,
sleep.
don't-
Wait there.
Before you fucking... Before you whip it up the
Adrian.
apples and pears. Exactly. She says it wasn't clear, so I moved my mic closer. I'm sorry.
You're not allowed to
That's
go.
not any better.
But I have to get up for work at like 5 in the morning tomorrow.
Stop with the excuses.
That's
but-
fine, bro. That's alright. Listen, we won't
It's
blame you.
literally 2 a.m.
Okay, so
it's 9:55 for me.
it's not where
but-
he lives. But yeah,
Yeah.
dude, let me just say something very quickly to you.
Yeah, why don't you go to bed, Roy? You have to go to bed. Go to sleep.
Nah.
No.
She's alright, dude. Leave her alone, man. She's all good, bro. You're not her dad.
Oh my god. Why? Thank you.
You're not her dad, bro. Anyway, right. So you said that you would be able to
Why
breathe
are
on
you
a globe.
defending me?
Why would I defend the weak? All right. Anyway, so
Damn,
You
boy.
defend the weak? Are
you gotta admit I'm quick.
Sorry,
Right.
I'm gonna piss my pants. Give me a second.
Wait there, 1 second.
Wait, don't do
wait
that.
Call me weak?
Wait there. No, I'm not calling you weak, right? So listen to this, right? So my family crest and family motto, right? I come from a Scottish clan, okay?
Okay.
Not
You were
not
Irish and Mexican 10 minutes ago.
So what?
And now, then
That's
you were
what he
British,
said.
and now you're Scottish.
Dude, British is Scottish, right? Great Britain, United Kingdom.
Is it? What?
Yeah, it is, mate. I never said English, but I'm British, but yeah, not English. Anyway, so I am.
Okay.
I was
Can you
defined
speak,
as Mexican. Of course, you can. I can speak.
No, I meant speak clear. I can't hear you.
I am speaking clearly.
Okay, yeah, you must. Okay, that must be a problem with you. We can all understand him, bro. I don't.
I promise you, love. I speak perfectly clearly. I'm actually well liked around here for my ability to enunciate words correctly.
I have
And
to
I can-
agree.
Like, I can hear myself through your headset where it sounds very rattly. Maybe you should. Am I coming through too quiet, or are you just trolling? Like I said.
No.
You're not trolling. What do I sound like to you? Maybe you should do an impression of what I sound like.
Why would I do that?
Well, so I can sort of, I'm trying to empathise with you on what you're going through right now and what you're having to sort of deal with. You know, one has to understand the problem to deal with it, no?
I guess so.
So you can understand me perfectly fine now, though. But
Yeah, because
You speak in English and she understands American.
because I'm going along with a troll, right? So while I was going along with your troll, which is what you're trying to do, okay, you understood me perfectly fine. That's because you're a troll, right? So anyway, let's move on. Yeah, now you don't understand. What in the world? Would you like to listen to another Flat Earth song? Or would you like to let me just say what I was trying to say to the young man that is not yourself, so you don't even need to hear said answer because you wouldn't even understand? When I said I was someone who defends the weak, what I meant was is my family motto is Misero Securo Disco, which means I learned
What
to
is
succor. Means I learned to succor the distressed. I.e., in Latin that means I learned to help. I learned to help. Listen, I learned to help the distressed.
Oh.
Yeah, so
I'm
like,
distressed?
yeah, you were in distress because someone was trying to tell you to go to bed. I heard you in your voice once or twice. I would say so, yeah. That's by my own estimations. If I was wrong, I was wrong. You said thank you, which reified the idea that I may have been right. So bad job there. If you're going to try and say you weren't in distress, you sort of
not
thanked
in
me for my. Listen, you thanked me for my intervention.
I was never in distress.
Okay, what were you in then? Because you did thank me for said intervention. Who burped? Nice.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can you not do that around a lady? That'd be
I'll
cool.
fucking burp right in her ear. I don't give a fuck.
Ladies, because we have multiple ladies.
That's because we got Oh, I'm not. Yeah, we're talking about the other ladies here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry, ladies. I just had.
That's all right, love.
No problem.
That's all right, darling.
Don't call me love. Don't call me love, bro. Fuck me. Jesus Christ.
That's funny.
I wasn't talking to you. I was
mean-
talking to the bloke next to you.
Oh,
All right, Governor.
Asaldo, you sound pretty lovely, so yeah.
Oh, thanks,
What?
bro. Are you gonna call my sister cute again?
Oh my god.
I mean, you are cute, so I can just come to the conclusion that you have a cute family.
Bro.
This is so
Bro.
fucking bad.
Mexicans say the weirdest things, right?
Call
Yeah.
my 14-year-old sister cute.
She could be cute. That's not even a paedophilic term, so I would stop there right away, mate. Just trying to make people look
How
more
old are
twisted than
you?
what they are. How old am I? I don't know. How old are you, Raw? Huh?
I just asked a simple question.
Well, I can flip that back right around on you, can't I, love?
Right.
No.
Yeah, tables have turned, haven't they? Tables have turned now, haven't they? Guess who's
Yeah,
got the
get him,
fucking-
crack.
Who's got the full house now, bitches?
No, just what the fuck?
I'm just
Can you
fucking
just
right.
answer my question?
Yeah, I can. Right. How would lungs work, right, on a flat Earth,
Oh my
as opposed to why would they not work on a globe? They would work on a flat Earth. On a globe, they wouldn't, because you wouldn't be able to breathe because there would be no gas pressure to fill the privation of your lungs. When you breathe out,
Interesting.
right, The Earth exists with a 14.7 psi. That's pounds per square inch of pressure, honey. Right? So, can you give me gas pressure without a container?
What?
Can you show me gas pressure without a container?
Are you asking me this?
I'm asking you, and I'm asking
me?
both of you. I'm asking both of you. It's going to take both of you to try and figure said question out.
Like, is that what you mean? Like, to make
Look, gas pressure without a container.
I'm
form of
confused at
stasis,
what
static.
you want.
I want static gas pressure, a constant psi, or gas pressure.
Why?
Gas pressure is why. This is what you need for your lungs to work on the globe. You need to show me in the natural world, or in any way, shape, or form, gas pressure itself without a container, which is pretty difficult when the actual definition of gas pressure is the pressing of gas molecules against the walls of a container.
What you're saying doesn't make any sense.
It might not. It's a very simple, straightforward question. Can you give me one example of gas pressure without a container? Think about the question. Think about the question, not the assertion behind it. Someone who speaks her English, tell her the question.
What?
You want me to speak her English? Come on, man.
I want you to reiterate my question to the lady who seemingly cannot understand me. For what reason, I do not know.
How can you simplify it more than that? How can gas exist without a container? I mean, it's a pretty straightforward question.
Well, ask her, can you provide an example of gas pressure without a container? In sign language or whatever the fuck way you're doing it that she understands that I can't do.
What?
Okay.
Yeah, go on.
Go on then. I'm waiting. Ask her then.
I'm just trying to figure out the words that she can understand.
I just gave them to you.
Yeah, I know, but what if he? Okay, fine.
Same way.
He's asking you a simple question, right? The gases should be contained in a container, like helium in a balloon, for example. Propane gas in a propane gas tank, right? So he's asking you, can you provide him an example where gas can exist without a container?
No. Gas pressure.
Yeah, gas pressure. Sorry.
Give me 1 second.
Gas pressure.
Fucking gases can exist without.
Of course, man. I fuck. I fucked it up.
Just say it like the way I said it. It's that simple, right? Sorry, you try. Okay.
Well, yo, she's like playing games, bro.
She's playing games. Yeah.
Question.
No, I know she is.
Answer the question, bro. It's a question. You heard the question. I'm from New York. I'm over here in Georgia. I hear country people speak. I can understand them. Scottish people speak. I can understand them. Northern people speak. I can understand them. I don't understand what you can't understand about this man's question. It's too early in the morning for you to be trolling.
It's
Oh
fraud.
my God. I swear to God.
Is that fraud?
Yo, what's good? That's Gubber Wilbur, I think.
That's Gubber Wilbur.
I'm going to call him fraud too. I like him.
Habibi.
Huh?
Right.
So, did you find the...
Without a container, I don't. It's stupid.
Well, exactly. It's stupid, right? But you do realize you have gas pressure here on Earth, right?
Huh?
Azaldo, you exist being able to breathe because you have gas pressure, correct?
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
Because we have gas pressure here on Earth, right? We can't exist as an open system. Apparently, we're an open system, Azaldo. We have no walls, bro.
Wow.
So, like, what's keeping the gases here, especially existing next to a 10 to the 17 negative taut, near perfect vacuum, i.e. the privation of gas that we call space? Entropy dictates higher pressure to lower pressure movement. Right, you're on mute, Raw. Right, fuck you, Raw. You're just getting banned. You're a stupid little You're an idiot.
That's
facts.
Don't be rude.
Don't be rude. All right, so now you can search on him, right?
Troll. She's just a miserable troll, bro. It's a simple question. You've asked this question 6 times. And what? Do you need a translator? Are you okay, Mom? Are you having a seizure?
No.
Are you
Yeah.
retarded?
Yeah,
I'm
she's
retarded.
retarded. Yeah, thank you. All right, that's all
Yeah.
we need to know.
Now that that's cleared up.
So right, we'll clip this up and use you as what not to do. Because bear in mind, I haven't banned anyone in a very long time. I've banned like 4 people in the last like 5 months.
Okay.
261
banned
days. Oh yeah, 100%. Later.
100%. Oh my god.
Look. You're lucky I messed it up, right?
Jesus.
What, did you ban the wrong person?
I'm lucky.
Yeah.
Damn.
Do you want to not be lucky?
I
don't really
found a
care,
video of a guy
honestly.
proving.
Mazzaldo. What is that? Mazzaldo. Oh, right. Oh, yeah. The video where, what? Is it continuous pressure being pressed into a open container with one opening?
I guess. Why? What are you?
Because the PSI is created by a continuous thing that forces it out at a certain PSI. That I said to you, a static gas pressure like we have. Can you tell me the place where gases are continually pouring into our Earth? No, you can't. And then also, can you tell me why there is a zero pressure point at apparently the level of the upper layer of the atmosphere? I.e., the gases are not bouncing off of the walls to double back on themselves to create an inward vector, because gases have no intermolecular bonds or no inherent inward vector. So what he is doing is tantamount to it's non-analogous, bro. Basically, it's non-analogous. All right, I've had enough of you. Like, you need to shut the fuck up. It's annoying because you know what I mean. You're probably alright, but like, I don't know why you can't just stop trolling. You know what I mean? Are you able to stop, sister?
Did you just say sister?
Yeah, sister.
Yes, sister.
Cock out of your mouth, Jesus fucking Christ, bro. What are you? Fucking hell.
What's wrong, mate?
You sound like James Charles, bro.
He is.
Oh shit, you're James Charles? I'm a huge fan.
Yes.
Please.
Finally, some recognition.
The fuck?
Raw brother. Is it better if I call you brother?
What?
Do you prefer it when I call you brother?
No.
Someone just pointed out I probably misgendered you. I'm sorry. I'm such an insensitive prick. I know. Can we start again?
No.
No? Alright then. Hey, bitch. Why isn't the bot banned in there? You're lucky, you've got extra protection. You hacking, right? That's it, it's a hammer ban for you then.
Bro.
She's like, she's been...
I feel like I'm just sitting in like a table and they're just trying to like flirt. It's kind of fucking weird, I'm gonna be honest.
Wait, what?
She's trying to flirt with me. I know. It's kind of pathetic, but she has to take this directive.
I am not.
You are flirting with me. Just hit me up in DMs, alright? You can, just get over it, darling.
Weirdo. What the hell?
Well, it's your friend that pointed out.
No, it's just.
I was sort of feeling it too.
No, that's not. That's not what I'm saying.
Wait.
Come on, I'm having fun. Is that alright? You're the one who brought it up, motherfucker.
I'm not saying you're not allowed to have fun. Not at all, mate.
Not at all, mate. Alright, mate.
No, alright.
You're the one who told me. You told me she DM'd you like 3 times saying, "Oh, can you get his number for me?" and everything. So don't lie.
Okay, yeah.
What?
Do you just want my number?
Do you want his number? That's what he's asking?
Oh. Yeah, no, I don't.
Alright, well, you're banned then.
What? I'm banned because I don't want your number?
No, you're already banned, darling. Alright? No, I'm joking. Look, can you just stop being a fucking troll?
No, I can't.
Fuck's sake, I like it when she trolls as well.
Why are you here, Roy? Why are you here?
Why am I here?
Yeah, you take over.
I don't know.
Yeah, why are you here? What are you doing here? Huh? What do you want?
Why are you so demanding?
Well, I just asking the question. What do you want? What are you doing here? For what?
She's here for
What are
me.
you doing
She's not here.
Not yet, apparently. But what are you here for?
You're just attacking. Like, okay, you don't need to be so aggressive, but she's not answering the question.
Dude, I don't care. It's just
You
a
can be as
question.
aggressive
It's an
as you
easy
want,
question.
Answer.
This is I could be like he said. I could be however aggressive I want to be, bro.
Calm your titties. Take a sip of the fucking. Take a hot chocolate. Take a sip. Calm
I'm chilling, bro. I'm chilling. I asked a simple question. Why are you here? What are you here for? Why I'm here because I enjoy this. I enjoy Flat Earth dialogue. You're just here to troll.
I am? Thank you for telling me.
Her, man. She's a waste of breath and time. Ban her. Ban her. She says she's a troll. Now she says she's not a troll.
To be honest,
she's wasting time.
I'd be honest. I've tried to ban her. It's almost as if she can't be banned. So she's also a hacker.
Yeah, I am.
Right now, you are definitely banned. Right, I can use a hammer now.
But have you ever heard of a fucking joke?
Yeah, I was the one who invented them before you existed. Right, sweetheart.
So wait up. Dude, you're James Child and also the inventor.
So guys, real quick, we did spoke for some time in the VC check-in. We did have the conversation about multiple things, and they did fine. That's why I did give him VC verified. At the moment, we were joking a little bit and having fun and stuff. But the troll side of the equation is if people keep it up, it's a bannable offense. Because if we try to have a conversation, ask questions and stuff, if you're just gonna stay trolling, some moderators will definitely ban you for that or mute you.
Nice time.
We did. You and Asaldo, we did spoke about many topics, and we had a conversation about the Flutter. But in the live stream, when people ask questions, if you want to participate, do participate. If you just want to listen, just mute yourself.
Okay.
To be honest with you, if it was any other two moderators here other than me and Gemsy, you would have already been banned. I'll be honest.
That's funny.
Or you can
just answer the question. When they ask you a question, answer the question. It's real simple. Answer the question. Answer the questions you're asked. Answer them honestly. Answer them. It's not hard. Yes, no, I'm a troll. Funny. I don't know if I'm a troll. I don't know why I'm here.
I'm not answering the question for you, Roy. Come on, I don't know what you want.
Irritating, bro. It's fucking irritating. She's annoying as shit.
I know I am.
And you're proud of that?
Proud? I wouldn't say proud, but I don't mind.
No worries. One day you'll grow up.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Okay, you need some help. I'm here.
Time to go to bed.
Time to go to rehab and therapy all in one. If you've got problems with drugs, then just talk to crack. Whatever resident or wherever I am. Right, so, what's the issue? Daddy didn't love you? Mummy thought you were a bitch? What is it?
Are you asking me?
Oh no, I'm asking the other 14-year-old act along child in the room.
You're referring to me, the 14-year-old act along child? Is that
I'm referring maybe no, Azalda, you're great. I was also referring to a girl. Unless all of those things I asked were applicable to you, Azalda, then the question was not for you.
I'm sure I don't have a vagina, but
a vagina, or is it
a vagina? Yes, a fanny, a pussy, a kitty
it
cat.
doesn't begin with.
Whatever your preference is.
It does not begin with an F.
I said vagina.
Offensive. Vagina.
Vagina.
Are you really?
Are you going to carry on, guys? All right. What is it? Is it daddy issues? What? Raw.
What?
Why is it that you come to a flat Earth? Yeah, because you're in a flat Earth server, presumably winding up older men than yourself. So I'm imagining there is some sort of psychosomatic issue there that means that you feel the need to wind up men older than yourself. Are you like this with your father? Is your father around?
Yeah, he is actually.
He is.
Nice.
That is nice, right? Oh. So, does he value you being a little underhanded troll?
Yeah, he does.
He does. So your dad just has bad values. I can get that. I can get behind that. That's cool.
That's a little
we can work
bit
with this.
rude, but
okay.
Okay.
Right. Noted. Thinks factual information is rude. So, let's continue. What other shit do I have to deal with because of your daddy issues?
Oh no, I'll leave if you want me to.
Well, you can either leave or you can stop being a troll. And let Azaldo answer the question.
Wait, I'm getting asked a question. I was fucking not paying attention at all. I'm gonna be honest.
Well, I haven't asked it yet. Again.
Oh, okay.
I will reiterate it. If she agrees to shut
question?
up. When she agrees to shut the fuck up. If not, I'm gonna have to hammer ban her, which is a permanent server ban because the bot isn't working.
Do it.
Right. So why you want to be here is the aim to be banned. Okay, I get you.
Oh, fucking slow mo. Jesus Christ.
The
fuck?
Sorry, James. I tried my hardest with Raw. Everyone witnessed that I tried my hardest.
Well, it's not your fault. She's been trolling ever since she got into VC check-in.
I tried, dude. Anyway, yeah, Azaldo.
Oh wait, did she get banned?
Huh? I don't know.
she get
I believe she left off her own accord, to be honest. I don't ban people.
Oh, fair enough.
What I was going to ask you, dude, is...
Like I'm happy to listen, but I have my own opinions and everything. That's just what I.
Well, yeah, that's why I saw
research and facts and stuff right now to have a full-on debate because I'm comfortable.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to have a full-on debate with you, dude. I'm just asking you logically: has anyone sort of shown you how a pressurized system can live or exist adjacent to a near perfect vacuum, i.e., space? Like, does that comport with reality in your mind? You know.
I'm sorry, I was replying to a DM. What was that? Say again, please.
Do you believe it comports with reality, a open system existing with gas pressure, right, adjacent to a vacuum? So we not only do we not have a wall or container itself in order to create said gas pressure, right? We also have something existing next to it. In the second law of thermodynamics, the second law of thermodynamics basically dictates entropy will always increase, meaning that the higher pressure system will seek to push into the lower pressure system, i.e. the privation that is space.
I'm too fucking tired for this shit, man. What? What the fuck did any of those words mean? I'm like half asleep. Sorry.
Well, we're just literally, dude, all I'm doing is adhering to using real factual scientific terminology that could be validated using science, i.e. thermal equilibrium and stuff like that, right? I.e. the second law of thermodynamics, which dictates higher gas pressures pushing themselves in any way, shape or form into lower pressure systems that are adjacent to them. I.e. let's say we have a room that has gas is heated up in it to make them higher pressure next to another room with an airlock door between the two. When I open said airlock door, what happens to the higher pressure room as opposed to this lower pressure room? What happens when I open that airlock?
Yeah, I'm too fucking tired. I gotta go to bed.
The air equalizes, right?
Yeah, equalizes. Yeah, that's the word. But fuck, bro, I'm not here to have. I'm seeing all these people adding me in chat, and then I'm getting fucking DMs, and I'm hearing you talk at the same time, and I can't fucking. I'm just too fucking tired, man. I'll come back another day or tomorrow or some shit when I've got energy, but fucking right now I don't.
Well, it's basically low pressure goes to high pressure. That's all it is, dude.
Yeah, but yeah, all good. Okay, well, have fun or whatever. It was cool. You guys are cool.
You
and
too,
all.
dude.
Yeah. So yeah,
Come back with your head screwed on a bit better and you got more sleep and that. You're welcome back anytime. You're pretty cordial. Raw, on the other hand, she's a troll.
She invited me because she was taking the piss the whole time, and I was just sitting there listening. It was pretty. It was funny at first, and then she would kind of got annoying. I'm gonna be honest. But
yeah,
all good. Cheers. Bye.
Later, dude. Yeah, motherfucker. Get wrecked. The flat earthers are all stupid till the gas pressure argument comes out.
They were saying in the voice check how we're so stupid, but then they can't even comprehend elementary level science.
Well, mate. Yeah, I'll have. Is there any coffee?
Means what?
Really? Yeah, what about? Yeah. Make me that Irish coffee, mate. That'll be alright. Yeah, make that, mate. That's fine. Yeah. Well, I don't like it that much, but yeah, make that, mate. Thanks, Gubba Wubba, for your support there, buddy. I usually don't ever ban anyone, mate, and literally I had to ban her. That's really annoying. Morning, old dude. Morning, Ravenous Brad. Morning, Melby Styles. Pirate King Buggy. Shout out to you. Shout out to Demok. Shout out to Jimsy.
Hey.
Shout out to Vlad. Shout out to Royal. Yeah, everyone subscribe to the Golden Globies 2.0. Yeah, see you there, old dude. Morning, neighbor. What you saying, Bob?
Well, Crack, what time is it where you're at?
It is 1:30 p.m., brother. So it is afternoon. I am about to go out in the garden. Rambo, what are you doing today, brother? Right. What time is it where you are, mate?
8:30 a.m.
Pretty early then.
Yeah, I just didn't sleep. Fuck it.
Fuck it, lad. It's got to be done sometimes.
All night in VC just debating lowers. Probably lost a few brain cells while I'm doing it, but shit, has to be done.
No, mate. Oh, yeah, yeah. Don't wanna tell you. Yeah. Wait, what? Wait, did you say you were VC checking with them?
Yeah.
What, were they just trolling the whole time? It's like, that makes sense.
Absolutely the whole time, buddy.
That kind of makes sense now, why you were asking those questions when I come in. I was like, why are they speaking to them like that? And then it's like, alright, they've been in there for ages with them. You already checked in.
Oh, you mean the drug question? Yeah, they were.
No, not that one. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's a weird question, but it makes sense now. Oh well. It's kind of annoying actually, because I feel like what happens is people use the trolling aspect in order to sort of escape the reality of what's actually going on. That makes sense? It's like, if I just pretend that I don't have a fucking clue, it's like the defense mechanism of ignorance. The proverbial, the invisibility cloak of flat Earth. Pretend it doesn't exist, so you don't have to face the truth.
Kind of sad if you think about it, but shit.
Well, yeah, it is sad, but I've tried to say this to people, like, why, join if you don't want your... I guess they don't expect to come in and then actually talk to someone who's going to show them up. I think that's usually what happens. I think people come here and they think that it'll be very easy to prove a flat earther wrong, type thing. Not quite understanding actually what they're getting themselves in for.
Well, I'm in VC checking, like most of the guys that come in, I ask them questions, well, why are you here? And then some people are honest enough to say, well, I'm here to see how fucking stupid people are, right?
Yeah.
And that's their expectations. That's what they come in thinking, you know what, I'm just gonna, see how stupid people are just to, boost my ego and see how smart I am compared to others. But when they come in here and they realize that shit, they don't know fuck all about their globe, and it just bothers them that a fucking, flat earther is more smarter than them. So that's when the trolling and insults start to happen. All the fucking time, man.
Hey, I apologize for getting so aggressive with her.
No, mate. You're alright. Do not apologise, mate. You did. Yeah. You're fine, mate. I enjoyed that. It was good. Yeah, you're good, mate. You sound like Fraud too. I don't know if you've met Fraud yet, but you literally might as well be him.
Heard him. Yeah, I think I have. I mute myself because I got track codes and back codes, big machines running over here. I don't want to be
better than they're trolling, mate. Don't you worry.
Alright, please.
Like, yeah, if it's you would have probably been alright for a couple of seconds. Like, it's better than listening to the Wayne Control. To be honest with you, I feel like she was just a bit into me. It was a bit pathetic, really. Hi, Melby.
Hi. He basically said what everybody was probably thinking of saying to her, but he just said it.
Which was?
When he was attacking the troll.
All right, yeah. I wouldn't even call it an attack. I wouldn't justify. I feel like it is deserved. You know what I mean? She wanted to act all. Yeah. She wanted to act all prissy, right?
Why are you wasting our time?
Exactly.
Yeah.
The thing is what she doesn't understand is like a lot of us are actually getting paid while we sat here and listen to these trolls, and it's like you're wasting your own time at this point.
I mean, it was entertaining anyway, but yeah, it got a little weird at the end.
Don't know why she kept saying she couldn't understand that word that I was saying. I think it was probably just because I'm British, and that seemed maybe funny.
Nah.
But no, you're speaking English. She probably understands American. They're two different languages.
Nah, bro, it's impossible.
Yeah, but you understand me.
Bro, English is not even my first language. I'm Arab, and I understand you perfectly. So
yeah,
if that's her first language, she should be understanding you perfectly. There's no excuse.
Exactly.
I don't think I was that terribly spoken. I just genuinely think she's being a knob. But
that's why I think she's young.
You
Maybe
reckon?
no street words.
Yeah, she seems young. To be honest, she seems very young. Yeah, that's what you're saying. She seemed to be over 18 though, for some reason.
I don't think so.
Yum Yum Donuts, or was it? What was the donut place? Dunkin' Donuts. Was she the one that worked at Dunkin' Donuts from earlier? I was driving. I drove from Arizona to California, and I was listening to you guys the whole ride up.
No, that's a different girl. No, that's not her.
Oh, okay, that was different. Okay, yeah. Or Nevada. Where are we? We're at Nevada. I've been at Nevada-Arizona border.
Oh, really? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, at Laughlin.
Oh, sweet.
Came up to the casino. Gotta get away from California.
Oh, sweet. I'm actually pretty jealous. California has like a 20-degree temperature drop, right?
You mean the difference between here and in California?
No, just apparently it was 80 in California last week, and now it's like 60.
Is it 60 today? No, well, yesterday was 60. It was gloomy and 60, and then the day before it was like 75, 78. Yeah, where I was at. Yeah, there was a 20 degree drop. Yeah, it was a 20 degree. And it drizzled a little bit.
It was 26 degrees Celsius yesterday here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you guys are Celsius. We're Fahrenheit.
Which I think is like 70 or 80 degrees here.
Oh, that's warm. That's warm.
Yeah, it's at least 75. I'm
And
sure.
is it humid too?
Very. See, like I didn't even get sunburn in the south of Spain in the Andalusia Mountains. I didn't get sunburn in north of Africa in Morocco. But I get sunburn here unless I wear sun cream.
Oh,
Yeah, and no, I've been in like 35 degrees Celsius in the mountains, which is extremely hot. That's hotter than it is in America, most places.
I don't know the conversion between Celsius and Celsius. Is it 20? How many degrees difference is it, or is it? How does it work?
There's like a little formula for it.
Okay.
So, for instance, so like, I believe what I always do is like if I know that, huh?
I always look it up. I could Google it or something.
Yeah, of course. Like, there's obviously you can do that, but like, for instance, like I know if it's around 20, but it is like what is it like? It's whatever the degrees is in Celsius, right? Right.
Okay. Yeah.
So to convert, it's basically what is it? I think you multiply it by 2 or something like that. Does anyone know? Yeah, I think you multiply it by 2 and then add like 30 something. Don't you?
Okay, so like 36 degrees is like 90s in the 90s.
Right. So
92?
yeah, like if you had like 36, right, you would multiply that by like 1.8, right? Nearly
Okay.
2, 1.8, and then you would then add 32 to that, right? So so what did you say? What number?
Thing I gotta remember. I know, you learned it in school, and then you're just like, I forget everything you learned in school. How
So
does
the
that
hottest,
work?
How hot does it get over there? Because like I've been in like 30, I think 35, maybe even up to 36, which is
I mean, there's some
95.
summers they could get up to like 100 degrees Celsius. I mean
Yeah.
Fahrenheit. In Nevada, it could get up where we're at right now near Vegas, but like Laughlin, it could get up to 120. But I think today is like comfortable 80, 85, but it's dry heat, so there's no humidity.
So for 120, I would half that. And then once I'd have to take away 32, so that would be 48 degrees.
Yeah, that sounds
Roughly. Wow, that's hot. Yeah, so the hottest I think I've been in is I think the hottest I've been in is 41 actually. No, yeah, I remember now. 105 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah. Working outside in the sun.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
I was in I was in an olive field, right? Like in a massive black olive vat, what they call it, and it's like literally like they dig these slopes with like huge diggers, right? And these slopes are like dug into the ground, right? And like they put black tarpaulin over it, right? And once they've done that, all of the olives from the crop that year just get smashed into the middle. Does that make sense? There'd be like 6 of you with your shoes off. So like any Spanish virgin olive oil, extra virgin olive oil, is literally it's been stamped on between men's toes, right? And like I really mean this as well. Like we were just like sliding into it down the tarpaulin, like pretty much just wearing like shorts. You know what I mean? Like so there's just like 10 naked men in there, just like just stamping on it in there with no shoes on, and then it goes down like a little, I guess, like a little channel that has the same tarpaulin in it. Yeah, into the back of like a cement truck almost.
To make wine.
No, that's the olives to make extra virgin olive oil.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying. It's the same. Yeah, it's the same mechanism as making wine, right? Because I've done that as well before.
I've only seen it on I Love Lucy. It's a TV show.
I don't believe I've heard of it. I don't believe I've seen it.
That's the only time I've ever been. That's cool. I mean, but it must be hot. I mean, annoyingly hot, especially.
Mate, you gotta be careful not to get burned with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Olive oil on you.
It's crazy.
I don't believe it has an SPF factor. Like, you know, like carrot oil. Carrot oil has like a 8 SPF level.
Yeah, but the olive oil is just you're in the sun and you just turn dark.
Yep. Yeah, you just cook. Basically,
cook.
like you're like a chicken in the oven at that point. Did you know that coconut oil, real virgin coconut oil, right? Virgin pressed coconut oil, that has an SPF factor. Didn't know that.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty mad, isn't it? You'd think it would make you burn.
Yeah. But then they use it to treat burns too sometimes, right? Like to repair the skin or something with it.
Yeah. Maybe in congruency with aloe vera.
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean? Like, how do I put it? Yeah, I know that aloe vera is great as a form of after sun, right? Not so sure about. So any oil really that's gonna, you know, put the moisture back into the skin and stuff. But like, do not ever use cocoa butter. You know what cocoa butter is, like Palmer's or
yeah.
not out in the sun.
That's
Out in the
good
sun.
to
Pardon? Sorry.
That's good to use to repair the skin too. Stretch marks, you know, like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good apparently for stretch marks after having a baby and stuff.
Yeah.
But not so good in the sun. Like, don't get tricked and use that in the sun. You'll burn, even though coconut oil itself is supposed to like be good in the sun, like just straight raw coconut oil. Not the same thing with like cocoa butter moisturizer. Definitely helps you, man.
But coconut oil can also heals burns too, right? Doesn't it pull the toxins out of the burn or like cut, something like that. It does something good.
Well, I think it's got some. I don't know if it's got natural antibacterial properties other than being what you would call an oil or water barrier, right? Any open sore, which technically, apparently, like bad burns from the sun are technically open sores, because it removes like the a certain layer from your skin, right? That's not necessarily waterproof, because our skin isn't actually waterproof. It does actually absorb liquid. Transdermal absorption is, a real thing. Some people like to say it's not. Our skin's waterproof. No, it ain't. That's kind of the whole point of the skin. But yeah, like it definitely damages something about your skin that is considered like the ceiling. Gotta be hella careful. Gotta be hella careful with sunburns. Sunburns can really they can kill you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. This woman died she was like 60 years old in the south of Spain when I went that year. Alright. Yeah, basically went there, and this woman did die. She was on the beach the same day we were out on the beach in the Costa del Sol in the south of Spain, and she died from heat exhaustion or whatever. But she wasn't in the sun when she died though. She was in her hotel.
Oh.
With the AC on.
Sunburn, what do you call it? Poisoning. What am I trying to say?
Radiation poisoning from the sun, maybe.
Yeah, like a sun. You get heat stroke or sunstroke.
Yeah, I think it was something like that. Yeah, I just know that she died from like not even heat exhaustion. She wasn't dehydrated. It wasn't anything like that. She literally just died from the effects of the sun, like direct effect of the sun.
Wow.
Yeah.
And they say the sun is like how far?
That was kind of what I was getting at, right? Is that like how does someone?
I've flown, and it's like it's right there, And then I noticed that on sunsets, the sun looks like it goes away because it just gets smaller and smaller. That's just, from the West Coast, off of California. If you watch the sunset, it just gets smaller and smaller till it just goes away. You don't see this.
I would expect
into the ocean.
Yeah, I understand your point on that. I feel like you would sort of expect to see, because like for me, obviously knowing that, I believe that on both models, I would expect to see the sun appear to get smaller and smaller, right? But then I feel like what you're saying is like it's not as exact enough of a thing, is it? Where it looks like half of it's not there anymore.
But that's just my personal experience from watching sunset.
Yeah, no, I agree as well. I just feel like the round shape of the actual light itself is probably actually created by the light itself. You know what I mean? Not so much the shape of the actual source of the light, right? Like the same way if you was to squint at a light that's like a bar, right? A pole light, luminescent pole. If you had that like sort of, going across the ceiling, and you're in the pitch black, and it's on the ceiling, and at the same height as your eye, nearly, but just a little bit higher, and you're looking at it, almost looking down the pike, right? It doesn't look like a bar going down the room because you're just directly adjacent to it, looking at it, and it's like you can look sort of just slightly above your eye line and look at this tip of it where it starts, and you can see the back. But when from your perspective, it just looks like a round dot because you can see the front and the back in one line. As soon as you go to a sort of orthographical perspective of it, looking at it from a different angle, now you can see it's a bar of light, right? It's difficult, that one, like what we would expect to see on a globe as opposed to a flat Earth. Obviously, we know that the Earth isn't a globe, though.
And then driving up, I drove, all night. It took about 4 hours to get here. The moon is another issue because the moon was right in front of me, and then it went to the side, and then it went behind me. But like literally within like a half an hour, it was like on the other side of the car. When I make a turn, the moon ends up somewhere else. How is that possible if the moon is how far they say the moon is? 237,000 miles. It's got to be
say that
closer.
again.
The moon, 237,000 miles.
That's what they said.
What they say. That's what they say. But I mean, like, if it was that far, how come when I make a right turn, the moon is like somewhere else?
Well, because.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're
It
saying.
just moves. I mean, like, if it's so far away, then it should just be at the same spot that it is. I don't think the moon moves that fast. I mean, like, I don't think the moon's moving around that fast.
Well, they would say that it's all relative to your position versus its and how fast it is moving, I guess. The whole moon itself is just ridiculous.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Yeah.
You know how I got there, right? In their model.
What?
Oh, this one's fun. I always love saying this one because it's like this is what I tell to my godkids before bed. It's like the best kids story ever. So 4.5 billion years ago, right? Just we'll just throw that massive number out there like it means something, all right?
Yeah, you're
Just hang in with,
yeah.
just hang in with me, we'll get there.
Okay.
So 4.5 billion years ago, Theia, the wayward planet, right, was on a crash collision course with the Earth. Thankfully, 4.5 billion years ago, Theia was actually doing this. If you want to know why, this would be the reason. About 4.5 billion years ago, the Earth's molten iron core, made of iron and nickel, right, at temperatures way past the temperature of magnetation, or a capability of magnetation, our core was literally about to burn out. So, thankfully, Theia was on said crash course, because what Theia did was save our asses in quite a marvelous way. So when I say marvelous, I literally mean that Theia, on her wayward course, crashed into the Earth. It was apparently a glancing blow, not a full-on one. That's why it didn't destroy us, right? And once, mate, no. Let me just, I'm on the phone. So Theia, the wayward planet, on this, like I said, crash course, right, for Earth, hits it with a glancing blow, not a full-on one, but somehow a strong enough and hard enough blow that it smashes, cracks open a little bit, and it deposits, or should I say its molten iron core, deposits and hits our Earth, bores through our Earth exactly around about, what is it, guys, like, is it how many kilometers deep to get to our core, and replenishes our core that was about to die out with its own core. The debris of a Theia scatters itself, and remnants of this planet scatters itself across the face of our Earth, right? Are you with me?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening.
Yeah, I cut out a lot, that's all. So the remnants of the planet scatters its debris all the way across the Earth, right? And replenishes our core, which is how we're able to experience gravity in the way we do now, and thankfully it did so, because that's how we have our atmosphere, etc., etc. But the kicker to this story is that the debris that scattered itself across the Earth, over now the next few million years, slowly formed and coalesced into a ball on the side of our Earth. This ball that coalesced onto the side of our Earth eventually slingshots itself away from Earth and ends up in a position that is exactly 400 times the distance, and in relation to its size, 400 times the distance and size ratio needed that we can experience eclipses. This sphere that was created and cast away from the Earth was the moon, right? So somehow 4.5 billion years ago, Theia, the wayward planet, deposits its molten iron core, and at the same time deposits enough debris in order to have a ball form and coalesce to be slung away, to be able to have it exactly 400 times the scale to size difference needed for us to experience our eclipses. there was petrified wood apparently found on the moon. I guess it got there because the moon originated from Earth, from the debris from Earth and from Bethia. Unfortunately, in the evolutionary story and of the actual planet itself, trees didn't exist at the time. So people that want to assert that need to really look at that part before they start doing so, because people have done that.
And that's how they
yeah.
stuck with the Grand Canyon in Arizona.
Well, think about this. Their whole globe model relies on that story being true, just to let you know.
Wow.
It's great, isn't it?
Yeah, that's I mean, no, that's cool. I mean, like, you know what I mean? It's yeah, that's interesting. And that's how the Grand Canyon became the Grand Canyon.
Must be, right?
I would think if the Grand Canyon was created by a meteor, where's that meteor?
How did it even get to the Earth? Think about this.
Yeah.
Like, if you're coming into our solar system as a wayward planet, right, or a wandering star, how are you ever touching Earth when you have a bigger celestial body with a greater gravitational pull, i.e. the sun, or even the center of mass that the Jupiter and the sun revolve around that doesn't exist? Yeah, why would it come anywhere near Earth? Why wouldn't it just be sucked into the bigger centers of mass?
That's why I like that story. You know, the story that you just told.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking about the Grand Canyon.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's just like, wow. But we also know that, right? Mass attracting mass is bullshit narrative.
Oh yeah.
It's just ridiculous, right? Mass attracting mass. It's just so silly.
Yeah.
Oh.
What else? What time is it?
Sorry, I was just doing something very quickly.
It's 5
So
minutes.
how long have you been a flat earther for? Because I'm pretty sure it's only since last night.
Let's see. I think it's Thanksgiving. Or is it Thanksgiving last year? I'm pretty new, but I have all these like things that I notice, I see.
Any of it.
Yeah. And then my husband, just said, okay, well, let me just show you a few things, but not tell me, but like, what'd you do? You're like, take a look at it. What do you think? What do you see? And I'm like, so I told him the Earth's flat. Is there a problem? Then he said, well, there's a Discord. It's a whole, group of people that you could talk to and get information on it. So, but he's been a flat earther since I think 2014. 2014? Yeah, 2014 he's been a flat earther. But me, prior to that, I just didn't really care or anything. I was just, living my life.
Yeah.
But now it's like, I'm all into it. Like, oh my God, I'm a plumber and I'm also a pool builder. So like, I have a problem understanding how water can wrap around the ball.
I remember you saying this before, actually. No, it's just because you asked for your flat Earth tag, wasn't it? Literally last night, I gave it to you straight away. I was like, yeah.
Oh my God, thank you. Yeah, I wanted to say thank you, but I was driving, so I couldn't I was trying to text.
No, I don't. No, you don't need to say thanks. We thank you for. I get. Usually you wouldn't get it straight away, but because you were valued, it's like valued comes after being able to have a tag like that. So I was just like, yeah, she can just have it, right? But yeah, so.
I'm a skeptic. I'm not a skeptic. I'm just. I mean, I might be new, but there's just so many things that just tells me. And then the whole NASA thing. Oh my God, don't get me started.
I'm less angry at them.
I know somebody that works at JPL, and I ask her, "What do you do there?" And she goes, "Well, I'm in charge of a social media presence. So like, she edits video." She works at JPL. She edits video that they get from from Mars. They edit the video and post it. I was like, "What are you editing? Isn't that real?" Oh yeah, it's real. We get the footage from from their whatever thing, and she's like telling me, but she believes it to be real, but she's the one that edits it and puts it on social media.
Well, yeah, because she's probably just putting like typeface in the face over it and shit like that. But like, she would know herself. She would know herself though when she receives these files whether or not they've already been through an editing machine, because of like not just the file names, like but the metadata and the coding on it. If she's an editor, I mean. But like, yeah, I know a couple of people that work for NASA. I know someone that works for the like Goddard Space Center, right? But he's actually a flat earther. Like when people come out and say, "Oh, where are the whistleblowers that work at NASA?" Then I'm like, "Well, I know 2 already." Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, where are the whistleblowers? Hello, we're right fucking here. You're speaking to us, right? Like that sort of thing. Like, because they're like, well, loads of people would be saying the Earth's flat if the Earth was flat. Yeah. Hi, we're here. There's loads of us, and hello, hi, we are the whistleblowers. Like that's the best thing to say when people say, well, if they were lying, people would be saying they were lying. Yeah, people would be. You're talking to me, the person saying they're lying. Like that's the best answer I can think of for that question. But so your husband is a flat earther. I bet he's absolutely bloody relieved that you have become one too.
We get along really well. We'll fly, on a plane and be like, I don't feel us tilting down. Our nose is not tilting down. We're level right now. 4-hour flight level.
Oh, that's due to relativity, love. You just don't understand the globe model. Can you ask him how relieved he was when you became FE?
Because we just got married last month, March 11th. We just got married. He married me because I'm a flat earther.
Oh, so he waited.
This woman.
Yeah, good move, dude. I would have waited too.
Yeah. No, seriously. What's your interview?
I mean, I was happy. I stopped forced it on people a long time ago, so I just told her to look at it. I knew where to go. She looked at it and figured it out for herself.
That's the way it's got to be, really, mate. Emotionality and egotism gets involved when we shove shit down people's throats, really, doesn't it? And it actually stifles growth and learning.
Yeah, well, it's like flat Earth debate. I mean, they're never really changing people's minds. Occasionally they do, but it's for people to listen so they can hear arguments. It's for the audience. It's the people that go on there for years. They go on there and they'll never change their mind. They never concede to anything. So it's really, but it's a good teaching tool for like people listening.
Yeah, I agree. So, frankly, we don't need the individuals that we're speaking to change their mind. Quite frankly, if I can
tell people about 9/11, I used to be like, oh, if I could just tell them all the facts, they'd come around, but they don't. So now I ask them questions. If they're interested, they'll look themselves, and then I was relieved. I love her no matter what, but.
Oh, it sounds like you waited until she was FE before you married her, though, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just easier. It's hard to marry a globetrotter, I'll be honest. Not that I've done it, not that I'll ever do it, but I don't think I could do it. I feel like some flat earthers may be able to. I just feel like myself, I just don't really.
Yeah, that question was asked once on another channel, and they actually said that, well, you both are flat earthers. That's odd, and I'm like, why is that odd? I mean, wouldn't you want to think that you guys believe in the same thing for like, you know what I mean?
Odd.
But I can understand where one could be a globe and one could be a flat earther, but they just probably don't talk about it.
Or they talk about it all the fucking time. This is what I mean. Like, you get the flat earth guys or the flat earth girls that just can't shut up about it, right? In real life, I'm not one of those people. I can actually shut my mouth about it. On here, however, no. Like, it doesn't matter too much to me in a relationship. Like, in England, though, you don't get chastised so badly, I've noticed, for being flat Earth. Like, I didn't lose any friends over this shit. Like, but Americans, I've noticed, they're like, yeah, I lost a lot of friends. I've lost friends. In the UK, you're more likely to lose friends over being, like, a Christian or, you know, something like that.
Yeah. You'll lose friends if you're a conservative and then you have your liberal friends, because they'll dump you. Like, what? But we're friends, or kids play together, like whatever. No, not anymore. I'm like, that's just
that's
weird.
disgusting.
I don't get it. Yeah, we've been friends for like 20 years, and then just because I support somebody that you don't approve of, and she's like, well, that can hurt my kids one of these days. I was like, how can my decision being a Republican can help, you know what I mean, ruin your
just
kids.
by you, listen, just by them, you could hurt my kid one day, or that person could hurt my kid one day, sorry. Just be like, well, yeah, but by you voting, or by you asserting said thing, or you voting against said person could harm my kids, right? It's just the same thing. It's the same comment could be thrown around.
I'm glad that she gives me the credit that she thinks that I can, whoever I vote for will win. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Like, thanks for making my vote matter so much, I guess.
I don't care how bad of a person you are, but you're still a great tennis player. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What? So she stopped talking to you completely, or do you still at least play tennis?
Just totally, yeah. She befriended me on Facebook. She's like,
wow.
So weird,
Yeah, that's pretty pathetic. I'm not gonna lie.
And I went to her wedding, and but,
man.
It's just but it is a relief off my shoulder. One gift I have to buy,
Well,
but
that really sucks. But people like that fickle and that disinterested in like seeing the opinions, and will actually break down whole friendships, relationships that was such a small thing, according to them. It might be a big thing to you, but according to these individuals, they say that we're infinitesimally small, a matterless movement with no traction or momentum, that we will never really matter, that we will never be in the mainstream.
Yeah, be open-minded, just kind of, what's the big deal? I don't know. I don't get it. I mean, I get it, but I just don't understand that frame of mind.
Oh, there can't be a big deal if we're meaningless. Like the people that say, like I said, that we're small movement will never be anything but a small movement. Those individuals should really have no qualms or trouble with coming to a wedding of flat earthers, because apparently these flat earthers are all dumb, right? So
imagine if she found out that I was a flat earther, because I haven't spoken to her. This is, when 2016. She's, yeah. I'm over it. I thought it was me, but she's just one-minded. Anyway.
Yeah, so I was going to say that well, at least you two will sort of always have each other to be able to speak to about these topics, and
we get along. We've been friends, for a long time, so we get along. We know all about each other, but then it's like this is the new thing that added on, and then he proposed and we got married. Ta-da! Here I am on 24/7.
How old is your husband roughly? Are you around the same age, or?
Late 40s. I'm 40, gonna be 42 in July. I'm 41.
I knew it. I knew you were younger.
He's 48. He's 48. Yeah, he's 48.
Yeah, and I knew you were younger as well.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, you can tell. You can tell. Not like you're immature, but I can just tell by your voice. Yeah. So like, yeah. So
spoke like this. Did you understand? Do I sound older now? And I was gonna,
No, you actually. How dare you? Trying to make me say you sound old. See, apparently women don't want to be called old. Apparently women do not want to be called old, but then they try and force you to say it.
No. It's.
I'm just fucking
Yeah,
with
I can talk like my 22-year-old daughter. Hello, you know, like.
you. See, she's close to my age.
Yeah, she's 22.
She flat Earth? Probably not.
No, you know, she's you know, she graduated high school and then hung out with her friends after high school. Never really spoke. I did bring it up as a joke, you know, like just throw it out there.
Yeah.
Maybe think about it. You know what I mean? Like, but I can't just straight tell her, you know, the Earth's flat. But I think I did. I think I did once. You know, the Earth's flat as a joke. And her boyfriend looked at me like I was crazy. Like, what? And I was like, it's a long story. I'll explain it to you when we have more time. You know.
Yeah, you should just give them.
But I don't even think she even thinks about it.
She probably doesn't. I would say 99% of Globers haven't thought about what they believe as well.
But you know, she's a gamer, so she likes to play the games, and you know, she plays the games. You know,
Say that again.
I didn't think about it.
I really didn't hear that. It sounded like you were a bit underwatery.
Oh, am I okay?
Yeah, you are. It's just the first 2 seconds that when you speak, it gets a little bit like like bubbly, and then it goes to normal.
Oh, let me see if my battery. Oh, okay. Is it still like that? Oh, hold on. I know
It's
why.
alright.
Is that cool? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you. What game is it? She said she plays a game.
She plays League of Legends. Well, what was that?
League of Legends. Yeah, I've heard of that.
Oh, World of Warcraft, or I just call them WoW and LOL.
Yeah.
And there's a new one that she plays, but I don't know the name of the new one because she moved out.
I'm just saying, like all of these games that like miss Globe, right? They still work when you figure out the Earth's flat.
I just don't know. Bring it up. I think I'll just throw it at her, you know, see what happens.
I'll tell you what, this is what this place is really great for, because there's probably some of my friends that I might not have been able to have reached, yeah, because it would be arguing with me, right? And then at that point, winning is what's more important. So this place really takes the vitriol out of people. You know, like I use this place for my friends to get like almost like what your husband was saying a minute ago, right? Which is you want to remove the almost what you were saying, like I said, you want to remove the emotionality factor for people, right? A good way of doing that is to bring them here, and then once they're in here, I can then debate someone who apparently knows the globe model, destroy them. My friend would be like, wait, you should have been destroyed in that. And then they're like, they sort of feel in on the joke, you know, with these like Professor Phil types. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but this channel, I mean, I like the server. It's been really great, you know, like and a lot of fun, you know, listening to, and you know, like I'm learning still, you know what I mean? It's I get a lot of info. It all makes sense, you know, but nobody's like really attacking on other servers. They're kind of like they put you down. Someone called me you uneducated flat earther, and I was like, well, uneducated flat earther, I think I learned a little bit more than you did. You know?
Yeah, you know, you always have to presume a flat earther is either someone that first knew the globe or after learning it. It's like, you know, the globe is something that's already taught. And it's like people just presume that, like, I don't know what, that we like live in like a vacuum somewhere, like space, devoid of information, but like, you know, of the globe itself. Even though we're saying people were indoctrinated on said globe, it's like, no, we fucking knew the model as well, right?
Yeah.
It always seems to be the people that looked into the globe model a little bit further later on in life that somehow end up being like, wait, this doesn't seem to fucking work.
But that's what they told us in school. That's what they told us in school. It's got to be true. You know, this is what we learned. The solar system. I used to call them solar sisters.
That sounds like a good band. The Solar Sisters.
The solar system.
Sounds lit.
Sounds lit. They sound bright.
Is that the same thing as saying it sounds fire?
Yeah.
Have you heard that? That's like it's a new term for me though. But my daughter says that's fire, and I'm like, what?
Straight fire, bruv. Hey, listen, that track over there's a fat tune. It's fire, brother.
Fire.
Yeah.
Like I'll send her a text. Oh, is this fire? This is fire. She'll just say, "Mom, you're."
Send her.
She goes,
Send her a picture of World Trade Center 7. Is it that tower? And be like, is this fire? Was this caused by fire?
yeah, fire.
What's her opinion on that?
On 9/11? Oh, shoot. I think she was like too young to remember. So she doesn't really. I don't know what they taught her in school about 9/11.
I feel like everyone knows that story isn't completely right. And like that's almost the mainstream, but no one wants to admit it. Does that make sense? Like,
Melvin, are you in the States?
I'm in Nevada right now. Oh yeah, United States. Yes, yeah.
Don't they like have some like memory day for that event? Like I don't know what's it called though.
Memorial.
Yeah, like
we have memorials every year. In New York, you know, right where it happened. I was actually a firefighter in I was actually a firefighter in 2001. I was one of 14 or one of 70 got sent out to Ground Zero in New York. I was there 14 days cleaning up.
Yeah, I've had this conversation with you before actually. I remember you saying that. Yeah, good work. Yeah, that must. Yeah, so that would have been crazy, right? Like,
they took us into like the stadium and said that if you say anything to anybody, if you talk about whatever you see or what you experience, we will have your badge.
I'll be honest.
Like, what the hell?
That does sort of make some sense because, if you remember rightly, like the first day there, right? All of the firemen were all saying shit to the news, right? Like one after the other. Anyone that saw the news, this would be like like I said, on the very first day of the attack, right? All the firemen were just like saying shit left, right, and center, and in these stressful scenarios, right? And I'm just talking off of like my own knowledge. People will experience different things. Like, you know, one guy's like, yeah, we had like 12 explosions downstairs, and it's like, yeah, like that's going to make people believe there was 12 explosions, but he was talking about them being like 2-second gaps between them, which wouldn't be explosions that would be, that wouldn't be detonated because, not to bring the tower down. Does that make sense? Like, because.
But it collapsed on top of each other, which is weird. You know, it crumbled, like it collapsed.
Oh no! Listen, it was a controlled explosion. I know that. I'm just saying that when you hear a controlled explosion like that, right? You're not going to hear 2-second gaps between the explosions. Like it's almost going to sound like one long one. Does that make sense? Because it's it's too fast. Like what this dude was hearing, in fact, was because at the time, like, and then there's a video where you can hear explosions going off, and there's another video round the corner where there's other explosions going off, right? And you can only hear them on one of the angles, and the two filmers were only like 300 meters apart, so you would have heard the explosions there, and there were like 3 of them that went off, and there were like 2 seconds between them, similar to what this guy had said, right? And to cut a longer story short, essentially what it is that you're hearing is like huge batteries, you know what I mean, that are like you know, attached to like elevator shafts or attached to like rooms, like to run a server that's got like a backup battery. Do you know what I mean? Like that sort of shit. So that wouldn't have helped. You know what I mean? So like, wait, we've got people saying this information. Even like, I mean, just in terms of like, if, for instance, it was not an inside job. it could be made to look like one just by people just saying the truth about what they're hearing, you know?
Yeah.
I'm a bit of a skeptic, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm all into like the conspiracy, like theories. I hate calling them like conspiracy theories, but that's just how I'll come up with a scenario for something that I just see. I was like, oh my God, that guy is like, he's speeding on the freeway, right? That's because he just left the strip club. He's got to make it home. The strippers and he's got to make it home before his wife does, like that.
Yeah.
That's why he I was like, you know what I mean? I come up with, that's how my brain works. I'm skeptic about that. Especially the shootings, when mass shooting, and then they mentioned gun control. Red flag.
See, for me, like, I've got a bit of a different opinion with mass shootings, right? For me, I don't think they don't happen. I think they happen. I feel like people definitely get shot, right? The conspiracy is people getting shot. The conspiracy isn't, they pretended to shoot people and then paid loads of people to pretend they were dead. Like, that's so dumb. Like, that's so many loose ends. The people we're talking about that are dealing with removing the Second Amendment, right? Constitutional rights. They don't play games like leaving witnesses to said motivation, or witnesses that could attribute a motive to a potential attack, i.e. having people to pretend that they're dead, right? That's way too much legwork. That costs more money than hiring one person to kill everyone, right?
That's why I don't want to die before, that whole thing went down. He said, I don't want to die. Don't shoot me. And he was like, I'm not going to shoot you. Just get out of the car. And he wouldn't comply.
Who is this?
Oh, George Floyd.
Have you watched the whole thing from start to finish? Yeah. Because
I watched every single camera footage, every single body camera footage I saw.
Yeah.
And it's like, if you're gonna be a criminal, dude, expect to, if you're gonna have problems, you'd expect to get shot, basically, you know what I mean, or expect to go down. If you're, you know what I mean.
What? No, you can't say stuff like that.
No, he wasn't shot. He wasn't shot though.
What I said earlier, I forgot what it said. It was like what did I say that was so good?
Dude, we don't live in Rome, okay? We don't live in Rome. The centurion has power to just kill you at will. This is not the world
say that.
So, okay, my words were a little bit harsh. I meant, wait, what did I say? It's early.
You basically, I'll tell you what he said. He basically stated that, he shouldn't be surprised, or shouldn't, people will act as shocked, like, poor man saying, please don't shoot me. To be honest, I feel like there was a air of, how would I put it, paranoia, for most black people at that time, because I feel like that was probably put on them a little bit heavier as well by the media, so like telling them that everyone wants to kill them and all this sort of stuff, right? But and then the way media portrayed it, it probably actually felt like that as well. I'd say the police probably fuck up all the time, and probably fuck up more so in certain neighborhoods due to higher levels of police. But
it shouldn't happen, But
yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Now, when you're talking about a subject, you have no idea, young lady. If you track the history of the police against my people of color, you will understand. Don't just go by what you understand now. Look at it historically. Look at historically the facts. How cops treated people of color. You know what I'm saying? That's what you got to look at.
Well, she's not really even said her full opinion, but
I was a cop, okay?
Yeah, you want a cop in the 50s, you want a cop in the 40s, you know what I'm saying? I mean, so what I'm saying is track the history of the police treatment of people of color. You know what I'm saying? These people don't just change overnight. I mean, come on, dude.
Well, I would say that every individual cop is an individual, and that the organisation...
Right, but I'm talking about the system. The system. I'm not talking about the individual cops. The system hires who they want to hire, right? They put on the street who they want to put on the street. They know what kind of cops he's got. They know what kind of family they come from. They know all of that stuff. You understand? They understand. A lot of these cops are generational cops, right? Their father before them were, and that guy most likely was racist. So I'm saying, so if you look at the history of these police officers,
What do you mean, the Asian guy? You mean the Asian guy?
I'm not, dude. You have, well, come on, man. We're talking statistics. We're not talking about everybody, right?
No, I'm
if
talking
we're
about George Floyd.
I'm not generalizing. I'm just saying when you look at the history of police officers, they were all white. There were no black. They didn't start out black and Asian and all that stuff. They were all white for a reason, right? So
No, I'm saying, but the Asian. No, I'm saying the Asian cop that would, let's say, be involved in the George Floyd case probably didn't come from a generationally white.
No, of course. Right. But right now, if you look, take the black cop that shot the tourist or whatever lady because she called 911. This guy's in jail for life, right? Right. So, but if a white cop shoots somebody by accident, generally he doesn't go to jail, right? So I'm saying you have to look at every case and look at him individually and separate. You know what I'm saying?
So there was a case, but like I could say the same for the opposite, right? We won't argue this too much, but like I think her main overall point was that like you've been known to have guns before, so you probably should don't act shocked that you're thinking you might get shot by the police type thing, right?
Okay, that's fucked.
Yeah, but think about it like this, crack. If me or you were a cop, we wouldn't be fucking chasing people down for dumb shit or trying to, you know what I'm saying, put someone in jail, some silly miscommunication or misdemeanor. We're not in it for that kind of shit. Shit like that happens to these cops would not happen to us. So why is this situation happening so often? You know what I'm saying? What kind of people are they hiring? You know what I'm saying? But it's just.
I think that people are very paranoid. Right,
but I mean, paranoid doesn't mean you should die. You know what I'm saying?
No. I don't believe that either. I'm saying that I feel like police in general at the moment are very paranoid and are basically even propagandized themselves, like to the extent where the police are afraid of the community members and vice versa, right?
Yeah, but you saw I don't know if you saw the video with the.
One sec. Who's playing that?
Wait a minute, there's that video with the cop and the military officer, and he's freaking spraying him in the face. And I'm like, dude, it's like these guys aren't trained to do anything but be dicks. I mean, it's like, are you guys trained for anything else other than pissing people off? I mean, seriously, how are you gonna spray a freaking soldier in the face with pepper spray? He's got his hands out the window, stuff like that. I mean, and it's not a white cop doing it. So it's obviously the training of these police officers, and I don't know if it's done on purpose or it's just a lack of funds. I don't know what's going on, but it's freaking silly, dude. It doesn't make any sense. It's just illogical. It's like logical.
I just feel like the race element. I feel like the race element needs to be taken out of it because everyone's so afraid to talk about race, right? And everyone's sort of wanting to look at things as racial discontent or racism, right? It's kind of making it to where people. One sec. I mean, listen. I'm just saying this, right, very quick. So, ever since that's happened, right, my brother's black, right? So he's even said it. He was like, ever since the news has been ramped up, right, since the beginning of, let's say, Donald Trump's presidency, talking about racial issues and stuff like this. He's like, as a black guy, he's like, I've become more racist towards white people, right? And he was like, I can understand why white people become more racist towards blacks. He said, and I've never even had that issue once in my life where I felt slightly racist. He said, until apparently people are trying to change and make racism better. He said, now I'm feeling more racist myself than I ever have, right? But like with the George Floyd incident, right, there was a guy that was a white guy that was killed around about the same week, right? And he was genuinely had people with, 3 police officers laughing, knees in his actual back, right? Choked to death, fully choked to death, no criminal record, nothing, right? So, like, it does happen to other people. These are all anomaly cases, right? Like, I'm saying, like, the George Floyd case was definitely used to elicit an emotional response and cause a load more trouble. Not saying it should have happened, right? I'm just saying it definitely was used. Like, that scenario was used to the hill.
But you cannot separate the history. When people look at it today, you have to look at how it started. You can't just say one thing and think that makes it okay. You have to look at the history of the police officers when it comes to black people. Okay, if it had all of a sudden changed in 20 years and the cops were great and they were treating everybody as equal, then yes, they're not going to understand. Oh, maybe this is this is taken out of context. But the fact remains, cops historically were killing blacks who weren't committing crimes. Do you understand? So they were hanging people. They were involved in these things. So this hatred of blacks has been going on. And it hasn't stopped. It's not like all of a sudden cops became, oh, we love black people now. That never happened, man. So people,
but listen, brother. We can't sit there and also state that all cops dislike black people. That's simply not true.
In the 40s and 50s, go back to the 40s, and you
listen. All right, listen. All right, I can say I can't speak for the 40s and 50s, right? Obviously, listen. But I do know that obviously there were more racist police officers back then. That's without a doubt. That would be failures as well, also in the system to protect black people. Some of the laws in which have been changed. To be honest with you, the civil rights movement, before that happened, black people economically were doing better than ever, right? That kind of elucidates my point, though. But I'm saying that elucidates my point that the moment that race was brought to the forefront of the argument, people would come to be racist again because they feel like there are people putting in energy to like push two sides to face off to one another, if that makes sense, right? So, and that's natural, I believe, actually. I think that's natural, that people end up like, not racism. I think it's natural that people end up thinking one person's their enemy when the media starts to go, oh, this person is, doing this or this person's doing that. You know, people start to choose their side, if the proverbial side of the argument, or whatever you want to call it.
Well,
you cut out.
The fact remains, when you trace down historical facts and evidences, you come to a present, and then you have a future that is hopeful, right? So when you look at all the facts, you have to start from the beginning. You can't just cherry pick stuff when it comes to this, because it's a subject. But I'm saying it's a subject that unless you're a person of that color or race, whatever, you can't have any part in, because you won't understand. Well, you'll never understand because you're not that person. It's like me trying to say. Well, I'm saying I'm not Muslim, so I don't know what they go through. You know, I can never understand what they go through in their own country when they fight against the Palestine Jews. I know it's historic through the Bible, but I'm not there in order to experience it. See, so I'm not going to try and talk on their experience because I don't know. I'm not them.
Yeah. So listen. So like myself, right? Listen, myself. I come from a cultural background that has always been persecuted by the very people that started the slave trade, right? So, like, I don't like it when someone says to me, like, your people, because I'm English, right? They'll say, your people were involved in the slave trade. I'll say, well, the term slave itself comes from the Slavic people, right? Which were the first ethnically enslaved people, for instance. But then, like, my family, for instance, I come from Scottish heritage as well as Romani Gypsy, right? So, like, Romani Gypsies aren't even seen as a race today in the UK. We're still treated like shit. People are still allowed to be racist to us. Which I don't think it should be illegal to be racist, but in the UK it is. But the Gypsies are the only people you can be racist towards and not be prosecuted for it. And then the Scottish side of my family, right, we were continually persecuted by the English also. Still are today, realistically. You know, a lot of our wealth that was accrued has been stolen by these people. But yeah, so like I sort of understand that in an intrinsic level, like the overall persecution by the police. But like I was saying, in my country now, I would say that black people in my country, I can't speak for America, are not persecuted by the police any longer. Not realistically. They're not being shot. But then no one's really being shot by police officers.
Can I say something about U.S. statistics?
Yeah, I'd love you to do, because I can't speak on it. I don't know
at least in modern times. I know there was systemic problems back in the 40s up to 1963. But at least today, if you are white, you're more likely to be shot by cops.
Yeah, but it's not because you're white. You know what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with your color.
Wait a
That
minute.
might be you might be
How
causing
does someone arrive at that conclusion though?
Well, here the historical facts between the contact between police officers and black people. All right,
Aren't all the cops from the 40s and 50s dead?
Yeah, but they have children, right? So all of a sudden the kids have.
Yeah.
So listen, dude. I'm not going to get into this. You're not black.
Well, I mean,
you don't understand. You cannot understand what I'm talking about.
Roman. Does that
I
make
don't
me a
care what you are, bro. If you're not a colored person in this country, you won't understand what it's like to be hated just because of your skin color, or to have that issue arise. You know what I'm saying?
He does look like a Spaniard.
I don't think that's like rationally thought out.
You never experienced being hated by every.
It doesn't matter
girl
because
you date.
look,
Listen, no.
color is
Come on,
irrelevant.
dude.
We're all
Let me get
human.
this out. Let me get this out, please.
Let him
Okay?
finish, bro.
Because
Jesus Christ.
All
But
I'm
we're all
saying
human.
is, dude, I love everybody the same, but you're not going to expect some other guy to. You know, all I'm saying is you cannot understand the experience of someone unless you are that person or part of that person or within that person's family. You understand?
Yeah,
so
but I don't
when
believe in
you
group
come in here and just dismiss people's experience is ridiculous. You know what I'm saying?
I reject the entire premise though.
But just because statistically you want to accept numbers over actual experience, that's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? So
Groups
I
don't
don't
experience
agree with that.
things. Individuals do.
You're experiencing what?
Groups don't experience things. Individuals do.
I just leave it, man. It's just something you'll never understand. I'm just sorry. It's not really.
Okay.
It's like saying Christians don't experience group. They're individuals, but they're Christians, but they don't experience being persecuted or killed in a country because they're a certain belief system. Come on, man. Black people cannot change
That's not what I mean, though.
It's kind of where you're coming from.
If in 2020 cops are dicks to everyone,
Yeah, I know.
just
Here's
here's the thing. Here's the thing.
I'm bored myself.
Cops are
Dude,
dicks.
listen to me.
I'm not going to be able to get a word out, am I?
Yeah, you're not. Because I became an EMT firefighter because of that reason. Because cops will leave me alone when they realize who I am. That was one of my main reasons for becoming a firefighter. Was because of that. Because they bother you for no fucking reason.
Hold on. Let me get a word out. Let me get a word out.
You know what I'm saying?
Let me get a word out.
Fraud.
You're not even listening. You didn't hear what I just said. You didn't even hear what I just said.
I did hear you. They judge you
Why
based
would I
on your.
do that?
They judge you based on your individual merit, right?
No, they don't. No, they.
You just said they did.
That's what I'm trying to say. You would have to be a black person to understand it, bro. You would have to be
He
black.
gets mistaken. Let me just show for him a second. He gets mistaken as a Spaniard, as a Mexican all the time because he literally looks Mexican.
Yeah, me. I
So,
do.
like-
People come up to me and ask me if I speak English.
So,
Like,
are you black?
I'm just saying that
Are you black? Are you black?
No, I
he's
look
a
like a
person of
Spaniard.
color.
Okay, then.
I
So,
look like a Spaniard.
you don't know the same. You don't have the same experience. I'm sorry. So don't pretend to know. Act
Well,
like you know what's
that
going on.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I don't know if that matters.
That's like me saying I understand what Mexicans go through.
Fraud, you can't
I'm not
just,
Mexican,
you can't
bro.
just
Dude,
gallop me,
don't do
man.
that.
You got to let me talk.
Don't do that, dude. Don't
Fraud,
act
you
like
got to
you know
let me
what's going
talk.
on.
Fraud, you got to let me talk, man. You're going and going and go like 100 miles an hour. You got to let me get a word out. Look, if cops are dicks to absolutely everyone now, then it's across the board. Everyone's experiencing the same thing. I actually think the police should be abolished because I believe in elected representatives like the sheriff. Because then a local community, and by the way, there's a lot of black sheriffs here in the South. Lots of black sheriffs.
Loads
Entire
of them.
police departments are black here in the South.
Dude, come on. Like, what's that supposed to mean? That's like saying you have a black friend. Come on, bro.
No, that's not. I'm telling
He's
you.
not saying it for that reason.
Are all these black cops oppressing black people? By the way, you know what the arrest record for black cops mostly is?
I've never had an altercation with a black cop that was anywhere close to any
Let me tell you
altercation I've
something.
had with a white
The most
cop.
diligent cops in the South are the black cops.
They're some of the best police officers.
Listen, from all of my interactions with police officers, whenever it was a
It's not
black
a
cop,
girl, though, fraud.
there was never an issue. Never an issue. changed the color, there was an issue. I'm just saying. Whether you want to actually believe that or not, that's up to you. You want to say, well, statistically, I go off experience.
Can you comment on the experience of a white person with a black cop, though?
What's the point?
Can you comment on an experience with a white person from a black cop? If a black cop is a dick to a white guy, does that mean... I had a black cop pull a gun on me once. Was it because of my skin color?
I don't know, dude. I don't know. But I know from my experiences that I have with white cops, it was because of my skin color.
Well, see, that's why we can't go by individual experiences. We have to go by those statistical...
Exactly, the group. So when you go by black people's interaction with cops, generally it goes bad. Okay?
Rod, you're interrupting me like every single time I start.
Because I don't know where you're trying to go with this, dude. You're trying to dismiss the experiences of a whole race.
If the cops in the United States are far more likely to shoot an unarmed white person than an unarmed black person, then the entire principle that you're operating from is false.
What is the percentage of white to black in the country?
Actually, I'm going to tell you what it is. It's 0.5% higher with white people.
What is the percentage of white people in the country compared to black people in the country that
No. This is after you account. This is after you account for the demographic. This is after you account for the demographics. This is percentage, not numbers. So this is after you account for.
You go to the NAACP conference and bring this shit up. And act like that.
Why would I go there? NAACP are a bunch of racists. Why would I go there?
People experiences, or just go to a black gas.
But why would I do that? I'm not interested in groups that are. Oh my God!
Fraud, dude! Fraud, dude! You've got to calm down.
It's annoying.
You got to calm down, bro.
Fraud, I'm not interested.
Doing this stuff.
Fraud, I'm not interested in.
But fraud, you're talking about moderators and admins, bro. Like you can't do that, bro.
I'm not interested in political action groups. NAACP are manipulators. That's like that Al Sharpton stuff.
Listen. I don't like those guys either. I'm just trying to get you to understand this. You're not black, bro. You cannot talk when you talk on subjects that you're not part of. It's annoying. And it's dismissive and it's rude. It's rude. It's rude. That's like me going to a Muslim and telling them about themselves. You know what I'm saying? I would never do that, bro. It is rude. That's like me going to a Mexican party and tell them, this is what it's like to be Mexican. Bro, you're not going to tell me what it's like to be black in this
I didn't say what it was like to be black.
Dude.
Did I? Hold on. I didn't say what it was like to be black.
He never claimed to know what it's like to be black, bro. Like
just because I'm talking about the cops, not black people.
Dude, we as black people do not like those motherfuckers. I'm just telling you straight up. You're not gonna find any black dude that likes fucking cops. I'm sorry, it's not gonna happen.
What about black cops?
Actually, down here, you will.
I don't like the establishment itself. I don't like the establishment itself. If you're black and you become a cop,
Whoa, bro.
Like half of our police department here is black.
It's true. I don't care, bro. I'm just saying the system itself is fucked. Okay?
There
Hey, man, you should look up Lil Wayne, bro.
racist laws on the books here in the United States.
Lil is the only nigga that talks good about them motherfuckers because he had a great experience. What's the overwhelming majority, though? Now, somebody just brought up Lil Wayne. I know about that shit. But the overwhelming majority of black people in this country, dude, I'm just saying, man. It's being real. I don't
Look, the South is extremely integrated.
I got family that's also black too.
Forcibly integrated. You know what I'm saying?
It's not forcibly integrated.
Listen.
The first time I ever encountered actual real life racism is when I took a trip to New York City. That's the first time I ever met an actual bona fide racist. Growing up here in the South, you get shamed. You get people look at you sideways. They get on you for it. old timey farmers here. You don't
in
use
Georgia,
that,
yeah?
you don't talk about them like that here. You don't.
Yeah.
That's how it is in the South.
So it is where I live too.
Like maybe you
Okay,
need to take a trip outside, like the Northeast.
No, dude, listen. I don't even have. Listen, I'm freaking.
Look, you grew up in a big city, right?
No, and listen, in Jamaica, you don't have this racist crap there. White's the white. Everybody's the same. Okay,
What racist stuff? I don't see anything racist where I live.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Until I came here, I never experienced any of it. When I was in Jamaica, we have whites and black. Everybody's the same. It's just that this country is very poisonous. That shit. You ask any black that's not from here, their experience when they get here. You know what I'm saying? Like Haitians, everybody comes here, and it's a whole different world because where they come from.
I've been to the Haitian community in Atlanta. There's a big Haitian community in Atlanta. It's a god awful place. It is violent, and the cops won't even go there. I don't know if I'm going to take the word of Haitians. They chopped down all their trees. I got a friend I know who was white, who was walking in Haiti. He was doing missionary work down there, and somebody attacked a girl with machetes, a white girl, and he got in front of her, and they chopped him all up. He's all scarred for life. He's got machete marks all over him. That's all I know of Haiti.
Exactly.
I think what happens is a bunch of very proud third world people come here and throw their racial pride in everyone's faces. That's what happens.
That's the opinion of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you weren't there in Florida when they're sinking ships or turning ships back with H's on it, right? But then they
were turning back Mexicans too.
But what I'm just saying, dude, I mean, like, when you understand how shit is in different parts of the world, and you look at the history of the countries and whatnot, then you get a better picture. You know?
I understand deeply the history of many countries.
Yeah, is
Like,
Haiti
when-
turning back ships from America?
Like, yeah, like, I'm not being funny, like, the meme
you answer
comes
the
from
question?
Oh, is there someone talking?
Yeah, I'm talking.
Yo! What up?
I just wanted to know if Haiti was turning back ships from America, and if not, why not?
Because nobody wants to go to Haiti.
Yeah, so it's not really fair to criticize. I mean, I'm not American, but it's not really fair to criticize people for choosing who gets to stay. I think that's a basic right of any nation, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, look, if a bunch of homeless
No
people were
point.
coming and wanted to stay in my house, I'd be like, no.
But as well, meme, I'm sorry, like, I don't take that line either. Like, oh, you're white, or you come from a people that wouldn't understand. Sorry, no, I believe we both come from Celtic background, right? Am I correct, meme?
Yeah.
Yeah, our
You're
people were
Portuguese.
oppressed.
I thought Meme was Portuguese. I thought you had Portuguese blood.
no, I have Northern Italian. That's the most I got in me. But I look, I look like a Spaniard though.
But like, that's my point, right? We were oppressed by the so-called colonizers way before anyone else was, and still are, as Celtic people, historically speaking. So if we're to use that sort of standard, then like, really, the Celts have got the most to be angry about. All the Slavic
weren't
people.
the Irish oppressed for like
Right.
1,000 years?
Yeah. They were oppressed before people that were white knew black people
By the English,
existed.
right?
Yeah.
by the English.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, who sold all the Africans into slavery?
The African leaders.
Yeah, the warlords.
So what's that mean?
I mean,
I hate when people bring that up. What does that
Psychopath's
mean?
gonna psychopath is what that means.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
It means that everyone in history. God, let me finish. You asked what it means. I'm going to answer you. It means that everyone in history has been shitty.
Bro, I know about the story.
No one has a free pass. Everyone has been shitty.
I'm not saying, dude, I understand that.
Don't you think we get a little bit bored though of hearing how shit we are, and no one else has to be introspecting. No
We're
one
not
else
talking
has
about
to.
past. We're talking about present, though. We're not talking about
No, but this is the present. Yeah.
Right, and so the
Every
present
single day
is-
I turn on the news, I'm told how shit I am. Do you think we get a little bored of hearing of that?
We've been hearing. I've been hearing since I was born.
Yeah, yeah. We get bored of it too, though. That's the thing. We get bored of it too.
I have literally never seen. I have never seen any piece of media talk bad about black people in general ever in my life.
Not in my lifetime.
In 40 years, I have never seen.
It's like all right. You know how long it took for like certain commercials to have black people in them, for the commercials to have actual people of color with the other people.
I didn't talk bad about it, bro.
You guys can't see the subtle nuances.
Hold on. I'm talking about talk bad about them. Every single day we hear white people are the devil and evil and sick.
Where are you hearing that? What do you watch?
I can literally point you news article after news article after news article after news article about how wicked and bad white people are and how white people need to disappear on mainstream news.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, there is that. There is that too.
What station is this?
Every station.
CBS,
Are you serious?
MSNBC. You just turn on any media and you will find it.
Wow. Oh my God.
Fraud, you want me to go get you some news articles?
Yeah, sure. That'd be great.
All right, give me a minute.
No, Fraud. He's not joking with you, bro. Like this is.
No, regardless if he is or not, it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? Because like, if being black in this country, you've been hated for what, 2-3 centuries, just because of your skin color, and then like at least let's say you guys bring up the slavery thing with whites enslaving whites, whatever. They will allow integration. They will allow assimilation because
you're on about American.
But what I'm saying is, as a black person,
no.
Hold on, let me finish.
As a white, no,
come on, dude.
you just said something that's not true, dude.
I don't talk
what do you
very
mean
often.
I'm always talking?
Man.
You spoke over me every time, bro. Come on.
I don't talk very often.
Go on, finish.
So just let me talk. Let me finish. Let me get my shit out, please.
Go on, then. Say it.
You guys run this shit, dude. I'm just just hanging on. Anyway, so in slavery with right? Whatever you guys might have had between the culture within your culture, you allow the assimilation of another culture into another one because the skin color is the same. Generally, you might not be the same with the language barrier, but you allow the integration because eventually the bloodline will be pure. Will eventually balance out, but they will not upset with blacks and but it's tolerated, right? It's tolerated, but it's warranted. They don't want it. They don't want the mix. Okay, it's so obviously different. Because if a black and white marry or have children, comes out at different colors. At least if like a Slavic dates a Russian or whatever you can call it, the child will come back to being white. So,
Alright, I get your point.
They always want the separation between blacks and whites. And you understand?
Right.
They don't want white people.
Alright, sweet. So, I'm just going to say, listen.
God, have you heard of a book called White Fragility? Have you heard of a book called White Fragility?
Who's it by?
Doesn't matter. Have you heard of the book White Fragility? For the past 3 years, it's been hawked on every news on every outlet.
Like all the time as well. That's a book that's constantly being spoken about.
Like, as someone who grew up here in the 80s, we didn't have this problem in the 80s. We were actually past this.
Yeah.
What?
In the late
90s, you're talking for black people, bro. What are you talking about?
Because I need to say something very quickly. Can I say something? Because he just spoke for white. Yeah, Fraud, you spoke for white people a minute ago when you talked about white people not being segregated during slavery. That's just not true. Like, white people have been segregated during forms of slavery. In fact, white people were segregated for much longer than black people during forms of slavery, i.e. the Irish, and because people are segregated based on different based on different axioms, i.e. religious background, for instance, right? We could take, for instance, the Catholics versus the Protestants, for instance, right? These people were not mixed; they were segregated, kept separate. You can talk about the Jews, you can talk about whatever. I'm talking about this instance with the Celtic people, for instance, right? The people that didn't go over to Protestantism, right? Or the people that wouldn't accept certain things. These people, for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, were in fact enslaved were not integrated whatsoever, were actually enslaved and persecuted to a level that is much worse and to a higher degree than any black people experienced at the hands of the English.
My gosh, dude.
No, seriously.
That's what I'm saying. You talk for black people again, you don't
You
know.
talk for white people though, that's the issue. Right?
I said to you that when in this country or whenever whites enslaved whites, they're allowed to intermarry eventually.
Whites didn't enslave blacks, it was blacks who enslaved blacks and sold them to whites.
Oh, come on, dude. So what's the white guy doing there buying them? He should have freed
Everyone
them,
has
right?
been
He
nasty.
should have freed them, right?
Hey, Frog,
That's what I'm saying.
we never said they were right for doing that, though. We said everyone has been bad. At some point in history, everyone's ancestors has been bad.
Yeah, what?
You're breaking up.
Yeah, you broke up, dude.
I mean,
I
keep in mind. Hold on. I got one for you, Fraud. Nimrod, the first warlord, the most evil man in history. He was a Cushite. So do we blame all black people now because that's their ancestor?
Come on, dude.
Do we?
I'm talking about the.
If black people's ancestor is Nimrod.
Bro, if you want to get biblical, we can get biblical right now.
Well, how far back is everyone responsible for their ancestors?
You don't want to get biblical.
I'm not talking about responsibility. I'm just talking about what's going on with the police officers. This is where it started, okay?
That's where it started. Bro, I have no idea what you're talking about.
All right, I gotta go. I gotta go to work, man.
All right. That was just confusing.
Oh, sorry about that, Melly. She's still here, even. But yeah. I don't think black people actually at the moment realise actually how much hatred white people were actually under. My own brother is black and has admitted to me that the propaganda that's being propelled out of the news stations over the last 5 years has made him the most racist he has ever been. And he even admitted that to me. My own brother, who is black. He said, I never really had a problem with white people. He's like, but recently, he said, I've been having, I guess, subconscious thoughts that are creeping into my conscious mind because he said he's feeling more racist than he has ever. I know that's anecdotal at best, but like, you know, that to me is worrying when I'm seeing the trend of, you know, like these books like White Fragility coming out. That book's disgusting. I think I read about 5 pages and was like, wow, this is just straight up racism of white people, like literally in a book being sold.
Well, I mean, some people talk about erasure, right? If you're in a country that's 80% white, if you include the non-Hispanic whites, which is the United States, then how come there are like commercials and shows and everything, and sometimes there's 0 white people in a country that's 80%? So who's getting erased?
Yeah. Because demographically speaking, if there is racism plus non-equality, they shouldn't even be representative of even like 19%. Are they 14% of the?
Right. For every 10 like white people, there's 1.5 black people.
Right. So there should only be, let's say, about 15% of the set overall, the cast, right? But then not only that, they should be less than 15% if there's this huge amount of racism, right?
But why would there be any need to represent any group based on
That's
race?
the thing. There shouldn't be.
No, there isn't.
I don't understand that. Like,
whoever the best actor is should get the job. There are commercials from the 60s about like setting your, like the new air conditioner invention. There's this commercial from the 60s and it's this air conditioner and the lady's going in and setting the air conditioner. It's about how they created the new unit for an entire house. And guess what? The couple is an upper middle class black couple. And it's 1961.
I mean, like, let's just say that you're doing I don't know, like a series on a Chinese takeaway, right? You would expect most of the cast to be Chinese. right? So are you going to turn around and say, well, Asian Americans are only 3% of the population, so there's 100 cast members in this Chinese takeaway drama, so only 3 of them are allowed to be Asian? Like, of course not.
Yeah.
It would be
Yeah, you're right.
ridiculous.
Crypto.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
it is
so,
fucking
so
ridiculous.
we're gonna have all of these Chinese people, but bunch of white people, bunch of Mexicans playing Chinese people. It's stupid. It's utterly
No, you are right. No, you are right. It is stupid, but that's, I guess, like what Meme's saying is like, how could you ever even say that there's like a load of racism when we literally have examples of whole casts being represented by black people? They just wouldn't be allowed, would they?
Yeah, but why? I don't know whether that's a problem either. Like, if they wanna have a cast, like if you wanna have a
No,
cast,
they can,
it's like, I don't know, the Cosby Show as an example is something I watched back in the day. It's not an issue. Like, if that's what the writer wants, then fine. I don't understand this obsession with quotas. I don't understand this obsession with race.
Yeah.
Don't understand this stuff. All I'm personally bothered about, like, because when it comes to like people talking, they get into their own minds about how oppressed they are, and everyone then starts having this like oppression Olympics, right? What really matters to me is that individual groups that want to survive are enabled to survive. That's all that matters to me. With regards
I
to
agree.
people perceiving their own oppression, that's nonsense because that's literally in your head.
No, yeah, I could agree with that. So, like, I would say there's been a lot of anti-white sort of stuff out there, but I wouldn't say I feel oppressed because of it, or like I'm a victim in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah,
I mean, the BBC is run by like deluded communists, right? We know this, but we're not the only target of those people. But to say that there isn't any anti-white stuff on the BBC is also delusional. Like they are awful people and they attack many groups.
Yeah,
Definitely, bro.
just because they're not saying, go kill the crackers, and some are, but just because they're not saying that, what they are saying, what they're doing is everything is from the point of view of a negative mention. You know how in corporate speak, you have positive mention and negative mention. And they make sure that no matter what, they only mention some people in positive mention, and they only mention other people in negative mention. And for anyone who understands advertising and understands propaganda, you can see it easily.
Yeah, they're basically laying the intellectual groundwork for the dehumanization of groups of people.
Yeah,
which is utterly disgusting. And it's not just white people this is happening to, but it certainly is white people as a group.
And it's really dangerous too. It's really dangerous because nothing good happens when white people all get angry.
Yeah, agreed. But it's not just, as I say, it's not just white people as a group. It's Christians as a group, shat on routinely. You could say heterosexuals are starting to be shat on as a group. But the funny thing is that people don't perceive themselves as in a group when they've been told the whole time that they're the oppressors, right? So there's almost this strange kind of there's this strange psychology to people that when they're never told that they exist as a group, that they're not concerned for the existence of that group.
There's a group that one of the most demonized groups is conservative blacks. It is what they say about them is it is like 1960s KKK talk by other blacks. It's just it's mind-boggling. I mean, I understand why it's happening. Divide and conquer, but I mean, it's just unfortunate when people fall for it.
Yeah. I'm just saying it's, I thought you made a good point about the idea of like, how can racism exist at apparently such a high level when there are, black people are allowed to have their own TV programs, which would be classed as even the pinnacle of cultural influence, for instance, right?
Yeah.
TV programs influence culture, so fucking if you have your own TV program, to sort of state as a whole your whole race is being oppressed, and they even go as far as to say by media apparently, it's like, how is that possible when you have access to the pinnacle of media and cultural influence? Like, if the country was fully racist towards you, they wouldn't allow you to have that influence. Do you know what I mean? Like, I say that's a good point. That's the point. I don't think any of us do care that black people have their own programs. I don't think we care at all. It's like, well done. Wish you all the luck.
Osvaldo must have sworn in the text chat.
No, I actually asked about the moon and I got muted. So I did swear once and got muted, but I got unmuted and then I got muted again for asking about the moon. So yeah.
Oh, it says detention. So that's the bot that got you.
Yeah, no one here.
Well, I didn't get a message that time. The first time I did, I got detention, but this time I didn't. I just got detention.
Well, what I'm saying is you would see a bot command have come up if someone had used the bot to mute you.
Well, I didn't see anything. I haven't received anything, and I just was asking about the moon and then got muted. I just said I want an explanation on the moon, and then boom, muted. Can't
What's the moon?
Chat.
What's the moon?
What do you mean? What's the moon?
Just tell me what you know that the moon is.
Yeah,
I'm keeping muted because I can't really talk right now because I fucking need to go to bed. I'm just listening. That's why I'm not talking and only typing in chat.
Come on, dude. You've been trying to go to bed for 4 hours. You might as well just lean right into this debate and just realize you're probably not getting up.
Just stay awake till morning.
You know, you might as well. I've been here for the last 3 hours. You've been trying to go to sleep for 4 hours now. It's not happening, is it, brother?
I can't, bro. I need to go to fucking work, but I've got fucking insomnia and can't sleep properly. So
yeah.
Just stop by the pharmacy and get you some
Pro Plus,
some Sudafed.
Yeah,
keep yourself awake.
I should, bro.
There's a good one that they do if you can get a prescription. It's called methamphetamine that sold under the web check.
Methamphetamine and a bit of fucking heroin.
Just go grab an Adderall.
That wouldn't help.
Sounds hot.
Sexy.
All right, so your question is, what is the moon? What about the moon? What do you mean, what about it? Like, how does it work?
I'm interested to know if Zeldo is more or less retarded than Atom's son.
Oh, he's less retarded, I believe.
Adam's son's super retarded, so this is not going to be good if he's more retarded.
He's definitely less.
Well, here we just do an acid test. Azaldo, what's the difference between an opinion and a fact?
Come on, Azaldo, you don't need to sleep that badly. Come on, dude.
You can do it. Come on, man.
You can do it, me. It sounds like someone's underwater, like in a lot of trouble. Who is that? You don't hear that. It's just me. Yeah, let's hear that, right, Jack? The hell? I just lagged out really hard. It is older, that's the question.
Is Zaldo actually there? Did he just disappeared? He just disappeared, just like the globe evidence. Maybe legendary
He said
Soyboy can find the curve for us. Who knows?
He actually stated he woke his sister up. Well, like Meme said, ask her for an Adderall.
I mean, we've got like 4 Globers in the chat. Have any of them got any proof of the curve?
That would be good.
So four Globers and on the fence.
Yeah, he's really smart, the on the fence guy, dude. He's
What,
really
Thatus Gunas? I don't know if I've actually spoken to him.
just a meme boy. I don't know if he's in here. He just said hi in the VC.
What's up, just a meme boys?
Yeah, I just spoke to him yesterday. I sent him actually the Star Trekian logical fallacies.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty
Gets
sweet.
a chance to go through them. Yeah, the kid's pretty smart, dude.
Sweet, yeah. Yeah, if you want to come and have a chat, Just a Mean Boys, we're more than happy to chat with you.
Yeah, ask good questions.
Maybe we can shove you off the fence. In the meantime, we're waiting for that proof of curvature. Still waiting.
I will be waiting there.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Yes, bro.
How's it going?
All good.
Yeah, enjoying this sunny day on this flat and stationary plane. How about you?
Sunny here too. My mom went to the bank. That's why I'm here. I usually wouldn't be here unless my parents are gone because, yeah, they don't like it.
Reality.
Yep.
What don't they like?
Just social media.
I was thinking it was going to be more pointedized towards us as FEPP or people. Okay, yeah, we're calling us PP now.
Wow. I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, making sure my mom isn't going down the driveway.
See, do you think things should be that way though? Like, it shouldn't be that way, right? You know there's something wrong when that's the case, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess. You could say that.
And that's not just your family, right? That is society as a whole, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This propensity for people to be afraid to talk about certain subjects, right?
Yeah. Fear and anxiety and how people are going to react to them telling them what they're talking to other people about or what they're doing, and fear of how they're going to react keeps them from telling those people.
Someone's got to change at a certain juncture, right there. They've got to eventually go, fuck this, I don't care anymore. People have to do that. Yeah, it's going to be easier actually for your generation. The generation above me and my generation have done a lot of the legwork for you.
Yeah.
I'd say. Anyway, for instance, we're really the ones sacrificing our social lives and stuff like that, in order that to make it easier for people of your age and generation to talk about these subjects. Obviously you exist with parents that might be from a couple of generations above ours, so they're yet to be affected. But like your children will probably not be doing the same thing, if that makes sense, as you.
Yeah.
And my children definitely won't. So that is a form of progress.
Yeah. I think it's better that I have children in my 20s.
Oh yeah. Definitely. Yeah,
Get married
stuff here
a little bit, then have children.
Yeah, that stuff there is really nice, mate. It doesn't taste like jelly, it tastes like Kool-Aid.
What does?
Well, I have these things that are like tea bags, right? And it has watermelon in it, and they're called cold infusion bags, right? They have watermelon and strawberry flavored things in it. I don't know what. Like it's naturally infused extracts of strawberry and watermelon, and then you chuck it in a like a jug or something. Chuck a few of these tea bags in, one tea bag for every 500 milliliters of water, and you allow it to brew slowly over time. And yeah, you just chuck some sugar in with it, and it literally just tastes like Kool-Aid, to be quite honest.
Really? That's interesting.
But just better for you.
Yeah. I
Being
guess.
honest, I prefer it to Kool-Aid, even. So, did you get taken through any of the main flat Earth arguments yesterday, or?
What?
Yeah. What arguments have you heard on the flat Earth side so far?
A few that make sense, and a few that a few that don't make sense. The ones that don't make sense are the planets and stuff like that, like, and the stars. Like, why would they be there?
Do you know what they are?
Well, I know what they are, what the scientists say, but I don't know what you think they are.
Do they know what they are?
Well, that's debatable.
Well, it's not debatable. They don't know what they are. That's actually objective. They tell you they know, but they don't know because none of them have been there.
I mean,
do you think I can tell you the contents of your house from where I am here?
No.
Okay. Do you think if I said to you, I'm an expert in your house, having never been to your house, that would sound silly?
Yes, that would sound silly.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they're doing.
When it's put like that, it's a bit funny, isn't it? It's like, whoa, wait a minute.
That is what they're doing, right? That's objectively what they're doing. The difference is that it's dressed up in, slick editing, and there's nice presenters, and it's on the news, and now it's factual, right? No, when you actually think about it, Professor Dave Smith or whatever, whoever you want to talk about, Michelle Thaler, she's never been to Mars, never been to Venus, never been to Jupiter. She hasn't got a fucking clue what any of those are, let alone what they're made of. She thinks she knows, but she doesn't know.
Maybe the scientists, they look at the behavior of like sugar and stuff, and they just guess what gases it's made out of.
Yeah, they guess. They guess, right? So is a guess good enough?
Maybe, maybe not.
Why would a guess be good? I can guess that Mars is actually a giant spotlight in the sky. I mean, why is that wrong?
It's not.
Okay.
I don't. It's.
You Crypto, you're not an expert on Mars.
I agree, and neither is anyone else.
I don't. People can call themselves experts on something, and are not experts on something.
Yeah, of course. That's what they all do.
You can't always believe the so-called quote unquote experts, because when they say they're an expert on something, you can believe that they are, but they might be tricking you, or might be wanting you to what was that wording? Wanting you to listen to them, so you'd listen, so it would just essentially be contagious to listen to other people that are higher, or the experts, so they can maybe pass an agenda with like other scientists that are the so-called experts. If you get what I mean?
Yeah.
But
they're telling you that they know about this stuff, so they'll tell you what's true and what's false, right? That's all well and good, but if they're experts, they'll be able to prove it to us, and they'll be able to show us how we can prove it.
They try to prove it with like telescopes and pictures and all of that, but nowadays you have green screens, you have Photoshop, you have all kinds of these things that could make it not true. It's hard for people to believe that nowadays because of that. Like 100 years ago, they had none of that. And it was easy to believe something. But now we have computers, we have the internet, we have social media, we have all of this stuff. And all of this stuff to make something not true or try to prove something. But it's harder to believe something because of the things that are made to lie to people.
Yeah, so I just wanted to mention to What's Up is listening. What's Up? Do you want to unmute yourself, bro? You broken mic gang? No, you're not broken mic gang. What's up?
Speak.
Are you there, bro?
He actually, in fact, has a fan Dabby Dozy microphone.
Okay, well, maybe he'll come on, maybe he won't. But I'll ask Just a Mean Boys a question. Are you younger than 16 years old?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't want to know your exact age, but obviously you have to be older than 13 to be here. So
he is older than that.
13.
Sorry?
He is.
Okay, well, let's just assume that you're 16 just for the point of my point, right? If you're 16 years old and you were born in 2005, then that is the very earliest you could have seen any of this imagery, right? So actually, most people can't really understand what they're seeing. They haven't really obviously as a baby, you're still developing. You're not really, you're kind of still soaking in information like a sponge at that age. And a lot of people don't remember most of what happens as a baby. When you get to 5, 6, 7 years old, that's when you start to really start to be able to like interact with the world in a way where you can actually remember those interactions, right? So that would put the average 16-year-old up to about 2012 when they were about 6 or 7, which means that most people would have seen these images around 2012 or later. So when they make this argument about, oh yeah, but they didn't have Photoshop in 1969 or 1972 or 1980 or whatever, it's actually irrelevant because you didn't see those pictures at that time anyway. What you see is today, right? So given that they could have Photoshopped anything, so what I'm trying to say is that you don't know that you're seeing the original version of any of this stuff because it could have been touched up, it could have been edited, it could have been all sorts of shit could have happened in the meantime. And especially with younger people, they can't have seen this stuff at source at the time.
That's true.
What do you think? What's up?
Well, what do you mean what I think? you basically said everything that is needed to be said, so...
Okay.
As well, yeah, like you weren't there to experience it then, right? Obviously you experienced the people that believed in it and have lived from then, but that's neither here nor there. Like, if you're still convinced on something based on something you didn't see, that's sort of a fallacious sort of, not statement, but it's a fallacious way of seeing the world. And then not only that, what I would say would be there was forms of photo editing even back then. It's like, I don't think people realize this. It's like, you know, you could still take an image of one thing back then and then cut out the negative on the negative photograph and then develop a photo using the negatives that were spliced and cut together even. Photo editing has been around for a very long time.
Maybe it has been around longer than we think, and it was just released to the public when...
Way long. Think about Jurassic Park. Have you seen Jurassic Park?
Yes.
The original, I mean, not the new one with the I don't know who, but the original. It was released in 1993.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very old movie, and there is CGI in that movie also. And it's still considered to be one of the best CGIs in movie history.
Yeah, it might have not been as good as we have now, but there's still CGI back then.
Yeah.
But the government could invent stuff way before they ever release it. So they can test it, so they can do all of this stuff. But what if they release stuff like way into the future so they could do something with it so no one else would suspect something?
Okay, think about this. Do you really believe that, for example, Samsung, Apple, Xiaomi, and companies like that, they come up with a new processor every 1 year? Like, do you believe that that's how it is as an engineer? It always takes 1 year to come up with a new processor.
Yeah, they'll be like 10 processes ahead.
They don't do that. They already know how they already have the technology and the engineered processors for the future 10 years at least.
Yeah,
they're just selling it to year by year, because by doing that they make more money.
Yeah, they can't just release them all at once, because that wouldn't be a good thing.
I mean, they could, but they don't want to.
Well, if they just released a 1 terabyte processor, terahertz processor, you wouldn't have to upgrade it until it fried, or
for 20 years you wouldn't have to upgrade.
Yeah, exactly.
Upgrade. Yeah.
Yeah. And if they just gave you like, what's the one next up from a terabyte? It's
petabyte.
A terabyte, is it? Yeah. If they just here's a 50 terabyte hard drive, SSD, right? You never ever need to buy a new one. Like literally never.
You couldn't find enough porn to fill it. So.
But then a teraflop.
I'll give it a go.
What's the teraflop? How big's that?
I think that's to do with imaging, isn't it?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I think teraflops is image processing. Let me have a look.
It must be, yeah. That's what I was thinking. It's like, right.
But it's about,
It's how fast.
The unit of computing speed equal to 1 million floating point operations per second. So.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
It's terabyte, and then it's quadrobyte or something. Something.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it goes. It's
tera, peta.
Peta.
And above peta, I have no idea what it's called.
Me either. That's the point. It's like, yeah. They've drip fed technologies for years. They will continue to do so as well.
Yeah, the main problem is that, for example, electronic cards. You know about electronic cards? Just the meme boys.
What?
You know about electronic cards, right?
Yeah.
What, self-driving cars?
Do you know that the battery that they use, the lithium battery?
Oh, the electric cars, yeah.
When was that invented first?
Oh, years ago.
I don't know.
In the 1990s.
Yeah.
We already had MP3 players that was based on, lithium battery. They were running off from a lithium battery. It's the same technology, literally the same technology.
Well, because it actually is, because CD players have an axle almost, right, and a rotary motor that spins using a lithium battery. So it is the same technology, the axle. But electric cars, I'm pretty sure, have been around since Henry Ford.
You guys must know about graphene
Henry Ford.
Ford, yeah.
I myself have thought about how to activate wireless power for my batteries and stuff.
That's an interesting technology. They tried that like 10 years ago, but it doesn't really work.
Wireless electricity?
Tesla tried it. It worked.
Wireless electricity, absolutely.
It does work.
What do you mean by work? Do you mean it's not viable for commercial Useful.
It works. I thought it worked. That's
Yeah.
the whole.
We are talking about wireless battery charging, right?
It did.
No,
It did, but
Nope.
it did.
Then I misheard.
It did, but it didn't go far.
You know what you need to do, What's Up? You need to listen to episode 4 of the Why Would They Let the podcast, where we talk about this in detail.
This is becoming quite fun. Like how many topics you've already covered. It's quite
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because it's coming quite often. You know, if you've
I'm
got
shilling the podcast every day at the moment.
I've shilled it a few times in the last night. I literally a few times we spoke about global warming. I was like, well, actually, wait, guys, if you didn't know, there's a Why Would You Like podcast by
Episode 3.
Yeah.
I thought that Disney has one of these wireless stuff. I mean, they created this wireless room you could charge where phone will charge. I seen something not too long ago about that. But I
That's a
have not watched it.
contact. You're on about the contact chargers, right?
No, it was actually wireless.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, that it doesn't really work. That the actual wireless. It's they were trying to develop a device that you can put on your table, for example, and across the room, your telephone will get charged.
It does work. Listen, it does work actually, but it's incredibly dangerous to use because the wave, the form of the electricity,
Well, that's
because it's
one part
going.
of it. Yeah.
Well, because it's going linear across the room, where people are walking through with their own electromagnetic fields and all this sort of shit, right? And all of the other things in the room, it's horizontal, it's transverse across, right, the room itself. Yeah. So that's different to, let's say, these smart grid electricity, right? Where like in America now you've got these bloody, what's it called? You've seen that crypto, right? Those like round circular things attached to the sides of houses in America now.
Or satellite dishes.
No, they're not even like satellite dishes. They look like the old. You remember the old electric meters that you'd get in the flats in London, where you put like a pound in or whatever, or a paper card.
I've been in London. I've never seen anything like that.
One second.
I just posted a link. The Disney made an entire room into a wireless charger.
Yeah.
What about smart electricity grids, crypto? They exist in America.
So if that thing is so dangerous, you could literally turn that into an electric bomb.
Well, that's not how it works, but
I mean, you could. You could
Well,
try.
but the electric bombs. The idea of a bomb is a quick expansion, right?
Yeah.
Electric bombs technically exist, but not in the way you would think. Like batteries can explode, right? Some batteries have a thermal capacity actually much higher than a lot of hand grenades. I mean, a battery's smaller. Like if you take like a traditional like M67 grenade, for instance, right? If you had a battery that size and blew it up, it would probably create more thermal heat overall.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty crazy, but
What are batteries made out of?
depends what battery we're talking about. You get lithium ion, which is the thing we're using the most at the moment, which is what fracking is.
I used to, I think.
Well, fracking is one of the main ways that I believe we get lithium ion. It's a way of getting it. You essentially drill underneath the basin of salt flats is one way, right? So, for instance, in Bolivia, there are salt flats. There are salt flats in Mexico that have just been found by companies like Tesla. And they essentially inject quite disgusting chemicals underneath the actual basin of the salt flat. A lot of the people that actually are involved in this are a lot of the people that are really against so-called global warming and climate change. But it's sort of them doing this like.
You can't stop climate change.
Yeah, well, I know you know global warming's facetious anyway, right? You said that yesterday. Or should I say fallacious, not facetious? What the fuck am I on about? But no, dude. So the people that No, but isn't it funny though, Crypto, right? The very people that are so rallying against global warming are the very people such as Tesla, the company Tesla, right? Elon Musk, they're the same motherfuckers that are willing to go to these salt flats and like just try and get all the lithium ion possible that they can out of the ground.
Well, then they don't care about the environment. They just care about the money, and they just care about being popular with the people and not being downed upon, because because the media have control of that, and most of the people that love to riot and stuff like that and can actually bring you down, they're the people that do that stuff, do the global warming crap or whatever. There is. Ugh. And
yeah, bro.
so he just sides with the people.
I'm just going to cut you off there. Global warming. Yeah. First of all, you require a globe for global warming. Second of all, they have absolutely no way of even measuring it. Right? They don't even know how they could measure it. So let me ask you a question. Right? How many thermometers are there on the Earth's surface?
I have no idea.
Okay, just have a guess.
A few million, billion, something like that.
I mean, for their purposes of measuring the Earth's temperature, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a few thousand, right? How big is the Earth?
Awkward silence. It was a big number. It was like 25,000 miles around.
So they say, right? So anyway you slice it, I'd have to get the exact numbers. I don't have the exact numbers to hand, although they are in episode 3 of. We discussed this, and actually, what it turns out is that it's something like 1 thermometer for every 50,000 square yards. Of Earth's surface.
I didn't know that, dude. That's fucking insane, brother.
Something like that. It might even be less. And so it's like trying to find out the temperature of your whole house by having a single thermometer in the corner of one room that you just can't possibly know.
It's worse than that.
Well, it is worse than that, and I'm about to make it worse, because you're only talking about surface temperature. You're not talking about temperature anywhere else other than on the surface. So you're basically measuring virtually nothing and saying, we know that the Earth's warming because of this. Okay. And then when you look into the massage data, and you look into the data that's then been pre-massaged and then massaged again afterwards to make it statistically viable that the Earth's warming. Dude, there's so much fraud in this area. It's absolutely ludicrous.
Yeah, that's really interesting, Crypto. Like, and it's only coming out of the media scientists' mouths, right? So that's another problem.
There are plenty of climatologists who are like, yeah, this whole thing's nonsense.
Yeah,
and there's loads of them, but they never get heard.
Yeah, because they're not the media scientists, right? You know, this media sector.
They're not pushing. Yeah, they're not pushing the right narrative, is why no one hears about them.
Yeah, it's they'll be allowed to be media-based scientists that are able to talk on said channels once they are in line with the narrative of the media. That's when you become a hired media scientific personality. Yeah.
Bill Nye, the non-science guy.
Yeah. No. That guy, oh my god! Remember when? Well, his video is great, right? Because it's one you can never get out of. The one with the boats apparently going over the geometric horizon. That clip. That old clip.
Yeah. We heard about that. Yeah.
It's got to the point where I feel sorry for Krusty the Clown because he's associated with Bill Nye.
Oh my god. The moment that you feel sorry for clowns.
Krusty the Clown specifically.
Where you don't really know who you're talking about.
Well, Krusty the Clown, yeah. I feel sorry for this kid already.
Me?
Yeah, dude. You not seen The Simpsons, brother?
No, never.
No way. R.I.P. your childhood, I guess. No offense, obviously.
Yeah, they have Ariana Grande nowadays. And Taylor Swift, telling them how to behave and shit like that. So
Mate, imagine we didn't have Simpsons growing up, Crypto.
I couldn't. I literally
I've
couldn't.
never seen The Simpsons at all.
Yeah, they don't know what South Park is. So
What you doing?
the generational gap.
I've heard of The Simpsons, but like never watched it.
You'll be alright. You at least know global warming's a load of bollocks, which is good. You're already starting from a better position than a lot of individuals. You know,
Yeah.
if you can admit, yeah, and like what Crypto is saying, right? For global warming even to be true, even though you know it's bullshit, right? Bullshit, should I say?
You kind of cut out.
Get beget is right. Oh, by the way, can I get another roll? Or tell me what do I have to do to get another roll than on the fence? Nobody? Okay.
You should talk to a moderator, maybe when battle mod's in or whatnot. They might be able to walk you through the 3 points or see where you're at and give you a new roll.
Okay. Yeah, I don't get that either. Why do people are so, happy about their Nada shirts and shit like that? Like it's not even a good merch. Shilnai.
Mm.
Mic check, mic check.
Yep, sounds good.
Yo, yo.
So we're talking about the you know how the kid was saying that back then there wasn't no Photoshop or anything like that. The first animated movie was in 1906. It's pretty far back.
Well, the problem is they destroyed that technology.
I was just wondering, how come I can't get away with bullshit, but these guys get away with a lot of it?
Why can't you get away with it?
I'm just not good at it. I'm just not good at bullshitting, I guess.
Well, it takes practice. which means you have to be a bullshitter to get good at bullshitting. And if you're not a bullshitter, then you're just not going to get good at it. So, sorry.
I mean, I think it also depends on your morale, right? Your morals.
Exactly.
Indeed.
Yeah, like why would you want to be good at bullshit?
Exactly. That's not a negative thing that you're not good at bullshitting. It's actually a positive thing.
That's exactly right.
But if you want to get good at bullshitting, I mean, just...
All I know is that a long time ago, when I was a child and a teenager, I might have resorted to that lifestyle, but I always got busted, and I always, it never worked out for me.
You weren't a very good
It never
bullshitter.
worked out for me like it works out for these guys.
Some people are just naturally good at bullshitting, man, and some people just they just aren't. They're just too honest.
Like that Neil deGrasse Tyson, he could just go on forever, and he wide-eyed and everything, sounding real smart.
Well, that's because he knows that he uses terminology that he knows that you don't understand. So, I mean, it's easy to bullshit people whenever you have kind of that knowledge that's kind of obscure that not a lot of people have, because then they could tell you anything. You don't know if they're telling you the truth or not. I mean, it's
I think most of us have built up good bullshit detectors instead of being good bullshitters.
With this Neil deGrasse Tyson guy, sometimes I really feel like he's actually deceived and doesn't really know the Earth is flat. But nah, I don't know.
I was watching that video the other day with that rapper guy. He's actually really good, but they referred to the Earth as a pear-shaped space testicle. It's hilarious.
The B.O.B. guy?
I think that he was a rapper, and let me see if I can find the video. Is in this chat. Let me see if I can find it.
Is that the one where Neil drops the mic talking to the rapper? B.O.B.?
That doesn't sound familiar. So, but it was an hour and 3 minutes.
No one talking.
Oh.
Well, I'll have to start calling people out then. Just Kim. How you doing?
Sup, Crypto?
Roger, you're lighting up, but no.
Yeah, hello? Hello? Hear me?
I don't hear anybody talking.
Hello?
I hear you, but if somebody else is talking, I don't hear them.
You hear me?
You, yes. I
Okay,
hear you.
so I don't know why Mexican beer germ doesn't hear me. I don't know. And I can see... Must have muted me. I don't know.
I hear you.
Crypto, can you hear me? So who got some measurements of curvature?
Curvature of what?
The globe Earth?
That doesn't exist.
Exactly.
Oh, it was Hibbler Productions level.
Mm-hmm.
The Truth is Hard to Swallow. Yeah, I watched that show. It's freaking cool.
Yeah, I got some remarks. I mean, triangulating the sun, not knowing what it is, where it is, what medium it is. So
It taught me some things I did not know for sure.
I didn't like the whole spiel with the Nazi things. It's all true, but the way they did it's like Nazis came over to the US. I mean, like, okay. And the end, I didn't like the end where they were like, debate me, Neil deGrasse Tyson, debate me.
Yeah, that was a little.
But it's okay.
Right. The guy at the end who went to Antarctica and came back, and they were interviewing him, and he said that there was an area like the size of North America.
Yeah, Admiral Byrd.
That was complete. Yeah. That guy. That's interesting stuff right there.
Yeah,
that's not something I've ever heard of before. That's crazy.
Yeah, he died a year after. It's crazy.
Oh no, that sucks.
And was it 1 year or 2 years after Admiral Byrd they set up the Antarctic Treaty?
Yeah, yeah. All those countries decided not to let anybody go down there. Yeah, that's fucking weird.
But the deal with it's a. I got a double feeling with Admiral Byrd because he was a Mason and he was on live television telling that there was more land. I mean, they give out the information they want to give out, right? So I don't know exactly what the deal is with Admiral Byrd. could be just distractions from the north, right? Everybody is focusing on the south, but what's at the north? Because he went to the north also, and then I don't know exactly, but he wrote something about going into a cave, or I'm mixing stuff up, but maybe somebody can correct me on that. But
I know he said something about there was an untapped plethora of resources that was completely untouched, undiscovered by by mankind. And that's crazy. And then it's pretty suspicious that like immediately after that, all those countries got together and decided not to let anybody go and explore.
Yeah.
There's two stories. There's the one where he went to the North Pole and the one where he went to the South Pole. The North Pole is where he found mammoths and things like that. And then he ended up going into some hollow earth and met some civilization. That's the North Pole story. The South Pole story is he went beyond the pole, past Middle America to the other side, and found a land that's as big as America that's never been explored before. So both of those things are exciting. The other thing is, somebody did mention he's a Freemason. He's also the first person to set up a lodge. I think it's lodge number 33 in Antarctica. I don't know.
There you go.
Yeah.
But he did a transmission from Antarctica to, where was it? London? Something like that? A weekly transmission?
Mm.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything about that.
No, these are things that they leave out.
Admiral Byrd was the most famous person of his time. He used to get ticker tape parades thrown for him. He was on television a lot. And, to be famous, you have to be part of that in crowd. And that's my only suspicion with that guy.
Right. He was like one of the last great explorers, like the guys who just set off into the unknown and come back with stories that that are amazing. I don't know if I don't think there's a North Pole anymore. I think it's all water up there now. I think it all melted. I'm not sure though. I'll have to check.
Well, I don't think anybody really knows, because I know that we're not allowed to go to the South Pole, but every time I've done research about the North Pole, I can't find any clear direction if we're allowed to go there, if we're not allowed to go there. The maps clearly show water on the North Pole, but the older maps show land, right? A mountain and 4 areas of land divided by waterways. Yeah.
So in other words, we don't know what to trust. So, yeah.
Exactly. We know nothing. Except that the earth is flat and that they're lying.
I mean, I'm more inclined to think that it's kind of almost dish shaped, if anything, because there's got to be a way to hold the water in. I mean, if there's just ice around the outside, then I mean, if that ice ever, I mean, I don't know if it can melt. Like, there might be a problem with. I mean, what keeps the water in? That's what I'm saying. Like, it's got to be like dish shaped, maybe like raised around the outside. That way, it's
Whatever it is, we don't know. It might be land holding it in, might be ice, might be a dome. We're not sure. Would love to find out.
Hell, it might go on forever. We just don't. Maybe there's just like land that goes on in all directions forever, and then it's kind of separated by certain features, certain geological, features that just kind of separate one area from the other. I don't know.
Yeah, there are crazy. There are old maps, right? Look kind of crazy. Somebody posted, cut the shit. Posted one in the live stream. We have a channel with old maps. Makes you wonder, right? Why do these people depict the world like that? All these old maps.
Right. That's a good point.
You could argue that they didn't know or measure the land masses, right? But
Right, and then maybe if there's still plate tectonics, there could be like subduction and abduction, or subduction, and I forget what the other one is. But that way, like it would still cause some type of continental drift, and then islands and stuff like that would pop up here and there over vast periods of time. But then that would still explain, large areas of water with sporadic protrusions of land here and there. And then if the expanse of water is large enough, then there's no way that people would ever be able to cross it. Or if there was some other type of geology there that was just not possible for humans to cross, or anything to cross really, then that would separate these these kind of evolved organisms from each other for forever potentially. So I mean, who knows?
yeah, I started a new series yesterday called Bones and Shadows, something like that, and it's on Netflix. It's lame, but the main deal there is they have this. They call it the foe. It's the shadow realm or the shadows, and it's something they cannot cross or don't dare to cross. Cannot get around. So it's really funny. These things always pop back up, right? You got the Game of Thrones with the quote unquote ice wall, which keeps stuff out.
It didn't work very well though, did
No.
it? Can't really mess with dragons though, I guess.
That was a good series.
Sure enough.
Yeah, you got the new Kong movie. I haven't seen it yet, but the new Kong movie where they depict the Hollow Earth and the dome, as I've been told.
Yeah, I saw the movie. Like they do show the kind of the. I won't ruin it for you, but I mean, I didn't see anything about a dome, but I did see the Hollow Earth part. It was good.
Yeah, somebody told me in the first 5 minutes he throws it, because this is also in the trailer. He throws a tree or something at a dome, right? He's in the Hollow Earth,
that's right.
and he throws it at the dome.
But that's a cage that the.
Oh,
Oh,
cage.
damn. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be.
No, it's not. No problem. Okay, yeah. Anyway, it's a cage or a dome or whatever.
Well, it's just for the monkey though. It's not for the world.
There's an encyclopedia from the 50s that says there's a dome at about 80 degrees latitude. In the south, about 13,000 feet high. My thought is that it's a combination of all three things. There is more water, there's more land, and then finally there's a dome at the end. It's just we don't know how far it goes. That's just my thought. Speculation.
I just can't imagine the material that would be able to sustain that amount of weight. Or that, I mean, of course, I'm ignorant. I could just be ignorant to the possibilities, but I just can't imagine that expanse of a dome is mind-boggling. It's just, I mean, I can't even begin to imagine the what kind of type of construction that could be, or what kind of material that would be made out of. I mean, of course, like I said, I could be ignorant to the possibilities. So
I think it might be like some kind of energy barrier, or I don't know, something. I don't know about physical. I think more energy.
Who knows if there are really other animals out there like mammoths and saber-toothed tigers and things like that. I mean, who knows if there's other civilizations out there, right? Like people that split off and went to that continent, never heard from again. Still, we don't know about them, but they've been out there living on different continents we never heard of. Other creatures, who knows?
What's the name of that planet that some people believe in? It's called
Nibiru.
Right. And that, I mean, obviously that's all mythology, but I mean, some people are, they have some of those weird ideas.
My idea is that the Nephilim that were described in the Bible didn't actually disappear. They actually went to those continents and have been operating from there. They probably control the world from there.
Well, I'm just trying to have some resolution for these megalithic structures, these megalithic stones and stuff. Some of them weigh 900 tons. That they've moved. They were transported 500 kilometers. I mean, we don't have the technology today to perform that kind of feat, but it was done 5,000 years ago or something. There's something fishy going on, because that's crazy. 900 tons. Or maybe it was heavier than that. Maybe it was heavier than 900 tons. Let me look it up real quick.
$1 billion.
I always wondered how they knew that they transported it from how far away. How do they know that?
Well, they found the quarry. They found the quarry from where stone was cut from, and the reason they know that was just from comparing the type of stone from the place that it came from. I think. I mean, if I'm remembering correctly, then they were able to find the place where you could clearly see that stone was removed from there, and then they compared that with the material that the are made from, you know.
Yeah, I figured it would be something like that, but you never know, you know. Seems like the most logical explanation, though.
Has there been any more flat Earth, like long distance test? Last one I heard was that like 21-mile laser test or something, or 23-mile.
You got to have a pretty badass laser to do a test like that.
Yeah, I know. It's all like YouTube footage, everything. Same with our flat Earth core. They're like some super leveler or something. You guys see the new flat Earth documentary, Level?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
That was actually a very good documentary. I liked it.
Hmm.
Yeah, I just watched it yesterday. Like I said earlier, I like it whenever he calls the Earth a pear-shaped space testicle. Or he talks about their argument. They're arguing for a pear-shaped space testicle. It was freaking hilarious.
I like at the end where Eric Dubay is like challenging Neil deGrasse Tyson into a debate. But yeah, had like everyone good in it. Was that fighter guy, UFC?
Eddie Bravo.
Eddie Bravo, yeah.
Yeah, he's a funny dude. He's a freaking maniac, but he's cool. But he's a freaking maniac.
Just like I know, because he explains it with passion and stuff. Plus, he'll probably like chokehold you or something, get you in a headlock.
Right. Don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with being a maniac, but you know.
Eddie Bravo is very good at explaining these things. I just can't help but think that he's controlled opposition, though. Just my thoughts.
True. Because he might like come off as too strong, kind of thing. like Alex Jones, just fucking yelling at the top of his voice. And shit.
He comes off
Alex Jones is
actually much.
legitimate, though. Alex Jones is legitimate. I mean, that's a fact.
He comes off much better than Alex Jones. It's just the thing about controlled opposition is that's the point of it, is to make them feel like they're really on your side, and a lot of these guys did a good job in the beginning. Alex Jones kind of, he showed his colors, his true colors, but some of these guys are still like you can't really tell, like Eddie Bravo. It's really hard.
Alex Jones has been consistent for a very long time, though. That's why I think that he's legitimate, because he's been consistent for a very, very long time.
Yeah, but he started out as a comedian. Did you know about that?
He did? Alex
As a low key comedian under another name. Like literally, it's a made up character altogether. Alex Jones altogether.
I mean, he's been on what is it, local radio, public radio for like 30 years, and he's been saying the same thing the whole time. So I mean, if anything, he's definitely consistent.
That's right, but imagine, how do you get, like, for example, you or me or any other flat earther whom really, well spoken and can verbalize very well what we are talking about here all together. How come we cannot go to a radio station like that?
You can.
But he can.
No, you can. You have to have a a gimmick or a message or something to make it,
Well, I didn't really
listen to you.
I didn't really see that happening. In theory, of course, in theory it should happen, but it hasn't happened yet. Like, I never heard anybody talking about the flat earth, on, I don't know.
Is Alex Jones a flat earther? I don't know if Alex Jones is a flat earther.
No.
I've never heard him.
He's back and forth. He's back and forth about a lot of stuff, including flat earth.
Nah, yeah, I never. He always brushes it off. Yeah, I guess before that, like the flat earth test, because that's when I first got into it, like just checking test after test of long distance and all that with the laser, the lasers, the infrared. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see as much coming out now. Like, it's hard to find.
Like, I wonder if they could take one laser, right, fire it in a certain direction, and then seeing as how it'll only go so far, then you go to like say if this laser will go 10 miles, right? You go to like the 8-mile point and you set up another laser that's basically on the same exact in the same exact point that the previous one, and then you just keep doing that over and over and over again.
Yeah. That will be interesting, but I suppose it would take a lot of money, because one laser for 10 kilometers.
Well, you only need 2 lasers, though, because then if you keep just kind of piggybacking them like that, then you can basically make a laser that goes as far as you want to just by using those 2 lasers.
Oh, you mean just some kind of a mirror stuff put at the end, or what?
No. Like, you would shoot one laser in the direction you want it to go, right? And then you go to you go
to the supposed end
10
of
miles.
That laser. Yeah,
you go 10 miles, and then you take another laser and you set it up where it's pointing the exact same level, the exact same direction, everything. You have it to where it's pointing the exact same way that the one before it was pointing, and then you take the one before it and then you move it ahead of the next one, and then you just keep
Oh, you're using the same one?
No, you're using 2.
That's what I mean. Then it means more money, right? So.
Right.
But still, it's kind of big money, actually. Those kind of lasers are kind of expensive. So
absolutely,
it's not like, let's go out and make some. So.
Right. Let's go buy $200,000 lasers. That's not a big deal.
Yeah. But it would be very interesting, yeah, to see what
Well-
happens and what it
Well,
measures.
there is a test done by Dr. John Dee. Used 2 lasers.
Yeah.
Really? Is he kind of hopscotching them like the way I was just describing?
Hopscotching and
Like
piggybacking from
yeah,
one another.
Yeah. Going from using 2 lasers, but you're able to extend it indefinitely by using those 2 lasers as long as you know, as long as you get the one laser exactly pointing exactly in the same direction and the same, everything has to be exactly perfect, and that way, as long as you keep daisy chaining them over and over and over again, then you can
like
basically
that.
make it. You can make it go as far as you want.
It's kind of hold the line idea.
Right, but it has to be perfect though. You have to get the second laser. It's got to be perfectly in line with the laser before it. If you get that off, if you get that measurement off at all, then you're compromising the whole experiment. So
Yeah. How do you do that actually? How do they measure at the very end, like very precisely, like down to the?
That's a good question.
100th of a millimeter, because that's kind of precision you need at that point.
Absolutely, and yeah, I have no idea, but I know it's got to be possible, but I wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't be able to tell you.
People do not think about experiments. People do not think about experiments in a way that you actually have to do it, and what would you need to do to come up with the theoretical side on the on the empirical side. So there are 100,000 different things that can go wrong with a simple theory experiment, like literally. And people do not think about that, but if you think about how science talks about a lot of stuff, that's exactly how they are talking about. Like if you're talking about speed, like when you learn it in school, in high school, you learn it in basic physics. What is speed? How do you count for it and shit like that? It's not how it goes down in real life. A car doesn't go 50 miles an hour like precisely all the time, ever. So
right, it's constantly varying.
It's a constant variable, yeah.
Right, but actually, what I'm thinking is you wouldn't even really need to use, as long as you could get the measurement down perfectly, you wouldn't really even need to use a laser that's very powerful. It's just you would have the less powerful the laser is, the more times you're going to have to.
Well, that is right, but that's exactly why I'm asking what would be the actual measuring theory. Like, I mean, what do you base your measuring?
Right, but the more you could get that process, the less powerful of a laser you would need. So like
that's also right. Yeah, that's also right. In theory, yeah. Sometimes they should do it. Someone is traveling, like kinda loud.
Well, I mean, you can always depend on the fact that the laser is going to point straight. There's no compromising with that. There's no lasers that bend. You can always count on the laser being perfectly in the direction that it's going to go. So that there's not going to be any deviation in that detail. So
yeah. Oh my.
Who the hell is that?
Meadowlark. I don't know how to pronounce.
Hi.
He's a mod.
Oh, Meadow. And I hear car noises.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got an idea. Like, shoot a laser, one laser, and then you have like a straw, right? You go to, say you've got a powerful laser and you fire it, in one direction. You go maybe 10 miles down, straw, right? And you put it in the beam to where the laser is going through the straw, right? And then
you measure the two ends.
And then you bring the laser closer to the straw, and then you do that again. You bring the laser closer.
Yeah.
and then that way you always know that if the laser is going through the straw, and the longer the straw is, the better it is. That way, and the thinner the straw is, the better too. Because
you don't need it to be thin. You only need to always check for the laser to be at the very center on each side of the straw.
Oh, that's a good point.
Because if it's straight right at the center of the straw circle, if you know what I mean,
right?
On both ends, then it's perfectly aligned with the straw. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a good point. And then that way you could use a single laser and some type of mechanism like that to go as far as you want. You would not be limited. And
that's actually a very good idea, because nowadays they make metal straws because of the climate change and shit like that. So it's even easy nowadays to get one.
Right.
So yeah. Yeah, they should do it. These guys, this Dr. John, because I do not have a laser.
Yeah, me either. I mean, I have a laser, but it's not
that kind. Yeah.
Not that kind of laser, exactly.
What do people, from the science side, like even YouTubers who claim to be, scientists, say about these experiments? I mean, the ones that are already established by the flat earthers.
They're always going to find some flaw that they feel like they can exploit to bring some kind of doubt to the experiment or to the results, or there's always going to be something that they can come up with.
They're basically implying that lasers don't travel straight enough, and it's like, well, at that point, what light is traveling straight enough to establish
this is the kind of thing that could actually even widespreadly could put the last nail in the coffin.
Because most people think of lasers as traveling straight, but just because a laser happens
Alex Jones is also banned from YouTube.
Who?
For the past 2 years, I think.
Well, there is some level of what do they call it, like diffusion or refraction or some kind of something like that. But that happens over a extreme distance, doesn't it? Or I mean, I don't know much about it, so. I mean, I know that there's a point at which, if you trail down the laser, you can find a point where it's the absolute thinnest part of the laser. As I don't know if I can even explain it properly, but at the point where the laser is the absolute smallest, that's the point at which it'll start spreading back out again. And even though it takes a long time for it to spread out, it's still spreading out. It's still not perfect.
It spreads out, and the thing is that doesn't mean that it's going to make
something like an atmospheric refraction.
Well, just because it spreads out doesn't mean that it's going to make a strong impression on the eye. You need a coherent point source to even see the laser. So just because it spreads doesn't mean that you're going to see it. They're implying that it's going to spread and you're going to see it. That's not the case. After it becomes too diffuse, you can't even make a 2D image out on the object. The light's just too spread out.
Exactly.
So it would need to hit the eye as directly as possible.
Yeah, they could claim shit like that all day, so...
So then you could do the straw thing that we were talking. You could do a straw every mile. You have a straw, and then say you have a laser that can go 10 miles, right? You have a straw every mile for 5 miles, right? And then you take one straw and you move the laser up and make sure it's still going through all the straws.
That's right.
You take the last laser and put it in front a mile ahead, and then you just keep, and then you move the laser up a mile. Yeah, and then you do that over and over and over again, and you can keep some pretty relatively precise accuracy, but still be able to go as far as you want to, because
no, actually, it would be very precise. It just would be very precise if you do it the way, in my opinion, if you do it the way that I said, to check for the laser to be at the very center on either side of the straw.
Right.
If you do that all the time, then it's okay.
If you have multiple straws and you have a way to fix them to where they're stationary, once you put them in a position, they're stationary.
Well, on a tripod, yeah.
Yeah, they cannot move at all. And then you have a bunch of them, because you'll know that if the laser is going through all of them, then they're all in a perfectly straight line.
That's right, yeah.
If you just keep doing that over and over and over again, and always checking it with the laser to, always having the laser going through all of the straws, and always have a way for the straws to be stationary and unmovable, then you could go as far as you want, and there's no questioning that.
Yeah, the more straws you can set up with a tripod or something, it's the more error checking in itself.
Right, correct. I wonder if anybody's ever tried anything like that.
No, but it's a very good idea. You should tell those people about it if you meet them or something.
Sure.
If you talk to them,
I'm sure some. Well, this would be the place. This would be the place to propose an idea like that. I wouldn't be able to carry out that experiment myself. I just don't have the time, the resources, and the stuff to do it with. But there's somebody that could get a hold of somebody else that could maybe perform an experiment like that.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get over the obstacle of having a super expensive laser beam, because not everybody can afford something like that. And if you could use a laser that's not that expensive and but still get the same results, or still be able to carry out the same, type of
same type of experiment, yeah.
We'll just get the same performance characteristics out of a cheaper laser that you would out of a really expensive laser. The only difference is one goes really far and the other one doesn't. And so if you could make it to where the distance doesn't really matter, or the distance is something that's already covered, because you're able to, keep that detail super accurate, then you wouldn't need to have that expensive.
Yeah. The only difference is that the expensive one can go. You need less of a repetition of the straws and other things than with the cheaper one. That's the only difference.
Right. Yeah.
Do I take it you are all sleeping? As always.
So, who thinks they live on a spinning ball in nothing? Anybody? Mic check by somebody.
Yep. I've got you, Mr. Hinkle.
Thank you, old dude, and whoever else chimed in there. The heliocentric enthusiasts are not very enthusiastic about this channel here. Some strange reason. Nobody wants to come here and tell us about their beliefs anymore. What's going on? This has been Dead Air Dave live from Kentucky on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live, the best place on earth to talk about Earth, accepting reality as it presents itself, proving all things. We will be maintaining radio silence until the next person talks. This has been Dead Air Dave. Thank you.
myself. I'm looking for high and dry everywhere. I'm looking for
what lies ahead if I don't go. I see a chance, I take it slow. And I know I just can't leave these things behind. Trying to feel satisfied in my world. I'm looking for
look into a lot of the claims that is made by the quote, and you'll find that it's either just an assumption or just straight up lies. Straight up, straight up, lies, lies, lies.
Excellent song there by Luke Lucax and Elijah Belief. Thanks for playing that.
a star. Miggy's Elvis places. Hank Hill knows when they are lying. Crypto throws it in their faces. Sonny plays them like a piano, leaving them in pain. Dave Hinkle shouting out the banner, driving them insane. They are all in love with lying. They are preaching and a shouting as Flat Earth destroys their globe. Ballers run away a pouting.
I don't mind the Baltar's lies, the ignorance it shows. We can throw them in cactus when we destroy their globe. Horizon and entropy, two things Baltars despise. Just one moment of silence for the Glober's demise.
Some will lie to soup, they'll neither fundy mutton asses. Some will lie to soup, the guy that's preaching to the masses. Some will fall in love with truth, speaking loud and shouting. As Flat Earth destroys the globe, ballers run away a pouting. Battle Mod took the liars, throttling their asses. Roger from the Netherlands, but smacking as time passes. Then there is the omnipresent Lord above us saying they are all in love with lying. It's a game that he ain't playing. Joby taught a baller, Crit will lovingly explain. Lunatic knows their evil plot, got Rockins on the plane. They are all in love with lying, they are preaching and a shouting. As Flat Earth destroys a globe, ballers run away a pouting.
I don't mind the Baltar's lies, the ignorance it shows. We can throw them in cactus when we destroy their globe. Horizon and entropy, two things Baltars despise. Just one moment of silence for the Glober's demise.
Don't know the name of the artist or anything on that one. That's a good question. Where is the curve? Where's the curvature? Where? Now, hopefully we got another song coming up.
That was Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms, Dave.
Thank you, old dude. Credit going to Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. Where is the curve? We live on this alleged ball. There should be curvature. Not finding any. Back to you, old dude.
Please state your name for the court.
KYZ.
Miss KYZ. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Your Honor, honestly, I don't even know why the I'm here.
Okay, she wake up in a cold sweat and the nightmares made her upset. And the cycles of the psycho, they just spiral from her childhood. She got that mama drama like a baby daddy Tiger Woods. Bikini pics on Instagram, she claiming she misunderstood. She wiped her tears with a motherfucking Vogue magazine. Sweetie, gotta sell your soul, pay the price of a dream. Pulling up to Mickey D's, buy a 5-piece credit card decline. She can't even fucking eat, yeah. She dance on a pole, shaking her ass. Go to the bank, wearing a mask, pull the gun. Where's the cash? Give me the cash, yeah. Jump in the car, foot on the gas, trying not to crash. They wanna ask how you got stacks. She looking down, try not to laugh, yeah. Bad girls go to heaven when they die. Bad girls go to heaven when they die. When they die, when they die. Bad girls go to heaven when they die. Bad girls go to heaven when they die. When they die, when they die. Bad girl with the devil in her eye. She an angel, but she broke her wings. Self-suicide, can't fly. Bad girls go to heaven when they die. Bad girls go to heaven when they die. When they die, when they die. Maybe God is a woman, maybe she'll have some mercy. She'll see I'm a bad girl only because people hurt me. So drug dealing, trying to make a living, gotta pay the bills. Need to make some money, gotta feed the children. Popping pills, wanna hide yourself and wanna hide your guilt. She's so tired of her crying, she don't wanna feel the feels. Bought a couple lot of tickets, trying to win 100 mil. She for real, she been ready for the kill, for the kill, for the kill. Bad girls go to heaven when they die. Bad girls go to heaven when they die. When they die, when they die. Bad girls go to heaven when they die. Bad girls go to heaven when they die. When they die, when they die. Bad girl with the devil in her eye. She an angel, but she broke her wings. Self-suicide, can't fly. Bad girls go to heaven when they die. Bad girls go to heaven when they die. When they die, when they die. Wanna think about it, I can keep it down. My sins are coming out. Oh, please forgive me now for the things Bad girls go to heaven when they die. 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 Bad girl with the devil in her eye. She an angel, but she broke her wings. Self-suicide, can't fly. Bad girls go to heaven when they die. Bad girls go to heaven when they die. When they die, when they die. Wanna think about it, I can keep it down. My sins are coming out. Oh, please forgive me now for the things I've done. Things I've done.
That was High as Sky with the valued member of this server with Bad Girls Go to Heaven. Now here's the next song, I hope. Thanks, DJ. Little chocolate saying for you here on Monday afternoon. So,
What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in? Now we know courage is missing. What is the world? What is the world that we're living in? Now we know flat earth is winning. What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up the bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Key ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it now, this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah, yeah.
One, two, three, four. I told you so. I told you. I told you so. I told you. Remember when I told you about 9/11? Remember when I told you about Building 7? Remember when I told you about the fluoride in the water? Yes, I did. Remember when I told you about the New World Order? Remember that? Remember when I told you about the chemtrails in the sky? Remember when I told you that NASA was full of lies? Remember when I told you about the ultra mind control? Well, I just want to say that I told you so, yeah. Remember when I told you about 432 hertz, that is? And what 440 can do to you? It hurts my ears. Remember when I told you about the vaccine agenda? Yes, I did. And that Michelle Obama is a transgender. Yes, he is. The dinosaur fraud, the climate change scam, and yes, Sandra Bullock is also a man. Remember when I told you that there ain't no globe? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. I told you so. I told I told you about the TV flicker rate and how it puts your brain in an alpha state? Remember when I told you about germ theory? Remember when I told you about gravity? Remember that? Remember when I told you about Paul McCartney? Remember when I told you about direct energy? Remember when I told you about Monsanto? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. I told you about the mainstream media. Your so-called celebrities and pedophilia. Remember that child trafficking and adrenochrome. Remember when I told you about the Georgia Guidestone? Remember when I told you about the false flag operation? Remember when I told you about 5G radiation? Remember that I told you that? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. Yeah, I told you so.
Thought flat earth was only true in fairy tales, meant for someone else but not for me. The moon landing on TV, they really went, just trust me. They showed us what the earth looks like from space. Then I saw the globe, now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. I thought globe earth was more or less an obvious thing. The more I see, the less I understand. They couldn't be lying, there's too many involved. There is no way that this is fake. 'Cause I saw the globe, now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. you're out to get me. That's the way it seems. Flat Earth has haunted all my dreams. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. Yes, I saw the globe. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm a believer.
That was our own Helio Skeptic with I'm a Believer. Before that was Conspiracy Music Guru. Still on YouTube with that name now. So come on here in case there's somebody new who wants to join, so got something to say. Easy going if not. It's DJ Applies. See, it's 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live.
That Helio was good.
Yep, dude's got a set of pipes on him. He can sing for sure. The Conspiracy Music Guru had people should check out his channel. He's got all kinds of good music on there.